mad at us.
Let's not get him talking about the people again.
Yeah, he's just mad at us because he has a religion.
Like locked in the matrix. Like locked in.
There's 14 other flat earthers in here.
The only thing he's done, he came in, he said, I want to debate, and then he said, I'm just here to learn, so he started right off lying. He got cooked on freaking facts, so then he started gossiping and giving his 2 fucking cent opinion that nobody gives a shit about.
You know, I don't think that the forum. I don't think.
Hey, listen, assholes. Your room is only popular because it's popular.
Hold on. I don't think that the forum is I mean, you say that I made a comment on the forum. It's not the forum. It's the belief. The belief is controlled opposition.
We don't have a belief. Dude, that's you.
Listening to you, bro. Like actually.
Yeah. You have a belief. I mean, whether you want to admit that or not.
You understand? Oh, I can go outside and see a flat Earth. That's a belief, right? So the Atlantic Ocean is a belief. It isn't really there.
Okay, if that's what you believe.
What is this? What is this word wizardry?
He's invincibly stupid.
It's called, my friends, it's called ideological inoculation. He's here to inoculate himself from the truth by convincing himself that we agree with him, that we just have beliefs, or imposing upon us that we have beliefs. So he can go away and saying, you have your beliefs, I have my beliefs, you have your truth, I have my truth. My truth is the globe, and I'm going to wrap myself in a blanket with a globe printed on it and daydream about the globe tonight.
Yeah, I don't. Listen, you're the people that think about the shape of the Earth. I don't care of the shape of the Earth.
Then why are you here?
Actually, we don't think about the shape of the Earth.
We can tell.
Well, flat's not a shape, so.
We can tell you don't care so much, dude, that you came in here lying.
Okay.
Crying or whining about the panel.
You literally started off lying, dude.
You're Mike, by God.
You're so not affected, you didn't feel the need to call out the panel to make them look bad in any way, shape, or form. Not affected at all.
No, I conceded. I conceded.
And you're still here.
Yeah, I'm just here to listen. I mean, you guys are... You guys are all...
It's like that phenomenon where if you're like...
I'm just really enjoying how emotional you all are. I'm really enjoying it. I'm basking in it, you know?
Yeah, narcissistic bullshitting. Amazing.
Delusion take many forms.
It makes me extremely happy that I've been able to impact your emotion this much.
Hey,
it's disgust, dude. Haven't you figured it out? This emotion's called disgust.
Bro, this is utter repulsion, you repugnant fucking insect.
And it's so obvious how I've managed to do that by what you are saying, and I really bask in this. It's so enjoyable to me.
Yeah, back to your womanly drama.
Yeah, you're probably basking in the same way. Yeah, you're basking in the same way. You're basking in the same way a serial flasher gets off on flashing people at the park because you get no attention, bro. Starve more.
Exactly. You're exactly right.
You just admitted you're a pervert?
No, I just admitted that it's the same kind of satisfaction.
It sounds to me like you're coping, and it's really cringe, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's like when you're so unlikable and undesirable that you have to force yourself on people, you start to get off on it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it just now.
Like right there.
It's very enjoyable.
Might as well go back on mute, not gonna lie.
Yeah, might as well starve.
I'll mute myself. That's all.
Yeah, might as well starve the narc of supply.
You're just a creep doing this instead of violating indecency laws, so what, you don't get arrested? No comment.
I have heard that contention in a lot of rooms lately. The Flat Earth room is always so popular because they got a lot of people in there. Well, like, duh, it's a fucking popular topic. Check out the Google search histories for the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, that blew my mind, bro. It's like, bro, your channel's only popular because people come to it that are interested in the topic.
Whoa, mind blown. Whoa.
Well, that's why I asked him, like, is this his first time he's here? Because he clearly never picked up on any of the conversations that's been going on usually.
I mean, you guys talk about.
You are new here, aren't you?
Sorry?
You are new here, aren't you?
I've never joined this channel before.
Yeah, I can figure. Like, you should stay here, be quiet for a while, and listen to people go back and forth, and you figure out there's people that actually have genuine questions, and they're actually being questioned about what they believe is the actuality, so they start critical thinking. Unlike you, the clown that keeps on jumping back and forth trying to be on the main stage. If it were up to me, I would have server muted you and kept your server muted.
I've said at any point I'll mute myself, but you guys continue to talk to me.
No, we keep talking. We keep talking, and you keep finding a way to interject yourself.
No, yous are talking to me.
You were basking
Doesn't
in it,
mean you have to talk back.
But am I not going to respond? I mean, if you want me to mute myself,
you don't have to.
I'll mute myself.
Just give him the last word so his ego can be sated, and we can move on.
There, last word.
I gave him 3 seconds. He didn't take advantage of it.
You guys are way too lenient, man. I would have yeeted him a while back.
You have to allow stupid ideas in the marketplace of ideas so they can be summarily crushed and for all the audience to see and learn from.
Yeah, but it takes away the actual time for people.
Hey, yeah. Cool story. Hey, how about this? Hey, how about this? How about this? How about we'll run our channel the way we want? How about that? You like that?
I'm home now. My mic works, so I'm about to fuck
when you have a channel, yeah, dang right. So when you guys have a channel that people want to come to, that's the most popular channel, and people on the ban list are in our DMs begging to come back day in and day out, then you can make the rules. How about that? Is that fair?
Yeah, then we'll show up as a bunch of worthless stragglers and tell you what to do with it.
I don't think I was giving any condemnations of your guys' methodology.
So how are we how can we triple up the next closest channel? How did we do that?
By not listening to the peanut gallery that just spoke. So let's keep that up.
Tom's is still here, or did he bounce? I don't think he bounced. Damn.
He does strike me as a guy that likes the Diddy bounce.
No doubt. There was a lion snake, man. How many times did he say, I didn't say that? Anyway, how about the topic?
Next retarded Globa, step right up. Or maybe even better, an open-minded, genuine Glober.
I got one about the topic. How can you find the Sagittar without using a straight line?
Good question.
Someone told me I'm not allowed to use the word straight or line when it comes to describing curves or anything about curves because I can only describe things that are flat with straight and line. And I was thinking to myself, well, I have to use straight lines, in fact, a number of straight lines, to find a Sagittar of a curve. So I guess that guy didn't know what he was talking about. No harm, no foul. It's a learning moment.
Yeah, we had someone in earlier saying, you guys are so stupid. say you can't measure an angle from a sphere. Yeah, you can. And then he posted like a tangent plane. And I'm like, well, what's the angle in reference to? And he just went and answered. These guys are they're such fucking clowns, dude. I mean, I don't understand it, man. I really just don't understand. Like, just say, hey, you're right. We assume it's for the purposes of measuring angles, we assume it's a flat plane. What's the shame in that?
What do you think the point of a whole generation of Bill Nye the Science Guy kids was for? Is for a bunch of proselytizers who don't understand their own faith?
Yeah, it was such a letdown for me, man. I freaking loved me some Bill Nye the Science Guy when I was a kid, but then I grew up and
You realize it was all psyop, womp womp.
womp womp. Yeah.
I get the feeling like Captain Planet. I love Captain Planet. I'm like, oh, this is just Ted Turner and like eco control propaganda. Fuck.
Don't
Yep.
ruin that for me, bro. I used to watch. Oh my god! Now I have to get in on that. Wait.
I think that's what it scares a lot of Globers, right? Because like somewhere in the back of their mind, they know that their little world, their little forced reality, their little world as they know it, could come to an end, right?
It's
the same way it did for all of us in here.
It's a house of cards with the globy mindset, like holding it all together as a linchpin. It's like, well, then I can't love Jurassic Park and Dino Nuggies anymore, and all these other assumptions.
My world is over. It's like, it's all right, dude. You were living in a false reality anyway, right?
What are you talking about? I grew up playing Mass Effect, and I thought I was going to get a blue skin space babe if I mined asteroids for Elon Musk. Like, sorry, bro.
Hey, rotating 3D magic balls are pretty cool if you could have them in your room and like a toy and like a little mobile that's not even connected to strings. I mean, that would be pretty cool. Let's not deny ourselves that. That would be cool. But,
it's aesthetic for sure.
Right, right. I mean, I'd like to see a hologram with some stuff spinning in my room of things, just whatever.
Well, just like religion, it has to play on imagination and things like that to some extent. It has a very strong romantic connotation, like sailing the seven seas and exploring the world, exploring space just holds this big romantic connotation to a lot of people that they find hard to let go.
They got to start with Earth first.
Exactly. We haven't even explored the whole world and all the oceans for real. We got work to do here.
You said a lot more than you know, because what kids are taught, what we're all taught in school, is that the Enlightenment, right, the age of discovery, that this is the pinnacle of human achievement, right? And they think, oh, outer space, we're just like those people. We're at the pinnacle of human achievement. We're higher beings, and we're gonna go explore the nether regions of the universe. Dude, it's just a bunch of bull crap, dude. None of that crap's happening. Like, I don't know what you're thinking. You ain't going to Mars, bro. Sorry. You know how many of these dudes think they're like someday they might go to Mars?
Yeah, but that's it, right? It motivates them to get up and do something in order to quote unquote get there, right? That's the power behind it in my eye.
Yeah. I gotta make $2 million. That's how much Musk is selling tickets to Mars for. What did Musk say? There's going to be 1 million people on Mars by when? Said it like 2030 or something? It was something ridiculous. No, he said 2030 on the short side, but more likely 2040, he said. 1 million people on Mars. 1 million.
You better get to it, man. If it's 1 million within 5 years, like, you better start shooting up rockets now if that's the case. Like, what?
Dude, it's so retarded, and people are like believing that crap. It's crazy.
It's gonna be like Total Recall, where they ship them off to some desert island or something and fucking mining rocks and convince them they're in Total Recall, bro.
I'm gonna save that one for speculation Sunday because I have some cool ideas about that. Where they send videos back about with AI where they make.
Yeah. I got a couple contentions I've been restraining because it's not the right day.
So when does the real cooking start? I see we've got Hush, we've got Knockin' Futz. I don't know who Peter Rabbit is. Sunflower. We got Cyclone. We got Majin. We got a lot of fucking people in this chat. Indio, AJ, Effie Batman, Flat Lloyd, DJ, Crit, Demok, AI, Alpha, Apocryphon. We got some Flat Earth gangsters in here. What's up, everybody? Ah, shit, and we got Timbo in here too. What's up, that kangaroo guy?
What's up, Jenny? Just chilling, playing Ages of Empire, listening to these goons go off. Listen to everybody smack them.
We got Knuckin' Futz in the chat. He's a repeat offender. He's one of those reset offenders, you know? So I'm kind of curious to see what he's on reset about today.
Since it's so dead in crickets, I was just curious: is there any champion of the Globy mindset that you guys have faced that was actually compelling or difficult in any way, or no? Like, if you guys had to say who is the champion of the Globy retards, are there any names to put to that title?
I mean,
Champion of
not.
the retards.
I would say not as far as like any that were ever difficult to debate. I mean, it's once you understand that heliocentric cosmology story inside and out, forwards and backwards, you know, there is no argument, right? We get to this. There is no argument. There is no globe. There is no argument.
Yeah, I agree. Just there's different levels of methodology. Some competitors have a little more compelling of a chance than others, I guess.
Nah, I wouldn't say so. I'd say there's more like awards for like top tier globe cards, like the Brendas and the Rich Evans and people of that sort, the Scott Mackeys and these kind of people.
So you're saying rather than the level of their argumentation is probably just the level of their investment in the topic.
Right. Yeah. I find it funny that they're so heavily invested. They're so heavily invested in the topic, right? But their arguments carry no weight. They think explanations do it, right? They can give you an explanation. explanations don't prove things, and that's what they're not understanding. But they can prove it with an explanation. No, that's actually persevering in ignorance. But yeah, that's
True.
Yep, we should have award tiers for Globers
I
who are
noticed
like,
that a lot.
yeah.
People are just ignorant as soon as they don't have any ground to stand. That's why I kind of miss Scott Mackey, the kind of way he carried himself throughout the arguments and stuff, even though it was just fluff that he was standing on. He
Well,
had a certain demeanor, and that kept it interesting. Instead
That's
of
what
being
that's what I'm
ignorant
trying to say. Is like who is at least was a valid contender in the arena, because it seems like the goblins most of the time.
as a listener, I'd kind of miss Scott. Not gonna lie, I need to listen to.
Yeah, I don't know. Scott likes to get pedantic and try to get and argue semantic pedantics. I promise you that's Scott Mackey's mo. He
Yeah, but he
can't
was
stick with reality.
at least more cordial than that last guy that just started swinging out of nowhere as soon as he got in his emotions.
Oh, Scott. I mean,
No, Scott
maybe
doesn't.
you haven't seen all of Scott Mackey, but Scott Mackey's gotten gotten mean. He's gotten real hateful
Ooh,
in here before.
might have missed
You know,
that.
we've gotten him to a point of he starts swearing more than you usually hear him swear, and catch him on nights that he's drinking. That's real fun.
Never expected him to lose his cool.
I've heard him. I've heard him lose his cool.
Every Globey does eventually.
Yep.
Can't argue that. But you gotta admit, he was at least more entertaining to listen to than the last kid.
Yeah, I mean, some arguments are better than I just like to offend people and see how mad they get.
Right.
What do you guys think is more What do you guys think is more compelling, or at least reasonable for their perspective? People who come at it from like objective faith, like they're at least honest about the fact that it's like a faith-based worldview, or people that labor under the delusion that they're scientific-minded and it's not a faith-based thing at all, and it's just a genuine analysis, but they're wrong on. Which one do you think is more reasonable as a human? Do you think?
I don't know. You might rephrase that question. Like,
my bad. Like someone who I guess thinks that just like the way the world is shaped and the way that it is, they buy it based on faith, whether it's like the Catholic religion or some other obvious faith-based precept, or somebody who's like a atheist materialist and just buys
right.
institutional prescripts. Yeah.
I think that a lot of Globers that come in here are absolutely on faith-based. But there's also people that argue in bad faith, and these are the people who start making stuff up on the fly to try to fill the gaps and the voids in their heliocentric faith. So I don't know.
They're not.
Yeah, it was a weird question. But
Yeah.
I just think it's funny talking to Catholics and stuff who are also globies and heliocentric. I'm like, it's kind of a strange cog dissonance there, but a lot of people have them.
Oh, we got Hush tagging me in the chat. Yeah, he thinks that the sky moving, I don't know, he sees things move in the sky and therefore Earth is a ball. That seems to be where Hush is very hung up. It's like, I saw a plane moving in the sky. Earth must be a plane. Airplane. I saw a bird flying in the sky. Earth must be a bird.
The stars circling around you atop of you doesn't imply that you're on a globe. It could imply that you're on a snow globe, bro.
Nope. It's alright. I cooked him yesterday about it. He told me that he's like, oh, look at this camera. The camera, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't go 360 because the Earth is moving. And then he tells me it's the fucking camera that doesn't do a 360. So the camera cannot do a full 360 to watch the sky go in a full fucking circle. And then I'm like, okay, so it's the mechanism, right?
That's
It's
the
the
height of
mechanism
modern
that disallows
technology.
the 360, not the fact that a 360 star rotation doesn't fucking happen, right? That's not even like, ridiculous. And then he draws me this stupid picture.
Hello?
This is how circumnav works with flat planes, all I'm saying. Circumnav has always worked on a flat plane, that's all I'm saying. Because it's never been a globe.
Yeah, and if you analyze the flight paths, they're super efficient straight lines from one point to another on a flat plane. Like I think it's the Gleason's flight paths that most of the maps are based off of.
Never mind that. I mean, you have planar maps, planar navigation systems. What the fuck? Why a planar navigation system if globular?
Why is it called an airplane if it travels over an air planet? Got 'em, Globies.
They're cartoons.
Over the plane.
They're cartoons based off of lights in the sky.
Is that AG? What's up, AG?
What's up? And Hush, you're really bad at drawing cartoons. Do better.
That's what I'm saying. That's a terrible drawing.
I was about to say, bro, if you're gonna use MS Paint, at least use the circle template.
Yeah, man, I've seen elephants at the zoo do a better job.
And get a stylus at least. What the hell?
You're offended? Good. I'm glad.
Stop taking people's fences. I don't think you realize how malformed the current maps are. Whether they're wrapped around a ball or not. All maps are very much malformed.
Absolutely.
Put the GPS on a globe and stop laughing. Wait a minute, start flat mapping.
Oh, are you flat rapping about flat mapping?
Sure. Flat phone with a flat app and a
Well, the
flat
purpose
earth with
of
a flat map.
What's
Make it a
purpose
flat
of a
flat
happening?
map
map.
isn't to be a one-to-one representation of the terrain. They have a practical use of some sort. It's not supposed to be like, here's the world, it looks just like this.
Right.
Yeah.
There's so many flat things you could rap about. The flat sodas, the flat music, the flat tables, the flat colors, the flat blues, the flat hues, flat math.
They're made with a purpose. There's a worldview attached to every map, and there's a purpose to it too, like Heretic was saying.
Flat
You can't-
mirrors and flat windows and flat reflections and flat water and flat models and flat graphs.
In your mama's flat ass, nigga. What do we think of Math Powerland? Did he really work for NASA or no?
All right, what up? Y'all want to listen to my power tools, I suppose?
How's it going, man?
Oh, not too bad. 35 and a half. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Plus an inch and an eighth. What's that equal?
Got your nice rollaway frickin' full of heart Walmart art tools. Got that quality shit from Walmart.
Nope.
Got your nice little heart collection.
Hyper tough.
Oh boy.
The only hyper tough that I got right now is a set of blades, like utility blades.
I have a hyper tough razor knife. About it. Maybe an Allen razor.
Just whatever you do, don't get anything Ryobi. Man, those are like play school tools.
Dude, I love my Ryobi freaking crown staple. Like those crown
Fuck
staples.
Ryobi.
Ryobi, listen, you gotta understand the wisdom of the green tools. Let me explain it to you. So they have a tool for everything. They're affordable. You can break them. But the best part about them is nobody wants to borrow them. Nobody wants to steal them. And nobody has the batteries that you have, so they can't use your tools anyway. So you get your tools all to yourself, and nobody bothers you.
That's fine, AI, but Ryobi is shit. They are shit.
Listen,
tools, man.
I beat the crap out of this freaking crown staple, little stapler, cordless stapler. Now I didn't use it all day long. I built freaking chicken coops and duck houses and like messed around. So I wasn't like a guy using it all day long every day. For like fixing the deck and shit, I used my Makita. I like Makita. So that's my shit. Makita. I think,
man, Makitas are good. Milwaukee's good too.
I think Rigid's good too. I think Rigid's good. They got.
Yeah, I'll show you what I'm using right now. Here's what I'm using right now.
I'm gonna take DeWalt or Milwaukee.
I don't like DeWalt.
Read it.
I don't like DeWalt. People like Milwaukee's though.
Milwaukee is what I would probably swear by, dude.
Using a pair of shoes.
Have you seen them like do the little cordless drill challenges where they put them together and freaking beat them to death? Like try to blow the other one up with the other one.
Look, all I know is I had to clear like nearly 3 freaking miles of fence line with a damn Ryobi, and my boss said, "Oh no, freaking sucked, dude." My chain kept popping off, and my boss had lost the chain key and the tool for it, and so here I am with a freaking Leatherman, right? And I get all the way to the very end. I'm like, screw this. I'm sitting in the ditch. It's southern Texas, the most south you could possibly be, closest to the damn border. And I'm sitting in a damn ditch in the shade. And I'm so pissed off with this Ryobi piece of crap chainsaw that I start carving into it with my Leatherman. I carved into the side of it play school tools. Because fuck Ryobi, dude.
No, Ryobi chainsaws. I know what you're talking about. There's
pieces of shit.
You're talking about the blue. You talking about the blue ones? I remember when I
was green.
Dude, I was still walking 30 years ago when the very first 3 1/4 inch cordless mini circular saw came out. And dude, you could like get a battery and charge it. Dude, it wouldn't last like up on a freaking walkboard doing like tongue and groove cedar we were doing, right?
Yeah.
Dude, those are pieces of shit back then. That was back when batteries weren't even that good. That was back when they were not too long after that they were selling those Those ones that had the fuel in them, like they
Yeah.
had a fuel that would like send the nail, you know, instead of a electric charge, it was an actual fuel. Freaking get how they worked, but I just remember the guy trying to sell us.
I don't know, man. All I know is I've done a lot of construction work and I've used a lot of different brands of tools. And if I had to choose by any brand, I don't know. For me, it's a toss up between some Milwaukee and some Makita. Because some Makita tools, they've got those, the battery packs, right? You got your circular saw that you could run on a battery pack, and it runs for a good long while. And I've worked with one of those before. They're freaking awesome. But fuck
I have a
Ryobi.
mechanics
That's just my opinion.
that like Milwaukee. I just have a stable, so I'm not gonna make fun of my stable. But I'm the
Doesn't Ryobi sound like Floby, that old vacuum cleaner that cut your hair?
What?
You don't
Well,
remember
Floby.
those? You'd put them on the frickin' canister vacuum, and they would have this little. The suction would spin a little blade, and you'd set it for a depth, and it would just suck your hair up in it and cut it. It was like really cheesy, but I guess you could do your dog with it. I mean, they sold it to do your kids and stuff.
It vacuums your hair up while a blade went like to cut it.
Wow. That does not sound like a great idea.
Actually, they sold a bunch of them. That was out about the same time as Chia Pet. I'm surprised they didn't do Chia balls. I was waiting for the Chia nuts. That would have been freaking hilarious.
I like that. Amish power. You go, Neil. You freaking go.
Yep. Gotta get my garden started. Got so many freaking, like, at least 5 feet tall bramble bushes, 6 feet, 7 feet. Then I gotta hoe that bitch. Gotta hoe the ground.
I can't wait till I get somewhere where I can start my garden. I've got tons and tons of different kinds of seeds, all kinds of stuff, just waiting to be planted. And I got green thumbs like crazy.
Yeah, I've never done it before. It's my first time, so.
I got a couple potatoes already growing eyes.
I still got time, right? It's like, how much more time do I got?
No, I mean, you should have.
You can grow potatoes in your icebox.
They're pelagic. You gotta put them potatoes in the ground, dude.
Not yet. Not in Maryland. You don't put anything in the ground. Well, man, you could do potatoes. You don't want to put
Onions.
you don't want to put any tomatoes in the ground until May 1st. Put kale, put beets.
You can put all the seeds you want in the ground.
Not start though. You don't want to put a tomato plant in before freaking May 1st, because April, all of a sudden you'll get the snowstorm and the
Brother, do you know how many
$3 tomato plants you bought from Home. Actually, they're $4.99 now. The $4.99 tomato plants you bought from Home Depot, they'll freeze and die.
You don't buy the plant. You buy the seeds. You put the seeds in your bed.
You put them. You start them early. That's what you do. But I've been so busy with golf.
I'm saying, but if you put more in, and then those start to grow, and you're like, "Oh, these look a little small, or not as good as what I think." You put more in, and they're going to grow next to it. And depending on what season or time, it'll be different ones doing different things. Yeah.
You can't just crowd this shit, bro. You ever seen somebody put too many freaking
crowd what?
green
What are you
pepper
talking about?
plants? You ever seen somebody puts too many green pepper seeds or too many carrot seeds next to each other? You know what you end up with? Carrots.
What?
Hairy carrots. They look like
And it's the new fruit. Now you made something new. What the hell? We need more of that.
Harry.
Put some strawberries there, some watermelon. See what happens. See if you get a hairy watermelon carrot.
Gotta spread shit out. Man. Gotta thin it. People don't thin.
Nah,
Don't
the
thin enough.
jungle. The jungle says different.
If you're not gonna thin, you might as well just buy the carrots in the little paper, the paper strips where they space them for you. But then you feel like you get ripped off because you go, man, I just spent $5 on, this
You're
tape.
talking
I could have
about.
got
But
20
you're talking
times the
about.
tea.
You're talking about selling something or farming like that versus you saying, "Hey, man, I just want to blow a couple tomato plants in my backyard at this time because I think, hey, I'll just wait." Okay, I got you. But I'm saying you could do it at all times, anytime, and if they grow, they grow. If they don't, they don't. How big they grow, they'll grow. How big they don't, they don't. It's for all things. But like you have all the instances, you don't have to necessarily keep everything uncrowded.
Then you end up with nothing. End up with
No,
crowded
you end up with a
areas.
jungle.
Crowded.
It's
There
called a
you go. You
rainforest.
end up with a bunch of shit fighting over freaking like what little water there is, what little
How else do
space
you
there
make it?
is.
How else do you make it gargantuan?
How do you make what?
How else do you make it bigger, tougher? A lot of people water shit a little too much.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta have really good drainage. That's one. You gotta have good dirt.
Well, drainage at enough distance to where the little hairs can get down and touch the liquid or get close to it, but the main plant root doesn't have to get drowned out. As long as you have that, then I think you'll be good.
Yeah, some of the fabric good. Dirt, you alright?
Well, dirt's in your poop.
Oh God, here it goes. Dirt, gold.
I mean, it's outside,
Here he comes. Comes freaking Denmark. Talking crazy.
brother. You're a processor.
That may be true.
You chew the stuff up. You are a processor, and you release it. A lot of seeds and stuff don't break down. They go into your poop. Your poop sits on top of it until it fertilizes, until it grows out of there and plants roots in the dirt. The plant doesn't necessarily give you the poop. It's a pretty good filter. Pretty sure no matter what pile of mud or whatever you grow most of the plants in, they're still going to have clean, clear chlorophyll, like a clean liquid or a sap or a liquid of some sort that comes out that's clean. It's not dirty. I'm just saying all the electricity, the current, the energy, the kinetic energy of rain, all that stuff adds in, and the stuff fighting to live and fighting to get bigger and fighting for a little patch of sunlight, a little portion of water. That makes the root grow bigger. That makes the plant grow bigger. Weirdly, it's just weird, isn't it?
If you watch those, like fast forward, it's crazy. It looks like war. Plants in fast forward, like a jungle type. Like the time lapse, you get what I'm saying. You watch that stuff, it looks crazy. It's trippy. It's like the plants are actually fighting each other, though.
Invasive.
Yep, and you can watch it happen. It's weird.
Poison ivy is crazy. Strawberries, pumpkins. Oh my god.
Lily pads. There's this type of lily pad type thing that has these weird barbed, it's like this ball of barbed blades. It swings around and it'll clear the area as it grows. It's weird, dude. There's a bunch of weird plants out there.
A weed whacker plant.
Yeah, dude. You have to. I'll find the video. I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's
That's
one of the
pretty
weirdest
funny,
plants.
though. Plant that in your yard. You won't need to mow the grass.
No, it's in a pond. It's in water when it does it.
Oh, okay.
Still, it looks trippy.
I'd imagine so. Have you seen those fake videos where they got the tree jumping or walking in the forest?
Oh,
like walking. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Seriously. they edit a walking tree and win an award in their class, and then people think it's real.
Yeah. I mean, there is a level of kind of uncanny valley horror to it. If you actually saw that happen, it would freak you out. So
Holy.
I'm just saying, I think that's what they're playing off of.
Now, I think there are some plants that have the ability to move, but it's not exactly like that.
They just reach out and grab, hold on tight, and keep grabbing.
Well, there's plants like, did you know plankton's a plant? Well, there's two planktons, but one's a plant and one's a, supposedly. I mean, it's not, I didn't make it up.
Yeah, there's little tiny ones that don't really root into much of anything, but
It's weird, though, to think about a plant that's remote, right? A remote plant that can go do its thing, like.
Or like, how did that seed get there? Like, how the hell? Because you know that wind carried something from A to B, and it got way over there. Like, how did it even? That life finds a way, kind of thing.
Well, I'm saying, like, how did a plankton get the ability to swim?
Oh, what?
I'm saying it's a plant, and like a stick, you get a little stick that's twirled in like a certain spiral pattern, and you drop it down in the water. If the water's coming at you this way, the stick will go that way against the current.
They kind of just float around doing their thing, man.
It's weird, right? The idea of resistance, pushing forward back or pushing backward forward. The water's rushing backward so fast it pushes the stick forward through itself. It repels it. It's just crazy, man. It's like a buoyant effect, I guess, a horizontal buoyant effect. Or propulsion, whatever you want to call it, resistance, non-resistance, however you want to look at it.
Buoyancy, density, and the force that you are applying to the current.
Somebody asked me how the
Already
fish.
there, you're pushing against. Never mind. I digress.
No, you're good.
Why are we talking about this anyway?
It's very interesting on how like stuff works.
Well,
The actual attribute of physics, like the real stuff. It's interesting how a fish can swim up a stream of rushing down water by climbing it with its, gills and fins, like it's a step. It's just
find its way all the way back home to where it was born. That is pretty cool. Like they'll go out into the ocean and make it back to some little stream that they were born in.
I mean, it's just the ability for it to climb, the physical attribute of it swimming, going left, right, left, right, left, right, and grooving itself with its body to act like the water is like a stair step to like climb left, right, back and forth, up, on ping pong. Up. It's just awesome. I don't see humans doing it. Where's the human swimming up the waterfall? Anybody doing that? Huh. Maybe give that a try. Maybe make a fish suit and swim up some waterfalls. Extreme sports. I'm just saying, nature is badass. It's bad enough. It's more awesome than anything that they could throw at us in a cartoon, but yet they want to ignore and deny everything about it and the physical attributes and say, no gravity, no space, no space time. Well, how do you think we got TVs? Space time, gravity. That's what they say, man. It's the weirdest stuff. How do you think you're talking on this phone? I'm like, because somebody trial and errored some plastic and some wires till they got to this point. Here we are today, talking on this plastic and wire dirt. How do you think we get it? He said gravity, balls. So that's where we differ. Teaching kids Newtonian physics in 2025? What the Who's around the pool table using that? I don't see any professors of globe physics science playing pool or soccer or anything to do with the sphere to know the orbital mechanics or the. I mean, pretty sure a pool player is smarter at orbital spherical mechanics than any Newton, Einstein, or any of them lined up together. All of them, literally, on how a sphere would react. And the English of a sphere. Are there any top physics professors or like engineers that play pool and like always win and never lose because like they couldn't possibly because of math or something like where are these guys at? You got a little bartender, a dishwasher, a drywaller, basketball player, just random people, a swimmer. They're all good at pool, but nobody that specializes in spherical mathematics. Comes in with a laser pointer on his pool stick. What the hell are you doing, Bob? Get out of here. I'm surprised they don't have that. The laser pointer pool stick for beginners. They got a 7-foot pole and don't know how to use it. Have a camera on the end of that 7 mile pole. How does stuff react when it drops in water for gravity? How come nothing drops diagonal like that way? Like, how come nothing drops horizontally to the left or right out of the water? Just vertical. Just drops down vertical. It doesn't drop up. That's weird. Doesn't drop left or right. That's weird. I'm gonna drop a rock down to Australia through the water. We just need to do some rock dropping experiments with a camera on it. Make sure it's weighted at one end so it drops just one way. And you put your camera on there. That should just go to the surface of the other water or something. Eventually. We gotta do fly out about 3 or 4 miles, 39, 59 when your buddy's away from you. Tell him throw a big rock out in the water. It should just fall straight down without hitting in no dirt. Fall straight down to the other surface of curved water. That'd be awesome. And where's the dirt behind or in front of the, like, where's the cliff? Where's the underwater cliff? For the water to keep going past the dirt and to form a sphere, but the dirt's not. The dirt has to be like a cliff or something like that stops and doesn't become a curve, but the water does. So where's the underneath photo of the dirt stopping? Like a mountain stopping right there and then the water flowing down past it. Where's where's there no bottom to the ocean at? That's what I'm looking for. There's no bottom ocean on a globe. The never ending bottom. Just think of the trip the rock has to fall around. It'll fall in orbit around through the water in orbit around the Earth. That's going to be awesome.
No, I believe your head is flat. Like most Americans.
So you know the Earth's flat, right?
No, just your head.
So where's the Earth round at? Where are you going to show me? Well, how do you measure Earth curve?
Dude, you want to play a game? Who's smarter? You, who think you're smart from some country that's not America, or Democ, the American?
The guy left.
Yeah, so Democ wins.
So Earth's curvature doesn't exist. There is no measurement of Earth's curvature. The Earth's surface is only observed, measured, and used as flat. Therefore, it's not a ball, it's flat.
Those are big claims. Very big claims.
Okay, so you just have to present the measurement to the contrary.
Yeah, there's plenty of measurements to the contrary.
Okay, so who measured curvature?
NASA measures the curvature.
No, they don't.
In what way?
Yeah, they have
post their measurement. No, that's just a story. We're talking about a verifiable measurement of surface curvature.
We were talking about orbit, right? And about it being a dimensional word. We do know
that would be begging the question of curvature. You'd be assuming that it's floating around a curved surface ball. We're saying, no, we're not just assuming your imaginary curved surface. Who measured that? That's what we're on.
The equation for orbit takes into reference...
So that assumes
reference
curvature of a ball.
The dimension of time.
No. Don't talk about the dimension of time.
Yes. Okay, wait, guys, don't troll right now. Don't tell me you don't know how to work out orbit.
Stop it. I'm going to mute you if you don't stop it.
Nah. It looks alright. He's just a little bit retarded.
Curvature of time.
He's fine.
I'm not trolling. That's how they measure orbit.
You are trolling.
No, you are, because I can hear it in your voice. When you speak, you're about to laugh.
Curvature of space.
Yeah, it's kind of cheesy. Yeah.
So you don't have any curvature, whatever your name is. There's no curvature, so no ball. Yeah?
Okay, we live in a straight line world, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
A planar surface, yeah? Topographical, with hills and valleys, but no curving into a ball so that you're upside down compared to someone else on the other side of a ball. That's retarded.
You know what, Luke? I'm going to ask you a question, man. I don't think you're that stupid. I think you've got it. Do you ever walk out? Hang on.
Okay.
Do you ever walk outside and see a sphere? Do you do that?
Possibly. It depends because my question was going to be, right?
No. Hang on. You can ask me a question after you answered mine. If you walked outside, would you see the curvature of the Earth?
Well, it depends how big of a hill you're on.
So it's flat. So you see flat.
No, it doesn't depend what hill you're on. You see it flat everywhere, for fuck's sake.
Luke, be normal. Yeah?
Okay, when I look at the moon and you look at the moon, are we looking at the same moon?
Oh my god, man. Nothing to do with
this is how you know the Earth is not a ball, Luke, because when you're asked to prove it, you start doing this. What if we look at the moon? What if some other bullshit?
We're talking about the surface
if the Earth was a ball, you would just be like, yeah, it's a ball and it was measured here and you can do it by doing this. That's what you would be doing if the Earth was actually a ball. But because it's not, your head has been filled with all these bullshit stories about little floating metal boxes in space, ancient Greeks with sticks. Nonsense.
Wait, I thought that's how Wi-Fi worked.
Works with shadows, does it?
Okay, I tap out. You guys win.
No, it's not about winning, man. Just stay. Just listen.
Yeah, just be a better student. You're not here to argue. You're here to learn. Think about that.
We're not trying to beat you.
There's nothing to beat. The globe has nothing to present. Don't die on that.
If it did, you'd be arguing with some substance.
How do we measure it being flat? If it's
How do you
not
measure
curved.
it?
Well,
Okay.
I'm
Angles. Okay. Elevation angles.
Sure.
Elevation angles.
But I'm saying, like, what do we use to measure the flatness?
Elevation angles.
No, I'm saying what object? Like a ruler, not a ruler, but I mean like not a protractor, but like what tells us what flat is?
A tool would be a sextant, if you're asking, right? That's what Anybody who mastered the sea navigating would have used a sextant to spot the horizon and then measured the angle to the celestial body that they're observing up in the sky.
I thought we were talking about the Earth, not space.
You just asked how they would
exactly
measure
what he
an
said.
angle, boy. Did you not just ask that, or do I need to reframe your question so you can ask it again?
Oh, I get it. No, you're telling me how they do it. Okay, yeah, okay, I hear you.
Yeah, you asked for a tool. I just gave you the tool that they use to measure the angle. Those angles are measured using 2 straight lines. Thanks.
Hey, Luke, don't be dumb, man. Just have a conversation, dude.
I'm going to put a
those
sextant
straight lines
on
is
my
a horizontal baseline. Luke, don't ruin the conversation. Just engage in the conversation.
Okay, so we've got sextants.
You're up, Killian.
So how do we know the distance?
How do you know the distance?
Well, I've got rulers, but they're not long enough to measure the curve, the flatness.
So you're going to be at. Oh, so you're going to be.
Which distance are you referring to?
From the horizon to the. You know, there's 2 horizons, right? I mean,
horizons.
No, listen. When you're on the top of the hill, right, and you can see in front of you, and you're looking one way. You're looking one way. In front of you is one horizon. Now, behind you is the other horizon. Agreed?
How do you have 2 horizons? Go for it.
Well, okay. I'm looking one way right now. Okay, I can only see what I can see. I can see one horizon.
Okay, let's start again. Go to the ocean. Go.
Well, now
Go
I'm
to
really
the
low
ocean.
down. No, I'm really low down now. I can't even see above the wave.
Do you still have 2 horizons?
Yeah, but I just can't see them. I can't see either of the horizons.
So you can't see a horizon. So what's the definition of horizon?
I thought it was the end of the Earth. Like, as far as the eye can see. Well.
Okay, we've clinically seen you as a retard.
Oh, man. The horizon is an apparent position where the surface appears to meet the sky. They don't actually meet. It's just an optical phenomenon.
There you go.
Nailed it.
Wait,
Luke?
So the horizon
You got
isn't
an argument to that, Luke, or what?
Wait, no, I didn't even know that.
You don't know that it was apparent.
No, I didn't know that the horizon wasn't like a real place. I thought that.
Yeah, see, this is how they bamboozle your little brain when you're a child in school, and they tell you it's actually a curve, even though it's just a flat line. It's a physical curve of water that boats are going over. But no, it's an optical limit, and it does not match any claimed curvature of a fantasy ball Earth.
Actually, this could be. Hey, Luke, this could be a learning curve for you, man. Type into Google definition of horizon.
Wait, I'm actually thinking about how I could see the whole Earth at once.
Luke,
because if I go high enough in the sky.
Luke, hey, chill out and just type in definition of horizon. Just type it in.
Yeah, I've got it. The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky
appears. Appear. So it's apparent.
It's apparent. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Apparent. What's the fucking about apparent? Is that a new word? Is it apparent?
Well, I thought you were saying that's what apparent meant. Like it appears.
You're English, and we're making up words in English.
Apparently, okay. So as I'm seeing it, apparently, so it appears because I open my eyes, I see the horizon. Okay. Now what?
Where? Okay, read it again. Go ahead.
It's the line at which it meets. Okay, so
appears to meet. So is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? Or
if I zoom in on the horizon,
is it the apparent line where the sky meets the ground?
Wait.
Read it again and think about it.
How comes telescopes on Earth can't see the horizon?
Oh, he's going into retard mode.
Yeah. You need to be
What
a
do you mean
better
can't see
student.
the horizon? What does that even mean?
I mean, you can't see it.
Have you ever taken a telescope to the beach and had a look around?
Well, he's saying when you look into a telescope, all of creation turns either into just Earth or just sky. There's no boundary between the two.
Well, I mean, you got to get better telescope control at that point, really.
That's a super thought.
Okay. I've got a question.
No, you can't ask, Luke. You can't ask questions until you answer the other one, mate. No.
You've lost question privileges for saying dumb shit. So, Luke, what we really need you to do is start, stopping before you speak and thinking and asking, is this a sensible question? Does this even make sense, what I'm saying? We don't just want you saying the first thing that comes into your head, okay?
That was another lie taught to you by school. That whole, there's no such thing as stupid questions. There's absolutely stupid questions.
But I'd give you some fair leeway in this topic of conversation, but it at least has to be a question that makes sense on some level. It can't just be random garbage about there being no horizon.
Okay. This one is horizon based.
Or 2 horizons. That's even worse.
Okay, my question. Okay.
Sorry, Endless.
Why does the sky appear to meet the ground?
Because of perspective.
I mean, it can't actually meet the ground. You get that can't happen, right?
Called perspective, Luke. Have you ever taken an art class?
So the sky starts somewhere. Is that what we're saying?
Luke, have you taken an art class?
Oh yeah, I'm actually good at art.
Okay, so when you have a point of perspective, so you have a point down the end of a hallway,
you can draw multiple points.
All things run to this point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's perspective.
What about the math? Can you tell me about the math of perspective?
What about it?
Well, that's.
Do you disagree with perspective?
Well, I was saying when I zoom in, I feel like that's what perspective is, isn't it? Is it like I'm traveling down the perspective tunnel?
So you don't agree with perspective?
Research into perspective. I'm going to help you out.
Let's say.
Check at the end.
I'm going to Google perspective definition.
All right. Well,
it's an art.
It's going to be too much. Yes, it's all in art. It goes to the horizon as your point of convergence. But that's going to be too much to teach you on today, Luke. You're going to need to do some work on perspective in your own time. We need snappier globe logics. So, see in the text channel at 13 minutes past the hour. Do you see where I've posted this image? It says, where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D?
Obviously A.
Obviously A. So the horizon is beyond the rigs.
Awesome. Well done, Luke.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I'm going to post the accompanying image for that so that you understand where the math is coming from and why we're welcoming you to Flat Earth.
You know what? Luke, okay. Well done, man. That's
good for you.
Honest.
You know, a lot of globers struggle to identify a horizon nowadays. So, do you see at 14 minutes past the hour in the chat there, Luke?
Are we looking at the same image?
Same image.
Yeah, so in chat, I've posted 2 images now. Do you see it?
Look for the cyclone.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Right, so 14 minutes past the hour. So, we've got the distances to those oil rigs, 6.08 miles and 10.10 miles for platform habitat. You see that?
Okay, yeah.
Right, so your observer height is 8 foot off the surface.
Well, they could have put another one in the background, couldn't they?
Listen, Luke.
Which puts your geometric horizon distance, the horizon that you thought existed before 5 minutes ago, we can calculate where that's supposed to be based on the observer height. So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you can put in your observer height, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be. So for an 8-foot observer, the geometric horizon distance, that curve of the Earth that the boats are supposed to be going over, should be at 3.5 miles. Okay?
Well, if it's like a windy day, the waves are going to be pretty high.
Hold on,
windy
dude.
day, that would make it worse.
A windy day is not going to change the claimed curvature of the ball. Yeah? So the horizon, if it's this curvature of a ball, would be at 3.5 miles for an 8-foot observer. Yes? I mean, you can check the numbers in your own time, but just for the sake of argument, just follow along. I need to know you're following along.
Trusting your calculations, okay?
Okay, good. You can check that in your own time, but the calculations are correct. So, where is the furthest oil rig in that image? What's its distance?
Well, it could be one behind C. I don't
Right, so
see...
what's the distance of platform habitat?
10.
It tells
10.10 miles, and the horizon is seen beyond platform habitat.
Oh, yeah, 10.10, my bad.
So it's further than 10.10 miles, the horizon, yeah? Way further.
Wait, hold on, but where are you getting that from? Sorry.
Because it's further than platform habitat, which is at 10 miles. And the horizon is behind that, so further away, yeah?
No, wait, hold up. No, I'm really confused now. I thought the bigger one was further away. Wait,
no, you didn't. It says 6.8 miles, and that's not how things work. When things get further away, they get smaller.
No, wait. I actually... Oh my... I thought...
Someone posts the Father Ted
I
gif.
thought they were buildings on the back.
Yeah, exactly, Endless.
I thought that was the
they're
ground.
oil rigs, dude. They're oil rigs at sea.
It looks like
Okay, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The point is their distance from shore. So you see the further one is 10 miles, yeah? Platform habitat. Yes? Come on, Luke. I know the public education system hasn't brain up this much.
Okay, platform C looks further away to me.
How?
Wait, what? What the hell?
Luke, you better not be trolling right now. I'm going to beat your ass.
Can you not tell how big platform C is in compared to platform habitat?
Luke, when something gets further away from you, does it get smaller or larger in your vision?
It's massive. That's what I'm saying. It's huge.
So it's closer then.
Oh my
No,
god!
you're assuming that.
Literal Father Dougal.
You're assuming that.
Hey, Cyclone, I think you got to give up, man. I think he's...
Nah, I'm right at the end now. He's going to get this. Right. Platform C is 6 miles, Luke, yes? It's
it does say that. Wait. It's kind of like an illusion. I think I do see it now, actually.
Right, so platform C is 6 miles, platform habitat is 10 miles, yes?
You can look it up if you want, Luke. You can look it up.
Luke, don't start spazzing out. Follow along.
Yeah. I see it. Habitat's 10.10. Platform C is 6.8.
Right, so the horizon is behind platform habitat. It's further away.
So let's call it 10
front
miles.
of it.
Call it
So
10
it's further than 10 miles, yes?
Oh, Retardovich.
I'm so confused. How is the bigger one smaller than the smaller one that's bigger?
It's not about the size of the oil rigs, it's the distance to the horizon. Luke, is the horizon in front of the rigs or behind them? Just answer me that.
Are these the square meterage? Like the floor plan?
Is the horizon behind the rigs or in front of them?
Well, it kind of looks like it's all in line.
It's behind them or in front of them. Luke,
everything's the same size. Yeah. Well done, mate.
Well, they're definitely not the same size.
Well, no shit.
Luke, is the horizon in front of the rigs or is it beyond them? You already said it at the very start. You said A. I'm going to post the fucking image again because you're being a dickhead now for some reason about it.
It looks like it's all the same height.
He literally said, obviously A. Right at the beginning of it.
A, you said.
Yeah. I love the way Scottish people speak to English people. I love it.
Right, I'm posting it in the chat again. 11:20. Where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D? Dickhead.
Come on, you got one more chance, mate.
Where does the sky appear to meet? It's A.
Yes, so it's behind the rigs, beyond the rigs. So stop being a dickhead about it. You've already agreed. Now,
I thought
that is
those
not
buildings
3.5
were on the
miles, is it?
horizon.
That's not 3.5 miles. So according to the globe religion, the horizon has to be in front of the rigs at 3.5 miles. So why is it behind them?
Both? Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to
'cause
be
it's
at
further
3.5
away.
miles.
It's further away.
in your
oh my
theory.
God.
What the fuck are you talking
Our
about?
theory in the photo.
Right, so Luke, you understand now. The horizon being behind the rigs debunks the globe religion. Welcome to Flat Earth. There you go.
Yeah, you're a flat earther and you didn't even know it, man. Welcome.
The horizon can't be in front of those buildings, obviously.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
They're
Exactly, which is
blocking
what the
it.
globe religion requires. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
You're a flat earther and you didn't even know it.
Yes.
Well done, Luke. We
Very
love you,
good,
man.
Luke.
Welcome.
That's a lot of learning for one morning. So
I'm not
if
sure
you
we
need to
want
take a
him.
break.
Yeah,
That's understandable.
Don't forget to pick up your free T-shirt at the merch store.
The average IQ of flat earthers just went down. It's a sad day.
Hey, Luke, you're not that retarded, man.
I tried my best, okay?
No, Luke, you gave it a good shot, and you were actually polite and stuff. So you're already ahead of about 75% of Globers. So well done, you.
Yeah, we really shouldn't be so mean.
I agree. I agree with that, man. Well done, Luke. Welcome. You're welcome back anytime.
Welcome to reality.
Yeah. We will. We'll maybe afford you the kindness of letting you ask some questions, since you eventually conceded that you're a cartoon ball.
Go ahead, Luke.
Come on, Luke. Ask your most pressing question.
This is okay. I'm thinking about setting up two cameras facing each other now, so I can see both
see if
horizons
one's
at the
higher
same
than
time.
the
Oh, Jesus.
Come on, Luke. So is that a dip or a hump?
Double hump dip.
I don't. I guess I'd be in the middle. It would be hard to tell.
No, you couldn't be.
You don't double hump a dip,
You've got one camera at one end and one camera at the other end. So it would either be a dip or a hump.
Question is, Luke, are you getting dipped or humped?
Does the water in the photo look dipped or humped, Luke? Or does it just kind of look flat?
I need chocolate, man.
You need chocolate.
Needs to get sugar
Yeah, fair enough.
He needs a hug.
I like chocolate.
That's all right, Luke. Yeah, Luke, you're a good lad.
We're not that mean. Like, you come in here and everyone goes, "Ooh, flat earthers are retards." But when we start asking questions, are those
They've started a
that
chat.
retarded or what?
They've started
They're
up
not retarded,
a pet feelings chat. That's so good. Look at this.
Did they? They also
Started a
started
cult.
a
Let me post
They
that in the
started a flat Earth as a dumb chat as well.
And it's all the usual suspects of guys who have been trying and failing to prove the globe.
I'll go teach them.
Terminus.
What are you going to teach him, Luke? Oh, he's gone, man. Poor Luke. Feel sorry for
Be
him.
corrupted by the anti-flats. Just another series of lies to fill his head with.
Oh, is he immediately gone to cope in there?
Immediately.
Oh,
Yeah, he's gone in there.
Guys,
The
they just flashbacked me. Help me. How's the Earth a globe again?
Re-indoctrinate me. Help.
Take me back. Take me back. Exactly. Re-indoctrinate
The cogniz hurts. Make it stop, please.
I need some chocolate and some spooning. Gentle spooning.
And a cuddle.
Oh man.
Make sure it's milk, not dark.
I bet they're also still listening to us on the live stream. So you guys in there, Luke is going to need some of your best Globe cartoons to make him feel better. So please give him those cartoons.
And some aloe vera.
Yeah, nice guy. You could probably show that stupid video that you've been spamming our text with that actually shows a flat section in it, which is just awesome, you numpty.
I posted you know what? In there. Let's see what they think now that the asteroid has a 0% chance of hitting Earth. The great pump and dump.
You know what, Matrix? I've never realised how Aussie you sound.
Cheers, mate.
What?
You never realised how Aussie Matrix sounds. Matrix is like fucking Chopper Reed or something.
Yeah,
great.
I can't believe you know Chopper Reed.
The nasty spawn of Steve Irwin and Crocodile Dundee.
We're gonna go with Crocker.
Yeah, Chopper's a legend.
Chopper. Have you seen the movie Cyclone?
Yeah. The Eric Bana one.
Yeah. How good's that? When
Bana's best role.
He goes into those guys I've seen. He goes, "I've heard that you've got some money for me."
Actually, Timbo, you sound like fucking Chopper Reed. That's hilarious. That's funny.
No, I sound like Eric Bana. I sound like, yeah.
Yeah, true.
I've heard that you've got money for me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fucking hello.
Hello.
There's no cash here.
No cash here, bro.
Here, there's no cash. Cash, no. Robbo? No cash.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No cash here, mate.
Robbo? No cash.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Anyway.
Alright. Someone jumped in before and I think we rudely muted you. I do apologise. Outlaw, I'm going to unmute you. No, you're not muted.
No,
Outlaw, you're up, man. Easy?
Yeah, I'll unmute. Is that Robert?
No, right down the bottom is called Outlaw.
Yeah, it's me, brother.
You're Robert.
I'm just listening.
Oh, what's up, Rob? Long time. How you doing?
Hey, Rob. Hey, I got a question for you. Got the bumper clot? Hey, Rob, have you got any proof that the Earth is a globe?
Does he? Don't get him started, Timbo. Give him your best proof. Tell him about the rocket you touched.
You guys waffled through that perspective.
What do you mean waffled through the perspective?
Yeah.
We did not do the waffling, my friend.
Yeah. What is the math for your perspective? What's the law? Go.
What's the law from your perspective?
It's a sphere.
Don't be a good boy.
So yeah, no.
What law is that?
Don't ask me the question. Answer the question. What is the law for the perspective?
The law of perspective is it's a sphere.
No, that's not an answer. What's the law for that horizon? Go.
What do you mean, the law? What's that?
Why is that horizon there? Why?
What do you mean? Why is the horizon there? Are you saying the horizon is Earth curve?
Yeah, the horizon is because of the Earth curve, but you guys are saying no. So tell me, what is the math and the perspective?
So we've got a cause and effect relationship here. The horizon causes Earth curve.
No.
That's what you just said 5 seconds ago, you tubber.
No, that's not what I said.
Yourself.
That's not what I said.
Hang on. Was it
horizon
going along?
Because
Rob, Rob, chill, brother. Hey, I like cricket too, man. Yeah.
I mean, like soccer too, football. They play football.
Yeah, we like the football and the cricket. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you guys
were you following along when we did the ABC D? Did you follow along with the photos in the side chat?
Yeah. What is the law for that perspective? Go.
What's the law of perspective?
Gonna have to define terms.
Come on, Rob.
Yeah, you told Luke it's perspective for that horizon. Give us the law.
Rob, what is the law of perspective?
I'm asking you.
No, you're the one bringing it up.
I'm asking you the question, brother.
Yeah, but I'm asking you the question, brother.
Uh-oh.
There's multiple factors at play. Multiple factors.
Why is that horizon
When we were talking about perspective earlier, we were talking about from an artistic perspective, like
art,
vanishing points.
Are you saying the horizon?
Converging lines.
Yeah, but there's one question, Rob. Is the horizon Earth curve?
The horizon is because of the Earth's curvature, 100%.
No, that's not what I asked. Is the horizon Earth curve?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so why does it change?
Height of the observer.
No. What if you're at the same level and then it changes?
Changes with the weather.
Yeah, refraction.
Refraction.
So not Earth curve. Optical.
Not Earth curve.
No, it is Earth curve, but refraction is also a phenomenon.
So refractional Earth curve.
Who said that?
Me.
You did.
Nope. Nope. Did not. If you're seeing an object
So
further,
you didn't say refractional Earth curve.
I mean, first he started with that the horizon is Earth curve. That was the first definitive statement.
That's not what I said.
So it's a
You said the horizon is Earth curve.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's how we started it.
I said that, yes, but I'm saying refraction.
But other factors.
Not.
Refraction is not Earth curve. Refraction is not Earth
So
curve.
it's not. So the horizon is Earth curve, but refraction is Earth curve.
No, refraction is another phenomenon.
Okay, so what's Earth curve?
The horizon is because the Earth curves.
So how do you have Earth curve and refraction?
Refraction is another phenomenon.
You're just saying.
What is this phenomena doing? What is this phenomena doing to the Earth curve?
That phenomena directs light because of pressure and temperature in the air.
No, but see, what you would need to do was prove that the Earth was curving for you to get refraction of Earth curve.
Yes, that's already locked in.
Okay,
We're talking about the horizon.
When did you confirm that the Earth?
No.
Oh, lock it in, Eddie. Lock it in.
Why is the horizon there? That's a question for you.
I asked you a question.
No, you haven't answered mine.
Because you asked your question after I asked yours.
You haven't answered my question as to the laws of perspective for that horizon. You need to answer that.
What's the law of perspective?
Yeah, answer that question, brother.
What is the law of perspective?
I'm asking you, brother. Go.
You muted me because I made sense. You are a bad faith artist.
Oh my god. You got 1, 2, 3 retards.
No, brother. Answer the question. What is the laws of perspective that governs that horizon? You need to answer that question.
You're the one claiming a horizon.
Did the words law of perspective pass a flat earther's lips earlier? Or is that a sentence that you said?
You stated perspective. What is the law? What is the experiment for that horizon?
You're the one claiming it.
The context when we raised perspective earlier was in the context of art and converging lines and vanishing points. That was the context of the conversation.
Yeah, but
you're talking when you say law of perspective? Are you invoking like a natural law?
Yes, there is a law that governs.
So what's the law?
There's a law that governs.
So what is the law?
A singular law? Like, this is the fallacy of the single cause. The way we experience reality via our visual senses doesn't boil down to a single law. There's many facets.
So now it's biology. That's
certainly part of it. Do you think your eyes are not biology?
Yeah, Robert, you're messing up the flow.
Robert,
what's
the law, man?
This isn't any cowbell.
The law, Robert.
What is the biology in your eyes that puts the horizon there?
Robert,
Non sequitur. Why are you doing
What is the law of the perspective that
you know
you're saying that puts the horizon there?
I think that people from your country would be embarrassed by you, man.
When that Robert, you're not. Listen, you're just taking off into non-sequitur bullshit. When the geometric horizon is not in its right place, it's breaking the law, or your law, anyway.
No,
you broke. Oh, you
It's in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, we also have laws around refraction. What law on flat Earth puts the horizon there? Go.
Robert, that's an nonsense question. That's through two mediums. So what two mediums are you looking through?
What a retard. The guy's a retard. I don't even know why you guys are speaking to him.
He's just hitting buzzwords.
No, guys, you have no explanation for your horizon on the flat Earth. I'm just pointing that out.
Robert, you've got no explanation on your ball Earth.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, why is
okay,
the
go
horizon
ahead.
beyond the range?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, the radius of the planet is 4,000 miles. That puts that radius at 1.2 times
where'd you get it
times
from?
the square root of the observer height. That is the geometric law that puts that horizon there. Now,
where did you get it from, Robert?
Your law that puts that horizon there. Go.
Where is the horizon? Where did you get the radius from? Where'd you get the radius from, man?
No, I'm just giving you my explanation, my geometric explanation.
Yeah, but where'd you get it from, though?
Give me yours. Go.
Hey, Robert, in order for you to speak of Baltard, you must prove Baltard. You've come in here talking about refraction and shit. You don't even know what refraction is.
Yes, I do.
Between geometric and refraction, like
what?
There's no consistency here.
What creates a horizon on a flat Earth? Go.
You just said
perspective. What is the law of perspective that puts that horizon there?
One of them is the Rayleigh criteria. One of them is the Rayleigh criteria.
Rayleigh criteria, really?
Yeah,
okay. You can block that horizon out. Put a piece of paper over that horizon. The object will go down.
Robert, we're not going to follow you into this nonsense land.
I can't believe you guys are even arguing with these guys. Fuck that.
I've never talked with
He made the claim. He made the claim. Can I?
You made a claim about Rayleigh's criteria. Give me the math. Go.
It's not a claim. I didn't make a claim about the Rayleigh criteria.
Yes, you did.
Are you saying the Rayleigh criteria doesn't exist? Is that your
Rayleigh's criteria does exist, but that's not why that horizon works. Why? Give me the math.
So
you don't think an optical dissolution point is related to the Rayleigh criteria?
You know what he's essentially saying is he's saying you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth.
Oh,
that's what he's
saying.
saying.
How would you go about proving that? But I mean, the Earth measures flat, and we have a horizon, so that's just absurd on the face of it.
Yeah, it's retarded.
He's trying to reverse the burden of proof because he can't address why the horizon is not where it's supposed to be.
But he wants it to be geometric for some reason.
Well, he said that. He said the horizon is to be at 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
His claim was the horizon for 1 foot observers at 1.2 miles, but that's not where it's observed, Robert. So that debunks your own claim.
Has he answered the ABCD question? Where is the horizon at some point?
No.
Never?
He won't answer.
Never answers that one? Oh, okay.
He's bombaclat.
See in the other chat, they're doing like fucking blackboard equations and they're smart by fucking drawing out circles and radius and all this.
I can't believe,
and this proves that we wouldn't be spinning off and flying off into space at the equator like the dumb flat earthers say. It's like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
The funny thing is, like, Cyclone, I've been away for 6 months, and I know who this guy is. You know, like, because I've been listening. You know, and I go, "Oh, this is Robert, the retard." Yeah,
Lee Robert, the rocket touching retard from. No, I wouldn't say that. He's all right. I mean, at least he's not religious.
No,
right? He's not.
I'll say it, but you don't have to say it. Yeah. He's a diehard Glober, man. Like, what do you do?
Yeah.
But at least he's got like a different flavor to him. It's not like the usual soy fucking Western accent annoying teenager. It's like arguing reality with Shaggy.
Yeah, yeah. And
I got my
on the bathroom floor, you know, like, or a bowler, you know, from not Ebola. I mean, a bowler from like a Western. What are they called? The cricket team, West Indies.
West Indies.
Yeah.
Yeah, the West
That are not very good anymore. They were good when they had, you know, Brian Lara, Cordelian Bros, you know, all them.
Another once great nation fallen to corruption.
Mate, it was so good. That
Why is
cricket
RC
team was
Meisty in the chat? RC Meisty in the chat saying, "Can anyone in here explain why it takes more energy to walk upstairs compared to going downstairs the same distance?"
He's all yours, man.
No, I don't think he's even in. It's just funny that's.
Why does it take more energy for me to sink to the bottom of a pool than rise to the top of it?
Depends if it's a salt pool, Endless.
Wow. I can float on top of a pool for a very long time, but if you put me at the bottom of the pool, I'm not going to last very long.
We got off on the wrong foot the other night, dude.
No worries, man.
Yeah.
I want to be
talking smack when
I was just excited about being back, and I just wanted
Timbo
to
gets a
argue with
couple of
someone.
beers and thinks he's Chopper Reed.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, the Cope channel is so much fun. It's like there's only 2 people in that whole channel who don't have me blocked.
Hey, you know, you know what the funny thing is, Crit? I went through the banned people who are banned in politics, and you were banned like on every channel.
That's a badge of honor.
I know. It's like they tell you, oh, we can't talk about flat Earth because of the flat Earthers. Okay, sure, I'm in your channel now. What happens? Oh, when you got banned. Like, what the fuck? You flat Earthers never leave your channel. Crit does.
It was funny. I was scrolling through who was banned, and it was just Crit.
Yeah, Crit triggers.
You guys ever done raids on the other channels?
No, not really. I mean, I think we used to kind of do that, but not really like raids. We would speak to the server people before and say, "Hey, do you want us to come over?" And then we'd come over, but we never really do the raid
started
things.
out. We had
did
our
one
channel.
episode. We dropped from here. There was one kid that dropped in here, mouthing off, thought he was all that in a bag of chips. And about 10 of us dropped down and went and paid their little channel a visit one day. And they were pretty quiet afterwards. He didn't come back in here for about 3 months.
Hey, Crit, you remember when this channel started? Like with, what's his name? Where's he gone, man? The
Panto.
Scottish dude. Panto. Yeah, where's he gone?
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
I've not heard from Panto in ages. Old dudes might have I might know where Panto is about.
Yeah, he's his accounts a lot, and I kind of lost track of what his current account is, so I'm not really sure. You know,
But him and Heretic, he started this channel and left it to Heretic pretty much. Yeah?
Maybe
that's right.
Because I was in here when it was just me, Heretic, and Panto. It was like the first day. And it was chaos, man. It was absolute chaos.
Looks like you've got a friend, Crit.
Yeah.
Oh, Crit's got friends?
What I have noticed about this technologist Muppet is it's all about your social standing, how other people view you, and that's his thinking. So if you want to use
How much money do you earn, Flat Earther?
It's because
Yeah.
That's
What do you do for work?
projection of how
Flat Earther?
that's how insecure they all are. That's their projection, because that's what they're
you have
most concerned about. How they'll be.
Do you have a job? Do you have a job, Cyclone? Like, you know.
How many degrees do you have, Flat Earther?
Triggering globies. My job.
It's so good. Even though I've been missing, I've been listening to you guys day after day. It's so funny, man.
Speaking of triggered, Startard and RC Moisty.
There we go.
There you go. So Starlife's muted. So we'll unmute Starlife, shall we?
Yeah, he's got to talk. I told him I would
Brace yourself.
unban them.
I just
do is
unmuted him.
he's
There
just
we
got to say hello. That's it. Just prove that he's
There you go,
smart
Starlife.
enough. Just say hello. That's it.
Go Starlife.
Come on, you
You're
can
up.
do it. You can do it, little guy. Just say hello. Be
Hey,
functionally-
Starlife.
Come on, the
Hello?
med's got to be working. It got to be working enough to just open your mic.
Is it me you're looking for?
This is a safe place. You're in a
you're
safe place.
Yeah, you're safe and secure. You just say hello. Hello, everybody. Nope, couldn't do it.
Hey, Roots, I see you there, mate.
Bloody Timbo.
What the
Good to
hell
see you.
going on?
Mate, I heard your voice yesterday and I thought, nah, that's not Timbo. And then I saw you again today. I thought,
Wait, hold
where
on.
you been?
You guys, hold on. He opened his mic. His mic is open.
Sorry. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, Starlife. There you go. I see your mic is open. You just make it happen.
This is a big moment, I agree.
Yeah, this is huge. This is like a year and a half trying to get this guy just to say hi.
Oh, Starlife, you're the guy that pings me all the time and we never met. This is wonderful. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you had to ruin it, didn't you?
I was too excited. Sorry. I could hardly contain myself.
I'm almost scared to hear
Typical
what
with
he
those
sounds
Amish people.
like a hello.
He's gone.
No, he's still here.
No, he's still here.
Line's open. Welcome to the party chat.
No, he's DMing. He says no one can hear him, and we're brainwashing him that he should be able to talk. But
wait,
yeah,
ask
we're
the-
pretending not to hear him.
Wait, RC Moisty. Welcome.
We're gaslighting him?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Wait, RC Moisty, welcome to the chat.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Magnetic West, back from the past.
Right, so I have a question. Does anybody have an answer to my question?
Yes. What's your
What's your question?
It's about kids. He wants to know how we are able to see our kids.
Yeah. The question is, why does it take more energy to walk upstairs compared to going downstairs?
Because you're going up.
Why is that?
Why does it take more energy to sink to the bottom of a pool than float to the top?
It
Now, why is it relevant? Why is this relevant to this topic?
What if you make that pool salt water?
Does anybody have an answer?
Why do deep sea divers wear heavy lead weights around their
Hey,
waist?
wait, can I just speak? Oh, I'm going to. Hey, RC Moisty, go on, open your mic, man.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if anybody has an answer.
Yeah, to what?
That's my question.
Why don't you go ask some like science forum?
What's your question, RC Moisty?
Why does it take more energy to walk upstairs than downstairs?
Yeah.
Why do deep sea divers wear lead weights around their waist?
Does anybody have an answer to my question?
Yeah, because you're going up.
My question is presented in a way to make you think about your own question. Like,
Does
it's not just
anybody
some
have an answer to
random
the
noise.
question?
Because if you were
It's not just some
walking
random
upstairs,
noise.
if you were deep underwater and started walking up the stairs, it'd be effortless.
Does anybody have an answer to the question?
So
Yeah,
all
the
those
answer
people
is
have just
depths and
answered,
surrounding medium.
and you refuse to listen to it.
I haven't heard the answer yet.
Is this an AI?
You just told, hold on. You were just told the answer by Amish. You're denser than the surrounding medium. So when you try to go up, you're fighting against the density or the lack of density in the atmosphere, in the air.
Equilibrium, lowest energy state.
Absolutely wonderful. Fighting against.
RC Meisty.
Yeah. Let me just explain that, Timbo, just in case he doesn't understand.
Yeah, you're right.
Things at rest are at something called equilibrium. Things that are at equilibrium are at rest. Okay, you understand that. So once you take something
equilibrium of what? Hold up, Roots. Equilibrium of what? So in an equilibrium, you're talking about a balance of something. A balance of what, Roots?
Called relative density.
Density, yes.
Can I just ask this guy a question? I just want to ask one question. RC Meisty, have you got any proof of the globe?
Absolutely. Next question.
Go ahead.
Distances and directions.
Go ahead, RC Meisty.
Yeah. I still haven't got an answer to my question yet. So
while you're still on
equilibrium
you have had an answer. You just don't understand the answer.
No, Roots. I'm asking Roots here.
Okay.
So what if there's no
equilibrium
answer?
of what?
So what if there's no answer, RC? What then?
There we go.
Then what? Then what?
Thanks, Tito.
Then what?
And then it becomes a battle of whose story is the most popular.
Can I just ask one question? I just want to ask one question.
A genuine question.
Okay.
Why would you preface it that way?
Instead of
have your other questions?
I feel like some of these. Yeah, no, I'm just saying the question is genuine and it's not in bad faith.
You're right. You're Australian, so we'll give you a go, man.
In terms of like footage from like NASA and stuff, so like all this space footage, how would you just say it's like all fake? Or, like,
would you say it's real? Would you say it's real?
Why should we believe
it? I don't think I have to. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't believe half the stuff that NASA puts out. But
yeah, so you answered your own question.
So why would you believe it then?
Well, I just think it's like really excessive to the point where it's like, I don't know, like every
because we know that
we get like
gas pressure. We know that the space thing they're telling us is fake. So
yeah, so what you believe is excessive. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's more so like
on the particular
footage. Any of it. Come on, dude. You're saying you believe half of it.
What's excessive is the relentless presentation of so-called evidence that violates natural law. That's what's relentless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, space doesn't work in reality. You can't have a vacuum next to air pressure.
Palamas, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I know that the Earth is a globe. So no.
No.
Just a belief system.
Yeah, that's what we're saying here. It's a belief. It's not reality.
Yeah, my son believes in the Tooth Fairy and Santa, and I love him, so it's not a problem.
That's because you're indoctrinating him, Roots.
He loves it. It's fine.
How old is he? Is he a little bit too slow to be still believing in the Tooth Fairy?
No, he's 7.
Cut off. He's on the edge.
And listen, he's suspicious, but he understands the gifts that comes with the belief. So he's playing the game.
No, absolutely. You can see it in their eyes. It's great.
I'm going to ask you a serious question, Palamas. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. What evidence have you got that the Earth is a globe?
I never said I have evidence, so I don't.
But you believe it, right?
So you don't know that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I that's what I said before. I don't know that the Earth is a globe because I don't have.
No. We're not talking about knowing. We're talking about beliefs. Why do you believe?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying I don't. I never said.
He's on the fence. He's on the fence. So he doesn't.
On the fence. That's cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a reason to be on the fence, right?
You say you're on the flat
part of the fence. I wouldn't. Yeah, so I'm just saying I wouldn't believe it because I don't know it. So there's just like no reason for me to believe it. Right.
Okay, so
regards
that's,
to
that's the
NASA
whole point. So you then have to go and find the evidence if you want to believe it, and this is what all the Globers are doing, but they can't actually find it.
We've all been there.
Well, what do you think they're going to show you
Desperately
now at this
looking
point? They've already showed you all the Globe videos and cartoons. Like, what could they show you at this point to convince you?
Well, I mean, the only thing that would convince me is if I actually empirically verified it myself.
Okay, so the only thing you can empirically verify yourself is that the surface is flat and motionless. That's all you experience empirically.
Yeah, I know.
So until
I can
you get
affirm
the
that,
other
but,
side,
like, yeah, but
Flat
like
Earth.
I can affirm that I can see that the Earth is, like, from my perspective, quite flat. That doesn't mean that the whole Earth is flat. Like, I couldn't make that claim, so I'm just not making
That's
that
fair.
claim.
But until the other side is satisfied,
seems flat, but it must be a globe.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't come and refute you guys because I don't think there's like a
That's
valid
fine. That's fine.
refutation.
I'm not saying that's fine. I'm not saying that that's the end of the discussion. But until you have something to the contrary, that's all you have.
Yeah.
You got a good mic too. Got a really good
A battle
mic.
between empiricism and argument ad populum. Everyone says this thing, and I was told it repeatedly throughout my entire life. It contradicts what I experience, but there's a lot of people telling me stuff. That's the
It's the stuff you can't verify. That's the problem. It's stuff you can't verify. And that's why
There's
flat
so
Earth's
many of them.
beautiful.
There's so
Flat
many
Earth's
of them
beautiful.
saying it, though.
Yeah, we don't need any belief.
Hey, Palamas, why do you think there are flat earthers?
I don't know.
Yes.
I assume you
Steel
think
man
you have like
position.
valid justification, I guess.
No. Yeah. Do you think we know something that you don't? Or no?
But no, I don't think so.
I know, Timbo, because there's still empirical people left in the world. That's why. They're slowly getting rid of them, though.
I think our numbers are growing. I think that's a psyop.
People who respect empirical data.
Big part of the whole edifice of society is convincing you, if you're on the outside, that you're alone and that your numbers are dwindling. I think we're growing.
He's gone. He left.
Internet problems, surely.
Kitchen's too hot this morning, I think.
I think Cyclones just scares these guys off with his Scottish accent.
No, I think I'm pretty friendly.
Absolutely. Glasgow friendly.
You guys check it out. The Star Life said I hacked his account and changed the settings on his microphone so he wouldn't be able to talk, just to embarrass him.
Have a look. Startard has changed his name to Flurps Are Scared of Me. And yet you're the one that can't talk.
Yeah, it's
Rejection much?
Crit, you got to stop doing this shit to these people, mate.
No, it's so bad.
You're a menace.
Yeah, you got to stop hacking the mics.
This is standard behaviour in Australia. You're just being racist.
Yep.
I love how they blame us when they embarrass themselves.
He didn't even have to say anything to embarrass himself. It's his inability
you know what,
to say something.
I've been listening to Cyclone way before I jumped on 24/7. Mate, I don't know how you do it sometimes.
Well, he is quite friendly as far as werewolves.
Calm as fuck.
There's nothing not to be calm about. I mean, they don't have anything. And when they try, it's usually just a win for us anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I can remember when I felt uncertain about this topic. I was much more aggravated by it. It's just constant amusement now.
Yeah, that's why I was like having this weird conversation with you the other night. And like, I wasn't sure where you were at. Like,
Yeah.
And now
I'm at the point where every little bit of the AE pizza domes and discs, all that stuff.
Yeah,
it's gone.
I get it, man.
It doesn't work. That's where I'm at. It's funny because the topic has been coming up a lot. I would say in the areas of higher level flat Earth discussion about south polar rotations.
Where there may be 2 rotations.
Maybe.
Yeah, is there any evidence that the sun at the Tropic of Capricorn encircles Polaris?
That's the thing. It certainly doesn't appear to do that from my perspective, and I've lived in many positions south of the tropic, and I've observed the sunset and sunrise angles of the many latitudes.
That what happens in the summer in Australia is the sun sets south east.
Yeah, south of east.
In the summer.
South of west. Yeah, it rises south of east and it sets south of west.
Yeah, which is really weird. Yeah.
Well, it's only weird if you want to reify the AE map.
Yeah,
and that was the original psyop.
Yeah,
that was
you're
the
right.
original trick when you turned up here.
Because what happens is, so you're in Tasmania. So when I'm in Melbourne, we have to correct for 12 degrees. I think it is.
16.
So it ends up
currently at 16.
16 degrees.
So they say.
What do you have to correct for?
Roughly the same. We're not that far apart in Melbourne. It's just a couple hundred. It's a few hundred kilometres.
Are you in Devonport or?
I'm in Hobart.
Oh, you're in Hobart. Oh, it's a fair bit.
It's not. On the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge difference. But we have roughly the same apparent, the same amount of claimed declination.
Yeah.
I have my suspicions about that whole claim.
What, magnetic declination?
Yeah. The scope and scale of it, I'm suspicious of.
In what way?
I don't particularly believe that there are positions in the south where you have to correct 90 degrees or... Because there's some places where they claim south is almost opposite.
I've seen them on the declination map. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you
pretty
mean.
Wild. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a big hole down the bottom of Australia. Yeah.
Yeah. My suspicion is that potentially that the north of the equator and south of the equator are not necessarily symmetrical, but I don't think they diverge to the rate that's claimed. And I definitely think that latitude lines converge in 2 positions on the surface.
The latitude lines only converge magnetically. Yeah?
No. Nope.
Yeah,
it's a south celestial pole where the longitudinal lines terminate in the sky that have ground positions that correlate with them. Same with the north.
I'm not saying there's not some amount of fuckery going on. I just don't think the level that would be required. I mean, there's amateur astronomers all over the place with telescopes looking at positions in the sky. They can't lie about it to the degree that would be required.
What do you mean lie about it, though?
Like the South Celestial Pole.
There is a South Celestial Pole. You can watch over the course of...
I agree with you there. Yeah, there is.
Well, that destroys the AE map completely.
Of course it does. Always.
Yeah. But there is this leftover craft in OG flat earthers.
Yeah.
Like the
now I
don't use too many names because people aren't here.
Elijah,
wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Elijah.
Listen to what you're saying. What you're saying is it destroys the AE map. No, the AE map, just like every other projection, is useful for what it's useful for. when you say it destroys the AE map, you have to reify it first.
That's a good point. The AE
You
map
have to reify it as a representation of a model of reality from the perspective of certain flat earthers. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't apply the non-uniform scale properly, these flat earthers. Globers, too. They ignore the non-uniform scale, where the South Pole in the celestial coordinate system is a gigantic ring on the map when it's a point in the sky in reality.
Yeah, based on the sky. Yeah.
Right. So longitudinal lines don't continue out radially past the equatorial line in the celestial coordinate system.
And there definitely seems to be a correspondence between the celestial coordinate system and surface positions. Otherwise, the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, you'd have to apply celestial navigation properly and consistently in all cases, as it's shown to be the case in reality. And you discover some really fascinating things.
This is beyond my...
or is that all or
I'll leave it
nothing
to you
fallacy? That also sounds like an all or nothing fallacy, like the South must be symmetrical to the North.
No. Well, as I said earlier, I'm not entirely sure that the South is symmetrical. I'm willing to allow a certain amount, much like I would allow a certain amount.
Wait a minute. When you say certain amount, like we got to be very hyper understanding of what we're saying, because I don't know.
A few percent, not 100%, is what I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm stopping you because when you say certain, I know you're talking about a percentage. A percentage of what? 100% of a claim? How do you know? Right? See what I'm saying?
Because, like, the quality, the difference that would be required for there to be 100% of something is very different for the difference that would be required for 0 to 10% of something.
But what is that? What is
the ability to hide 100% is very different from the ability to hide 1 or 2%.
I'm not talking about hiding it. I'm not talking about hiding anything. So the moment I try to hit your premise twice, you interrupt me twice.
Sorry.
I don't want to fight for the money. No, I don't know what you're talking about. That's non sequitur to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're saying, well, this could be of a certain degree or a certain percentage of what? Of a whole claim that you have invalidated? Like, before I even know anything, just from language alone, I'm like, something smells here. Because why are you making these assumptions to then say, well, these other things are incorrect? I don't get it.
Because people navigate in the South. People know their location in the South. And if
but that still sounds like a non sequitur.
Just like they do in the North.
How is that a non sequitur?
Because how are you telling your response to me asking you how you can make a claim to a certain degree and say, well, people navigate in the South. So what does that mean?
That means they know their location on the surface based on the relationship, the angular relationship with the stars.
Okay, with the stars. Okay, and
with the South Celestial Pole, like in the North.
Okay.
Right. And all the navigational stars in the South.
Okay, so your point is what?
I can help out Endless real quick, potentially. I got a screen cap from Stellarium that I want him to confirm exists in reality.
Sure.
So there, 9 minutes past the hour. View from Hobart.
Okay.
Do people south of the equator see that?
Yeah. At that time, that's the position, the relationship between those positions of those stars.
So if we apply the principles of Selnav consistently in the south as we do in the north, then we can take an elevation angle to GA Crux, which is the tip of the Southern Cross there, that's lowest to the horizon, which means we go south to go north. Just as in the north, we go north to go south if we see the Big Dipper in a position like this relative to Polaris.
Uh-oh.
GA Crux can be seen above an observer in Chile. Southern Chile. From Tasmania.
Yeah, I gotta be not working to follow. I'm not looking at what you're saying. Okay, well keep this point, and I guess we'll talk about it on the side, or just bring it up at some point again later.
Sure thing. I think it's the topic of 2025 now.
It's gotta be, because we're not letting it go. We're like dogs on a bone, right? Like it just keeps coming up. But I like it though. This is more healthy than any other flat earth, like back and forth.
I agree.
Keep trying.
Thank you.
If it wasn't
good to see everyone back in 24/7, and it's good to see that Elijah's still got the worst mic.
Like even the panel is split. You know what I'm saying? The FED panel, even we're split. Like we don't know what the fuck. We're trying to figure it out.
That's what I mean by craft. That's all I mean by craft. You repeat a certain line for 10 years, and it becomes part of you.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not making aspersions or.
Can you explain that, Endless? Can you add to that? I want to know what that means.
It's the basis of any mind control. You repeat something over and over and over again.
Who's repeating what?
But did you hear what he asked? Did you hear what he asked, though? Because you didn't answer what he asked.
I'm talking about, there's aspects of the concept of the AE map that talks about boundaries of reality, domes, disk shapes, and it's built in. It's built into the ideas that have been. I don't know how to talk about. It's built
so you're not
into the
talking
ideas of
about
flat Earth.
FED or nothing? Because most of us didn't.
There's a little bit of it there. You have to admit, there's a little bit of it there.
Listen to what I'm saying. Most of us didn't succumb to that, though. Like me, for example. I don't know what you mean, guys.
Well,
I'm just trying to understand. Like, you know
I'm
what?
stepping into the Viper's Den at this
Don't make
point.
generalizations. Then
Okay.
won't ask you what you mean.
From my
when I say I don't
interpretation
like
of
somebody, everybody knows. When I say shit, man.
Circles.
Like, can we talk in the same room without bumping heads? Is that possible? Is it me or is it him?
I'm trying.
No,
I think there's Discord lag.
You guys are speaking over the top of each other, and
right. Is it me or
a
is
little
it him?
bit? Yeah. No, I think it's both
Discord.
of you. Yeah.
Well, I know when I start talking to respond to him, he starts talking again. That can't be Discord, can it?
I think we have half a second of delay.
That's perfect.
Yeah, but that's fine. See how we're talking back and forth now that everybody's aware of who's interrupting who? But when he makes a point and I go, oh no, I'm not saying, like, he just keeps talking.
I had to wait half a second in order to find that pause.
Eli, our friend Endless is in freaking southern Tasmania of all places. Like, come on. The little carrier pigeon has longer to fly.
Yeah, I can't get a full word with context out. It's like, no. How about just don't make generalizations?
When you said generalizations, I said I'm willing to talk about a specific thing.
Okay. I mean, generalizations about people, though. And I was responding as when I don't like someone, everyone knows it because I'll say the name specifically and I'll say specifically why. So I'm not going to make a generalization about something generally about someone. That's annoying.
I agree. So to clarify, I don't think it's endemic to the entire FED crew, but I think there is a little bit of AE cruft in there. A little bit of physical domes touching physical earth, containing physical air.
Oh, hold up. Guess what? I'm the type of person that is never. I'm the type of person that said, I know it's not a dome. I never thought it was a dome because for the angle, I assume the sky is flat. As a matter of fact,
and I'm not talking about you.
Look at you. Look at you. Watch yourself. I'm not done. Picking up CJB. Now, what I'm saying is, there's a lot of us that know. As a matter of fact, only Neil, I think, thinks that it's a dome. No one else says that. And no one says there's a necessity for it to be a dome specifically. Could be some sort of a head shape, could be some sort of a petri dish. Could be that. But still contained though. The only thing that breaks our point is that it actually was a dome. But that's the one thing none of us thinks it is. Except for Neil.
What about QE?
Also, he doesn't think it's a dome.
Well,
you guys,
this is what I'm talking about, the little bits of cruft that's left over, because when I've said certain things, he's had certain responses.
Yeah, because we still know it's contained. We still know that it's contained. All right, you did say 1 second. Go ahead.
Yeah,
right, but when I say that maybe the ground, like when I'm talking about the ground, I'm not ever claiming that it's not finite. That's actually the opposite of what I'm saying.
Wait, what?
Okay, but yours has an argument from ignorance, saying, and it doesn't make any sense in reality. You're just saying reality is somewhere, versus us saying that air must. Oh my God! Now I'm asking you guys again. That lag is that lag, because this is why I bump heads with him. I don't like when people stutter through what I'm trying to say and get clear. I don't like it. Everyone here who's known me for years knows that. But if you don't do it to me, I won't do it to you. And if I do it to you, I'll say, you know what, forgive me. But you consistently
think it's lag.
Because but you know he's lying, right? Because he specifically was stuttering through what I was saying because he had objection to it. Now he's saying it's lag. And you guys know that that's bullshit at this point.
No, I can hear
someone else that was trying to say something, and you've just taken it as endless, and I think you've got lag also.
And I did, and I also apologized, didn't I? Because I said, "Oh, you know what? I heard you saying such and such. My bad." Just like I said, I do, didn't I?
I hear. I think that.
Sorry.
I think they can both hear each other. Yeah.
Who the fuck thought that a flat Earth is?
Here we go. We got a retard. Wait.
You are the one who retarded. Why did you write this?
Okay. Here we go. Ravager, Bloodban, whatever. Proof the Earth is a globe. Go for it, man.
Oh, now I understand. So flat Earth exists because you believe in it, right?
No, you're being a retard. Prove it, man. Prove you're not a retard.
I'll prove you that I'm not a retard. I will tell you. So I will prove it. I will prove it. Do you know the human's microbiome, the fungus in the human microbiome?
Oh my God, man! But I would rather go back. I would rather go back to Elijah and. Ravager? Are you going to say something or not?
What's that crazy beeping going on? Where's that coming from?
I think it's Elijah's mic, but.
So what he got up?
Yeah, it was, but I muted.
No, but that's
like
fine. I think
just noise spam. It's like holy crap. Like
all right, Ravager, Bloodban. Go ahead, present your evidence.
Okay, I will go ahead. I will tell you. The thing is about our world right now, kids get vaccinated when they are super young.
What the heck, dude? No. Wrong topic. This is not a health room.
You're a retard, man. Yeah. Sorry, man. You gotta go, mate.
Jeez.
What's wrong with these people? Amish?
That would be an evidence fail. We ask for evidence. That is not evidence.
I've noticed lately a lot of these guys want to talk about anything but flat Earth, but they still come. It's weird.
Hey, Roots.
Yo, what's up?
Man.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is.
I'm here for the drama. I'm here for the source. I don't want to talk about off-topic subjects.
Here, let me try something real quick, if I may. Blood, you there? Blood thicker?
Oh no, we're not going for the email, are we?
Yeah, I just want to see. Maybe he's just not even here or paying attention.
Yeah, but he's a.
Yeah, he's a Bevite.
Isn't he? Yeah, he's a Bevite, man. But
he was asking to be unmuted recently, and if he could have a second chance. I don't know how everyone feels about that.
I mean, I'm all for second chances because once they realize just how retarded Bev is, then they kind of think like, "Fuck, what did I fall for this?"
Then he's going to go for you. He's going to make it personal, Crit, and then he's going to go, "Oh, now I'm going to argue with Crit," but
I think
maybe he should argue with Bev.
Yeah, you gotta get to the bottom of it.
Yeah,
because a lot of times this is one that was very interesting. I've talked to some of the. There's been people who have deprogrammed from Bev. I've talked to them. They set up their own servers to talk about.
Is Blood thicker? Is he from? I know he's from Bev. But
yeah.
Is he gone from Bev?
I don't know. That's what. Let's just see where he's at. Do like a buddy check. Like how are you doing right now? Are you
up feeling to you, man?
Yeah, well, I unmuted them. So.
You're the boss, man. Yeah.
Because a lot of times what they'll do is like these Bevites will come and try to insult you in just very basic logic. I go, if I'm to be insulted, would I have to value your opinion first? So they'll keep trying. I go, try thinking. Okay, if you want to insult me, I would have to value what you say. I don't value what you say. Do you want to try again? Try thinking. And eventually they
Blood's thicker. Can we just have like a conversation? I've got nothing against you, man.
He might be working. He does work at the same time.
Yeah, he could be like trying to get like phone a friend. Hey, they're calling me out. What do I do? They're like trying to think of a response, like what do they got? They'll open up their files and okay, who's in the text chat? What audio clips, what screenshots do we got?
Text chat. Way too noisy here. There you go.
Okay.
Got it, Matrix?
Yeah, Blood's just punching up in text chat, yeah.
Who's this heretic guy?
I wouldn't trust him.
Yeah, there's other people who use the name heretic. Oh, never mind. That's the real one.
He's heretic.
He's just a bit of paid muscle, Timbo. That's all. Don't worry.
2 Canadian heretics.
Oh no, their Flat Earth dumb channel is dying. There's only 3 people.
Well, it's not dying. Look at it,
Timbo. Before I lose the opportunity to ask, where you been, mate? Where you been?
I had to go and study for a bit, man.
Nice. You
I know it's been uni or something? Months. I think it's been 6 months. But nah, like because I'm a tradesman, like in the building industry. I had to go. So I've done my. So in Australia, we have to do. So plumbers and electricians are licensed trades. So I had to go and do my. So I've done my registration.
Okay, NVQ.
Yeah, and then now I have to do my license. So it's another 2 years off now. I have to do my license. So, but I got my registration, so I'm happy.
Oh, that's great, mate. That's a really good reason to come off as well, to focus on your studies.
Yeah. So now I got my. Obviously, I got my builder's license because that's what I've been doing for the last, 10 years. But now I've got plumbing registration, and in 2 years I'll have my plumbing license. So my builder's license and plumbing license. So
yeah, good for you, bro. Good stuff. Glad to have you back as well, mate.
Yeah, you too, man. And I noticed that you've been pushed up for gold, and I'll be supporting that, man.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't even realize.
Oh, you didn't know.
That's great.
Disclosing backroom discussions.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
we have to take Timbo's gold away now.
That's 3 weeks of toilet duties.
Right, well, if I don't get it, then I know that people are against me. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, just blame Amish.
Congrats.
Grease the wheels, mate. Grease the wheels.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Fuck that cunt. Yeah.
Now, are we done with our previous discussion, or?
Yeah, you go back.
Yeah, we're reunited. Yeah.
We can continue. Is that what you mean?
You guys are next to each other, so you might as well talk to each other.
Yeah. So again, underneath everything, I guess what Endless is doing is challenging whether or not there's a cow somewhere, so to speak.
Sorry, I missed that last word.
It's an antecedent for air, pressure, containment. We don't know how the containment is. You're not? Okay, when you said that we thought that there was a physical barrier somewhere, aka containment, that's what containment is. I said, well, whoa, it's not that we think it's a dome. I think the sky is flat. It could still be a petri dish. That was my example. And your response is what?
My response is that the vertical walls of the petri dish might well be an illusion.
So not a container. See what I'm saying, guys?
No. A finite volume where the boundaries along the horizontally along the terrestrial, every latitude line, there's no... Look, I don't think if you walk south that you will, in a straight line, I don't think you will walk into a physical barrier.
So then what I said was correct. So then what I said was correct. It's like, well, you can't say no and then say yes. Like, that's what you're thinking when I say without being correct.
Are you thinking when I say that I think the plane is infinite? Because that's not what I believe.
Nope, that's not what I said. I didn't put words in your mouth. But we do have to use words to mean things, right? So it's still on you, bro. I'm saying you saying there's no containment, and you're saying you're not saying that, but it sounds like that's what you're saying.
The words, there is no containment, did not pass my lips.
Including what I'm saying to you. Stop doing that. And then blaming it on lag. Stop doing that.
The words, there is no containment, did not pass my lips.
Nor did there is containment pass your lips.
I don't know how to express this idea to you. I don't think there is an infinite volume available. I also don't think that there is going to be a physical barrier that's going to touch the surface perpendicular. You could maybe think about it as a cylinder. I don't think there is an infinite expanding void above our heads either. I just think that Antarctica is an island in an ocean. I also think I can go south from where I am and end up off the coast of Argentina. Because that's what celestial navigation tells me.
Wait, what?
So basically, and you're trying to wrap it into celestial navigation, bro. No, celestial navigation doesn't make you commit the fallacy of reification. Now, second of all, you're trying to say you're not saying there isn't containment. What you are saying is ultimately a particular area is finite, and if you try to crest that boundary or cross that boundary of finiteness, it's not actually a physical boundary. You just end up back into the reality that is finite. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Now, I know that's what you believe, but that doesn't make any sense.
Does multiple suns make sense?
I never said there's multiple suns.
That's something Brian has said as a response.
He said that yesterday.
And so,
okay,
and I explained.
No, I'm not accusing you. I'm not direct. Like, you understand?
I know, but you're saying, well, Brian says ridiculous stuff too. So what is the answer? You're still saying ridiculous shit. So is Brian. So what? What's that got to do with taking the heat off you?
All right. Is it a little bit ridiculous that the angles we measure to the stars are agnostic to our elevation above the surface? I can get the same angle measurement from sea level as I can if I'm 40,000 feet above the surface. Is that a little bit interesting?
Yeah, that's interesting. But that's what we actually experience. Actually. What you're implying... look, Sam. What you're actually implying... All right. What you're actually implying is something we don't experience. Two different things.
Does the radius curve when you're drawing a circle of equal altitude on the horizontal plane?
What in the non sequitur is this?
It's not a non sequitur. It's very much.
It is a non sequitur.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, give me the relation.
When I'm looking south from my position, from 42 degrees south, and I observe the crux at 16 degrees above the horizon, in line with the point of southern polar rotation. So I'm looking south. It corresponds to my compass. It corresponds to the position in the sky. Simultaneously, the subpoint of that star is off the coast of Argentina in the South Sandwich Isles.
How do you know that?
Is that line a straight line? I know this because of the ephemeris.
Okay, so wait a minute. How come is it that people want to attribute the compass in the south the way they do to the north? Because we obviously know there's two rotations, but there's only one thing that the compass works for, and that's this side of the equator. Once it's on that side of the equator, the further you go, the harder it gets. But you can still, listen, you can still do navigation using the stars, even if you don't have a compass, or am I wrong about that? Or am I wrong about that?
You're not wrong about that.
Okay, so then why are you trying to...
I'm not sure how that helps you.
Oh, God. Okay, so
I'm not sure how that helps.
So the question is, because I don't have an argument, I'm trying to pin you down on what you're saying. I don't have an argument. So my question is, why do you keep saying, well, in the South, when I use the compass, this, and this? Well, it's meant for the North.
I
It's
only
not,
bring
it's
up
not
the compass.
for the same thing in the South as it is for the North. That's why you do different shit in the South. Different shit, not the same shit. You can't do the same shit in the South and go, how come it doesn't work? The only thing I can think of is, and then insert story. Complete.
I only bring up the compass to correlate it with the south polar rotation. I'm saying there is an alignment between what my compass is saying, the position of octans, and the position of the Southern Cross. They all line up in this instance. So you don't need the compass. You can ignore the compass, and we can just use the point of solar rotation. If that's what we can ignore the compass. I don't think it's superfluous. But we can put it to a side.
Okay, so you still have to make the case though.
Well, my case is I'm looking south.
Yeah.
I can see the Southern Cross. I know the angular relationship between the linear distance along the surface.
Yeah, but the Southern Cross is not the polar rotation.
No, but I'm talking about a particular instance in time when it does line up with it. When it's at its lowest elevation, when the Southern Cross is at its lowest elevation, you can draw a line straight up through the sky, and it will pass through the point of southern rotation.
Yeah, but the Southern Cross is not the polar rotation.
No, obviously. But
obviously,
do you understand the point I'm making? At its point of lowest elevation.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't. But at the same time, I'm not looking at what you're talking about, and I don't know enough to imagine what you're talking about. I just know that the language you're using is really not consistent. Now I could be wrong, but that's what my senses are telling me. Now I'm gonna stay on this because I need to make sense of what you're saying, and at some point it's going to come to a conclusion. So I'm not gonna grill you all day long, but at some point I'm gonna remember and take to heart what you're saying and look into it myself, and we'll go from there.
I would just, as a point of comparison, I would just say that you can do the same thing with the Big Dipper and Polaris, and no one will have any issue with it.
I hear you saying that. You keep saying that, but I don't know what that means because you're acting like the North and the South have to be the same, so therefore you have to be able to do the same thing. I don't know. I don't know that.
I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but my experience of observing of the sky, I've been both south of the equator and north of the equator and spent some significant amount of time watching what they do, and they're very similar. I mean, I'll say that.
Yeah, and there's a reason that there's a reason that I'm considered to be at 29 degrees south latitude and not 119 degrees south latitude.
You're talking about magnetic declination? Is that the point you're making?
Me, no. It would be that from my vantage point, that center point of rotation would be at 29 degrees in the sky, just like if someone went, oh, I'm at 29 degrees north latitude because the Polaris is 29 degrees above the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's about 42 degrees.
It can't be.
I mean, it's what it is. I mean, another thing that occurred to me after having this conversation, started talking about, have you guys heard of No Shadow Day? So on the equinox, on the equator, when it's the equinox, objects that are perpendicular to the surface, when it's solar noon, will cast no shadow. on the solstices for the southern solstice, positions on the Tropic of Capricorn, objects that are perpendicular on the solstice will cast no shadow. Same relationship on the Tropic of Capricorn. As the sun in its path moves between these two, the shadow will be cast either to the north or to the south, depending on the time of year. So it seems to me that the Tropic of Capricorn does not encircle Polaris, it encircles the southern rotational point.
Circles of equal altitude around a different point in the sky.
So we've got two circling rotations.
Yeah, so maybe there's two suns. I find that hard to swallow.
You can't say that.
Well, I mean, I've heard people say it.
Yeah, well, the point is, we don't have to say that to say the sun circles the point.
No, I wouldn't say that.
We got one. Okay, endless. We got one sun. Yeah, one sun.
I think so. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
And 2 points of rotation.
Yeah.
2 points of rotation? You agree, Endless? 2 points?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It proves a flat Earth.
It does.
Well, no, I mean,
y'all are like, hey,
y'all are making it. No. Yes, but no. Like, because I'm not trying to get him on the globe card. So it's like that's redundant to keep doing that.
No, I wasn't implying that.
There is something.
Yeah. I wasn't
there
implying
is
that.
something that I need to pause here because something is still unclear. Because it's like everything he said so far.
Just let him go.
Everything he said so far is like, yeah. But then when he comes to his conclusion, it's like you skipped a step. I'm not seeing it. And you're like, well, the assumption that the South is the same as the North. And I'm like, hold up. Like, the word assumes the South is the same as the North, or let's use navigation the same. Well, there's only one way to use navigation. Sure, I still agree with all of that. But then you jump to these assumptions. And I'm like, well, how did you get there, though? Now he talked about this subsolar point thing. Okay. I'm not looking at what he's talking about. And then it's like, for whatever reason, whenever he says something about an elevation angle, you disagree. I don't know why that is. I don't want to tell the man what he's saying is false. I want to know exactly what the fuck is going on. That's all I'm saying.
This was all my point about Kraft. There's just some leftover ideas. But
every time I say what I'm saying, every time I say hold up. Because every time I say this, you just say, let me interrupt, if you don't mind. Because you keep saying that. After I summarize what I summarized. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? And you said, well, for example, Ryan thinks there's two suns. And I'm like, that's fucking non sequitur. So
no, that's not exactly what I said.
That wasn't what he said.
What I said was the last thing you did when we got to this point before was say that, well, Ryan thinks that there's two suns. That is what happened.
That's not exactly what I said. I can see how you interpret it that way, but it's not exactly what I said.
Well, I mean, because I missed the point that you said, well, isn't it kind of odd that when you go up in elevation, the stars are still at the same elevation? So I missed that point. But you still said what I said you said.
I'm just saying that's not exactly what I said. I said that Brian presented it as an option, right? You can't say that he didn't present it as an option. They are the words that came out of his mouth.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
I'm not putting words into his mouth to say that he has talked about the possibility of.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, maybe I am. Maybe I am, but I'm not putting words in his mouth.
I was there
to say
when y'all
that
had the conversation. But again, like, you're trying to, for whatever reason, you're saying, well, there's a brain. Yeah, I've been saying there are residuals of certain words. We say the same thing. I just don't know why you're responding with that to me. You and I are having a conversation. I'm trying to clear something up with you. Why the fuck are you telling me what I'm typically telling others about circle Earth brain? Because I'm not the one making any assertions about circle Earth. I don't have any circle Earth brain in my body, bro. So
I'm not accusing you of that.
But why are you responding to me when I'm looking for some answers from you about it? You just keep on throwing it off to other people.
Because the context of the conversation was the Fed panel. I'm not accusing you specifically.
No, it's not.
It was. It was.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's about what you keep saying about this Pac-Man shit, bro. And then there being no containment. I know that you wanted.
I never said no containment.
I know you wanted.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Wanted it. I heard you. I heard you. You think that reality is finite. Who gives a shit? The bottom line is.
Well, who gives a shit? That's in contradiction with you saying that I'm saying that there's no containment.
Oh,
you literally just said, you just literally said that I said that.
That is not a container. That is a bullshit claim that you can't validate. And the only reason you're trying to validate, you're literally trying to make an inference to that because of navigation. With missing information that I keep trying to get from you.
What specific missing information?
Now I don't know. It took me off the point that I was talking about before, interrupting me and shit. Now,
dude, come on.
The bottom line is, did you see how every time I try to expose what he's doing, we start getting into this back and forth? You see that, guy?
Well, how about, like, let's see if we. What do you think, like, or how? Let me see it this way.
I understand what Elijah's saying because I had the same problem with Endless the other night.
What problem is
that? Same problem.
It's like you're spit like a hamster.
What was he saying? What do you say?
Yeah. It was the same shit about
invoking other
thing about
sorry,
going. You have the same thing about going outside of the map and then coming back on the other side of the map.
We don't live on that.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's invoking other content that isn't in the discussion. It's like, come on, dude, seriously. Okay, it's you and Elijah, or you and whoever. Just stay focused on what is being said instead of chasing random squirrels from other conversations that have nothing to do.
Yeah.
Like, you're here right now. Try to be present in the moment. Not some miscategorization or misunderstanding of something you heard who knows however long ago.
Well, listen, this was Endless just did it yesterday, guys. For further context, Endless is just coming off a fresh conversation with FED about this topic. He spent several hours with Nathan in the panel on it, and he referenced it in the course of this conversation, less than 24 hours later.
So let's
so it's still fresh in his mind.
Okay, so let's not argue between us, and let's let Elijah and Endless argue between themselves. Yeah.
Well, what happened was because the conversation is already concluded 20 minutes ago. Okay,
I agree.
And his point about the subpoint and these elevation angles are the things that I can't be at work so that I can understand what he's talking about. I said that 20 minutes ago. And then he said, well, see, the thing is, there are people that still have residuals of blah, 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 And when basically he's saying that to say there is no physical barrier around the earth to contain the air, which is
what it did the same thing to me.
Literally not what I said.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? But we're all here. Hold on,
Unless that there are no walls perpendicular to the surface.
Excuse me?
I heard Endless say that there are no walls perpendicular to the surface, in his opinion. That's all I heard.
Okay, and I said, no, he said there's no dome. And I said, nobody on FED says there's a dome except for Neil. I said, but there's still containment because, shit, now we arguing whether or not gas pressure literally has an antecedent. No, it's not about dome. It's not about shape. It's not about how. It's about we definitely breathe. Oh, my God.
I agree with you, Elijah.
But I'm talking to Amish and the other dude. Why are you talking?
Okay.
Let's not get hot on the collar here.
But why can't I make my point clear every time I get to this point? Why? It's weird. All of you are being weird. It's like when Witzik questioned or said that and then Crit just said not to do this, but I'm pointing out that there's a parallel here. Every now and again, you have people that say, well, is a natural law really a natural law? In every instance. My answer is yes, it is. Is the scientific method useful when you use it correctly in all instances? Some people say no. Yes, the fuck it is. Is an antecedent relationship once established always the case? Yes, the fuck it is. But in this case, he's saying, well, I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm just saying reality is finite versus you saying there's a physical barrier somewhere that touches the earth. I hear what he's saying, but he doesn't have any validation for why he's saying what he's saying. But everywhere we go, everything we do, gas pressure requires containment. That's not religious for me to say.
If there is a looping reality at the surface, I'm going to use those words. I don't entirely agree with them.
Shut the fuck up, man. Seriously.
No, don't cut me. I want to hear what his, because I was finally able to get it out. I want to hear what the fuck the response is.
What are you guys yelling all the time, man? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, because you keep talking. He was in the middle of saying something.
You guys are fucking screaming at each other like fucking dickheads.
All right, Crit, can you do something? Because now he's being weird and I don't understand it.
Okay, yeah, so what I think's happening is there's content from the past that these two guys need to work out. And I really just let them have at it. We got space right now.
Yeah, go for it, man. I'll shut up. No worries, man.
I got a question that could help parse this out, Crit. Okay. Is there any evidence that the sun at the equator encircles Polaris?
No. Hey, you know what? Let Elijah and Endless go for this because otherwise it's going to end. So they need to end it.
Point. It really does.
No, Endless. Just be quiet. Let Elijah go, and then
he's been talking non-stop, and it was now my turn. Then
it was.
I'm trying to refocus this discussion on topic with a very pointed question here that cuts to the heart of how people are conceptualizing this cosmology. You know, is the sun doing a pizza Earth circle around Polaris at the equator on the equinox?
I don't think this discussion is about that, man.
Or is it looping on a manifold of a finite boundary whose periodicity is determined by a radius in a higher dimension? Kind of what Endless is suggesting is the case.
Okay, so that was you see what I'm saying? Like, why we don't listen? I'm going to address him because that was a false dichotomy. Now, that being said, literally 30 minutes ago, 35 minutes ago, we already addressed the matter of fact, you heard me say a million times. The sun, once it's beyond the equator and sorry, I woke up some steps. Once it's beyond the equator in the winter months, I know that it's not circling the north. You've heard me say that a million times. That doesn't make.
Yeah, you have.
What are the implications of that?
That doesn't make. Oh my God, man. Shut up. That doesn't make.
Dude, I'm not being interrupting you, man.
That doesn't make what he said. Because I'm not finished with my thought, bro. And you hear me not finished, and you're still trying to get in. That doesn't make what he's saying true, though. It's not a dichotomy, man.
I presented the dichotomy more for the audience's sake.
But it's not a dichotomy.
I can tell you, well, yeah, I know it's a false dichotomy. I can tell you that there are people present right now with us that are on our team that think that the sun encircles Polaris at the equator on the equinox.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it does, bro, because it goes straight. So
it's freaking weird, right? It's freaking weird. It is.
I know.
It's incoherent.
I know, but you can't conclude. See, let me tell you something. We experienced that.
Well, the point of my dichotomy was to lead us to an inconclusive result.
No, it doesn't. No, you don't lead yourself to an inconclusive result. You just don't do it because it's fallacious reason.
Well, it's
what you do is go, okay. What you do is go, actually, okay, I experience the sun going straight. That's one instance. Okay, I experience the higher you go, the elevation of the celestial bodies don't change. That's another unrelated instance. And then you have Endless's inference that doesn't come from a direct listen. Oh my God. Then you have, maybe I can say it because every time I try to conclude myself, it's like I feel like Nathan Oakley. It's like all of a sudden I start hearing words in my ears when I'm talking. So then you have Endless's inference, which literally isn't just like the last two things I said, an experience. So I don't have to take his inference because that makes no sense. However, containment with gas pressure is an antecedent. I'm not going to discount that for his inference. Okay?
What? Why do you keep coming back to that? I've never claimed that the gas pressure doesn't require containment. What I'm saying is that why would it need to be contained from a finite volume? What do you like? You could maybe conceptualize it as a cylinder.
Okay,
if that helps.
Listen. No, because you're saying reality is finite. And that is an incoherent statement.
From my position on the surface, at, let's call it the edge of the world, the rim, the outer south.
No, I'm not observing any.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay. Let me write this down. Go ahead.
Let me finish. I'm not observing any stars that aren't on the map. From my position in the outer south, I'm not observing any stars that are not on the map. I can see stars that touch the horizon. That means my distance from that subpoint is 5,400 nautical miles. Do you dispute that?
I don't know. I'm not looking at what you're looking at.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, based on what?
You don't know.
That, but I think that's roughly true, but there's been some debunking.
Wait, cube ball?
Depends how you define smooth. Again, mathematicians.
Yeah, flat can be described as smooth, but smooth is not necessarily flat.
But I mean, like the smoothness of a cue ball versus the smoothness,
of certain people's brains. Yes.
Right. Exactly. That's not perfectly smooth. Everything's context.
So everybody that's ever said that is like they're demonstrating that they don't understand this differentiation in technical lexicon for shape. That's something you now know, and I hope that you cherish it, Sharp.
So what does level mean? You can have a smooth
horizontal condition.
Wall. You can have a smooth vertical wall, but it won't be level. Level is horizontal only. No ups, no downs.
Slope is not flat.
How thin is the horizontal line?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Mathematical shapes don't exist in the real world.
How much does the
So it's not going to be flat.
line
It's not going to be a
line's not a
sphere.
How much does the horizontal line
Hold on, man.
It's not going to be a hyperbola.
A horizontal line's not a shape.
Yeah, how much does it weigh?
It's infinitely thin is the answer to the question.
Exactly. So, when Globers say they can't find out how high up or down something goes from an arc, they're infinitely stupid.
Yeah, gravity is a flat Earth geometric reference. Game over. That's plumb perpendicular to horizontal. The horizon, not me.
Earth is still flat?
Yeah, it's measured like that.
Okay, good to know. I just wanted to be up to date.
Oh, yeah, that is the date. Today, actually the date. Thank you, Flat Earth, because without Flat Earth, you wouldn't have a date.
You know what it actually is? It's not an up-to-date aspect. What's up-to-date is a reclamation. This is just taking it back. It's always been there.
Do you ever think that you could live more fulfilling lives if you didn't think so much about the shape of the Earth?
It's
not everything is meant for everybody, and so you could politely just like escort yourself out instead of making a big scene of it.
I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate your Yelp review. This just isn't the restaurant for you. You don't have some sort of right to my work. Get the hell out of here.
I enjoy spherical dishes.
Get the fuck out of here, you piece of garbage.
Yo, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna Yelp review you, the customer. He's a piece of garbage. Don't let him in your establishment. He doesn't appreciate art.
And he thinks people landed on the moon, so no coffee for him.
Imagine how delusional. Just don't even bother.
I'm kidding, man. I don't know if he thinks.
Holy crap, dude! I go away to send one text message and it devolves.
Yes, I am pretty delusional. I also think that people discovered the Americas at some point.
Okay.
Okay, bro. All right. Listen, end of the break. You're gonna have to chill, or you're gonna have to be chilled. Okay. We want to have a discussion.
Wait, what did I say?
What?
Like, why?
Are you hard of hearing?
To kick me?
He was talking to someone else, man. He wasn't talking to you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, what, you don't know your own name? All right, try to have a conversation with this guy, Holmes, for goodness sakes.
And this guy struggles to have a conversation with himself in the mirror while he's literally having this conversation. And now we talk meta. You want to talk about Steve Jobs? What do you know about Steve Jobs and his circle campus?
Oh,
you know that
AI, what's
you
happening
know that
right
circles are a two-dimensional shape, right?
I don't know. I give him a chance.
now? AI, save us, bro.
You're gonna have to step up to the plate. I'm busy doing something.
All right, I got like 25 minutes I can cook, bro. What's going on?
Well, dude, we were talking about how there's pitch data, and like the horizontal indicator actually does indicate your attitude to horizontal.
All right, bro. Have a conversation with the guy who's here, the guest. Okay.
Yeah, you got to read the room, bro.
Spice tea. Welcome, mate. Welcome. I was so confused. I don't know who you're debating. I think I have this person muted.
I think. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
There's not a debate. Like level is a horizontal condition, so there's no debate. Well, we agree, right?
Are you lit, bro? I mean, it's fine, but like, damn, bro.
It's always this pedantic review with you.
All right.
I mean, bro, I'm just good at reading the room, man.
All right, stop talking about it. For goodness sakes, talk to the guest, please.
All right, guests, welcome. We're glad to have you, sir. You've spoken to flat earthers before, or no?
Yes, for years.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you feel like you have a good grip on what the flat earthers are saying? Yes?
Nope. I still have no idea what kind of worldview they're engaging in.
Damn. So you've been listening to flat earthers for years and you don't know what they say?
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to a schizophrenic for years, you're not going to learn much, are you?
Okay. So what's one thing a flat earther might say?
Level is a condition of, what did they say? A horizontal condition.
Okay.
A horizontal
You agree or disagree with that?
I think I disagree. I don't know.
You disagree?
Yeah.
Why? Crickets.
Well, that's hard to say why I disagree.
But why? If you just blindly disagreeing, you don't know why. That sounds like a problem.
Well, I want to ask him, like, if one was to try and level their smart TV on the wall, right, with hangers, would they be attempting to get it as horizontally oriented as possible on the wall? Yeah. I feel like the wall being flat, and you trying, like, the wall isn't gonna be, it's vertical, right? So I don't know how horizontal adjustment is gonna. So it's orientation, like they want it level. They don't want it to tilt, so that they have to tilt their head to. Oh yeah, sure. Watch it. Right. So yeah, they want it. Yeah. And horizontal has a relationship to vertical, vice versa. Right? Yeah, but so the floor is horizontal, right? Yeah, it's level. Yeah, the floor is horizontal of my house. The floor of my house is not curved. And would you say your floor is also level? More or less, yeah. Okay, that's what. Yeah, so you agree? That's what we're saying. Level is a horizontal condition. I don't know. Your conclusion seems a bit, I don't know, far-fetched.
Oh, okay.
I agree with all your premises, but the conclusion doesn't follow.
I mean, that's just wild, bro. That's what they do on Fresh and Fit. It goes like,
agree. I don't agree with anything you say. Okay, what specifically? I don't know. Oh, that's crazy.
It's how I deal with cognitive dissonance, man.
Wait, did you say your floor was curved?
No, it's flat.
Okay, good.
Well, I would
Okay,
also
brother,
say that
bro.
usually,
Hey, brother, bro. Hold on a second, bro.
Mm.
I just want to ask you. So I do that kind of stuff for a living, and so I'm very good at making flat floors. Now, I wanted to tell you. So I made your floor perfectly flat. However, it's sloped, so it's 2 foot higher on one side than the other. Are you going to pay me?
And not if I didn't ask you to make it sloped. No.
Right. So what do you think most clients want? They want a flat, and then there's another word in between floor, a flat blank floor. What is it that they want? A flat blank floor. Which one? What word goes there in the blank?
Wooden, right?
Okay. So let's say wooden. Wooden goes in the beginning. A wooden flat blank floor.
Talking.
Wooden.
What word goes?
I know the word.
A floor.
You want me to say horizontal, don't you?
No. Nobody. Look, brother. Nobody asks for a horizontal floor. Nobody. Nobody says, "Hey, you know what, bro? I'd love for you to make me a horizontal floor." No, they say I want it flat and level.
Oh, level. Yeah.
Now, the whole level concept really does wrestle the globe concept, doesn't it, Spice Tea?
I was about to say that you asked me if my floor is even, right? And I said more or less.
Level.
Or level,
Meaning matching a water level.
Yeah, and I was about to say that most lakes are also like pretty much level as my floor is, you know?
Well, water's considered true level, isn't it? It's what we use to verify true level, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Like if you measure a lake, if it's truly level, you realize it isn't.
You'll be using water to see if the lake water is level.
I guess. What else would I use to fish?
Well, exactly. You need to really understand what's being said right there. But you're not the only one, man.
You mean I'm not going to use a bucket of water to test the lake if it's level? I'm going to use like a laser or something? I don't know.
You're testing to see if water's level. We use water best level. You can use a spirit level. It'll match. It'll be parallel to any water at rest. You can have glasses of water stacked on top of each other. They'll all be parallel at the face. That's the concept of level. You're not the only one, man. It does challenge the globe concept because level has to curve there.
So if I Google the definition of level, is water going to be a factor there? Definition, level.
It's a huge factor. Well, it's level. Yeah.
A horizontal plane or line. A position on a scale of amount, quantity, extent, or quality. No water anywhere.
Horizontal is synonymous with level. It is level, or you're not horizontal, and vice versa.
Yeah, possibly. But wait, are they fully synonymous? I feel like that wouldn't make sense.
Yes.
But why is there two different words for the same thing then?
They're synonyms.
Not in the truest sense. But I'll tell you the difference. So, horizontal is the orientation of the world you live in. Leveling something is orientating it to the orientation of the world you live in. Does that make sense?
Level is the orientation of the world we live in.
Yes, yes. So when you level something, it's out of level, right? So it's currently not level. And then you're leveling it, you're orientating it to the horizontal.
You're orientating it to a water level, which is just a representation of any level, just a representation of a perpendicular that is everywhere. An inescapable perpendicular.
Yeah, level's also a verb. However, horizontal is not a verb. Right, so you know.
If horizontal is at an angle, it's not horizontal, is it?
Right. So I gave two instances where they're not absolutely synonymous, and then you just say they're synonymous. How's that work?
Well, if a horizontal is at an angle, is it horizontal?
Is horizontal a verb? Yes or no? Is horizontal a verb?
Debating each other, or are you debating me? I was confused.
If it's at an angle, if it's out of a water level, horizontal is out of a horizontal level. You're tilting. You're at an angle.
All right, dude. I'm not even going to fight this battle today because I'm too tired. They're not absolutely true synonyms and all across all categories. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, there's no need to paint ourselves into a corner of hypotheticals, really.
It's not hypothetical, dude.
Horizontal is level.
Okay.
Level is horizontal. Well, that means they're synonymous. Well, one is the other. That means they're synonymous.
Whatever, dude. I guess you don't know how words work. I'll have to teach you one day.
Well, you can teach me now. What does synonymous mean?
No, it's not about what synonymous means. It's how words work. Words are token meaning pairs. One token can have many meanings, and one meaning can have many tokens. And so the word level has multiple contextual meanings, right? In which they're not all synonymous with horizontal. Okay?
Yeah,
that's a fact.
You can have like a volume level of something, like an audio. Sure. Yeah. But we're talking about spatial orientation. Horizontal is level. Synonymous with that context.
Yeah, in that categorical context, that's true. Yes.
I can have a level or a
there's no need to talk about things like audio level.
Who did that but you?
Well, I'm just saying, you're saying there's these other things to say what level is.
Yeah, leveling something, right? When you level something, right, you're committing an action, correct? Horizontal isn't an action.
When you level something, it will be horizontal if you have properly leveled it.
Well, yeah.
Or vertical.
Right. So when you level something, it's the act of it, not just horizontal itself, for goodness sakes.
And vertical.
Anyway, it's not that big a deal.
Well, that's if you put your hand to it. Sure, you're putting the measurement into practical use. That's part of the whole argument, I guess you would say, for the Earth being measured flat. We also use it that way. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, AI.
Oh, man. So the moral of the story is, if you want a flat level floor, you want your floor to be oriented horizontally, in which the builder is going to come in with leveling tools, right? And they're going to leave you with a flat level floor. Now, of course, there's going to be tolerances because nobody's perfect. So you're going to have it, your floor is going to be within a variance, oriented to the horizontal as close as possible, and with a surface variance as flat as possible, right? So if your homeboy came in and he was off by a let's go a millimeter, or a 32nd to a 16th of an inch over your floor, that floor would be incredibly flat. But if he was off by 5 inches, right, in the middle of your floor, then your floor would be like humped in the middle, right? You wouldn't accept a dude that brought you a 5-inch hump in the middle of your floor, but you would accept, a 32nd, a millimeter, maybe even a quarter of an inch, depending on how, where it is and how it's doing, right? So when you measure the floor, you could tell that it's either, flat or not. And by the same token, this homeboy said, oh, well, I would use lasers. So, yeah, you take the laser, you go out to the water, because you said the water should be flat, but you said it's not when you measure it. But lo and behold, you measure a portion of water on the Earth's surface at 25 miles with a laser, and guess what? You hit the target on the other side when the laser's at 6 feet and the target's at 6 feet. So with the plus or minus variance there, you've debunked the globe Earth geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And just as the same token, you wouldn't buy a floor that was off by 2 orders of magnitude from flat. You certainly shouldn't accept a globe that's off by 2 orders of magnitude from flat. So there you go. Problem solved. Earth's flat. I rest my case.
I mean, the experiment you just pictured, wasn't there like a video where they tried this and they realized, oh shit, the laser actually doesn't hit the other mark at like 6 feet?
Yeah, who did that?
I don't know the names. I don't know them personally, honestly.
Well, talk about it. Talk about anything about it so you can remind me of what it is. Anything about it at all.
I feel like you know what I'm talking about, since you're more invested in this than me.
I mean, not really, dude. There's like, I don't know, there could be like 3 or 4 different options, but maybe the most likely one is where it was on Netflix, right? A documentary. Is that the one you're talking about?
I feel like it was pretty amateurish on YouTube.
Okay, well, if there's a bunch of amateur losers on YouTube, who cares what they did?
Well, isn't your opinion kind of based on YouTube videos?
No.
No? Okay.
It's based off of the observation and the measurement and the utilization of perpendicular across the entire grid. So all horizontals are parallel, all verticals are parallel. That's the orientation of the Earth. That's used that way.
Sure. In geometry, sure.
In practical application. And observing and measuring.
Miles, inches, meters, feet, all of it. Straight horizontal, baby.
Yeah. That's how I do it everywhere I go, bro. Whenever I build anything, I'll tell you that much.
What if the horizon just approximates a horizontal line?
What horizon? Would a straight line approximate a straight line? Would a horizontal be a horizontal? Yes. Why would it not?
The thing about it approximating a straight line is that it's very slightly not a straight line, so you don't actually see
Where's
it not
it
being
not horizontal at? Where's your horizon not horizontal? Circle it.
I used to have these images on my old PC, but I deleted them, sadly. Or I switched my PC.
Non-horizontal?
Yeah, there's pictures of like a horizon, right? And then if you compress the image vertically, no, horizontally, you can how do you say?
Brother, why would you need to compress anything to point out and show everybody where the water's curved in the center? You can't
because
compress
there's
the
things
ocean.
that your eyes can't see. Your eyes can't detect, for example, I don't know, atoms
you can't
or
see
like,
no curve anywhere. So everywhere
you
out
cannot see
horizontally,
certain
you
chemical
don't see a
processes.
curve.
Oh my goodness, dude. Sorry, you're both getting muted. I'm done. Who's this other dummy talking through each other? I'm not playing this fuck around game. Okay, one person talks, then the other person talks. If you're both just going to talk it straight through each other incessantly, it's literally painful to listen to.
Thank you.
That includes you, dummy.
Do I have the right to speak?
No, I was going to mute your ass.
Oh.
But, you know what, dude? Since Demok should know better, even though he's Demok, and Demok is a verb. Okay?
What is verb?
Well, Demok is a verb, you know? Like you've just been Barbra Streisand. You've just been Demoked. You know what I'm talking about?
No, actually, my English skills are not advanced enough. I don't know that word.
You know, in your culture, there are people who are famous, and their names are used as verbs to describe an action that's occurring to somebody, right? There's got to be at least one.
Yeah, probably. I know what you mean now. I see.
Yeah, like you've just been Constantine, bro.
Gehitler. Okay. So I was going to say that there's certain things that your eyes can't perceive. So helping out sometimes helps.
Exactly. Right. That's why you take a big laser and you shoot it over 25 miles of water and you measure the sucker flat. You said, "Oh, these dumb losers on YouTube, they missed. They couldn't hit their target because they're too stupid to aim their laser properly." That's all I heard.
I heard you don't observe curvature.
Yeah, you also said that. You said, "Oh, you wouldn't see curvature unless you squish the image." But I could care less about that. I'm talking about measuring the thing. Squishing an image in your little, your compression system, and you don't even know if there's any barrel distortion or anything in the original image that you're exemplifying anyway, right? Who cares? Because you're saying that curve is physical, someone else is saying that curve is optical, so you're back where you started. You need to arbitrate the proposition in another way, and that's by measuring it. So it always comes down to some type of measurement methodology.
You don't have observation of the globe. You don't have measurement of any curvature, and you certainly don't have any practical application of curvature being applied to anything.
Heck, we'd settle for 1 out of the 3.
I'm a pretty tiny human being. It's pretty hard for me to experience the curvature.
Right. So then, why do you believe in it? If you can't experience it, why do you believe in it?
Well, because I'm capable of
imagining.
Yeah, that was a good word, bro. Imagining.
It's not so far away from imagining. It's about abstraction and analysis.
Yes, it's about creating a mental model in your mind. That's where it exists, brother.
That's right.
So here's how it goes, bro. Think about it this way. Oh, yeah, that looks flat. The Earth looks flat. The Earth is locally flat. But if you imagine in your mind that it's so big, notice how you have to imagine that in your mind. That extra step is in the mind. That's where it is.
Well.
Oh, yeah. There's a
I'm trying to think everyday activities that you couldn't engage in if you didn't engage in abstract thought, but I cannot imagine anything that...
It wouldn't matter, dude. Yeah, but it wouldn't matter because engaging in activities, so for example, driving a car somewhere, you could imagine a mental map. You could imagine essentially a mental GPS, right, of going different roads and following. I used to write it on a 3x5 card, what turns I had to take. Back before I had a Garmin or something, or a little map icon, right? But that's all just mental models, dude. But the thing is that if I use a mental model and I arrive at my location, then the mental model was useful to get me to my location. It doesn't mean that when I imagined a unicorn telling me to turn right at exit 95, that there actually was a unicorn there.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I meant earlier. There's no practical application for us believing the Earth is kind of like this or that shape, there's nothing to learn for us from this, you know.
What?
You just said that the map helps you get from A to B. Imagining the world is flat or is a globe doesn't help the average human being in anything, you know.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what you're doing, though, is imagining the rest of it. Because
That's not true, though.
I'm usually not very occupied with ideas of like what shape the Earth is, but like you are usually the same people in this VC, so you are pretty engaged in this, invested
Yeah,
in
that's
this.
fair. That's fair, but let me tell you, dude, it's practically experienced day in and day out on building sites. That when they go to the site and they level the site, they're practically using the Earth as flat and level, dude.
Yeah, because it's a tiny little spot.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
It does matter.
No, it's irrelevant.
No, it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, he said that you don't practically use it as being a globe or flat, and I said yes. When you go and you level a job site, never does it cross your mind that any of that job site is curving around a giant ball. No, it's flat and level. Period.
Plus, what you're talking about, Spice T, is a subjective perspective when there's actually an objective, truthful aspect to unfold, to discover, really. So that's already been done. That's why it's utilized the way it's been discovered, which is horizontal and vertical. So all the big boy machines are calibrated for those perpendiculars. Radar, sonar, ballistics, pipe, road, tracks, light, all navigation, everything, straight line.
It's funny you mentioned ballistics, right? I have never adjusted like artillery cannons, so neither have I tried to sail the world with a sailing ship. Or, I don't know, try to shoot something in space.
Brother. I'm glad you asked, bro. I'm glad you asked. So ballistics, yeah. So what the heck would you even think about ballistics having anything to do with the globe? Because somebody told you it has something to do with the globe, and you saying I've never done it means you don't have practical experience with the story that they tell you has something to do with the globe, right?
But the thing is, the story comes from very different people.
I could care less who it comes from, brother. Let me explain it for you. So they claim that you need to account for 4 centimeters per 1,000 meters. Okay? Left or right. Right? So at that range, dude, a 1 mile per hour wind change would be greater than 10 centimeters differential. So how wide are you? Are you wider than 4 centimeters at the chest? I'd guess you are, bro. So let me tell you what they teach you how to shoot. They teach you to shoot center mass. Okay? So if I'm shooting center mass and 4 centimeters out of 10 is less than the breadth of your shoulders to your chest, I'm hitting you no matter what. So it's irrelevant. Do you see my point? The point is that you account for it or don't account for it, you're not going to miss. Now, the same applies for artillery. The same applies for artillery, bro. Same applies. You know what, dude? Go to the Field Scout manual, right? 19 Delta, Cavalry Scout, or any other forward operator, and you'll see that's the person calling in the fire from the artillery. So they're the forward observer. They're actually seeing the target with their own eyes, and they're saying, hey, I want you to shoot this target. The guys who are shooting the gun, they can't see the target. All they have is the instructions from the observer. So when they fire the round, the observer sees it come near and hit near the target. So in the manual, you know what it tells you to do? It tells you to bracket. Now, bracket means they're going to miss. So they're going to miss by 100 meters long. So you have to tell them go back, right? But you don't say go back 100 meters. You tell them to go back 150 meters, and then they shoot short. And then you adjust 75. Then finally, when it's really close, you say fire for effect. The problem is, though, that when you look at the bracketing is up to 300 meters. At those ranges, the Coriolis alleged deflection would be in the tens of meters, like 30 meters. So if your round variability has a 300-meter circle and Coriolis is 30 meters, then you would have no idea whether you even accounted for it or not. It's ridiculous. It's laughable. Now, by the way, they actually tested this out, dude, on 16-inch guns off the side of a battleship. The same battery, which means all three guns are literally in the same turret, right? So they fired the three guns successively, means in a row, with the same firing solution at the same target, 40,000 meters, right? And they got the same result. The round variability was up to 300 meters. So they fired the same firing solution at the same coordinates, the same amount of powder, and the rounds couldn't even hit accurately within a 300-meter swing.
Was that American technology?
Yeah, dude, that's the American technology, and that's pretty accurate, dude, at that range. Pretty much all artillery is like that, dude, except if it's guided munitions, which means smart weaponry, right? Smart weaponry has the capability of hitting the target on the first round. If you hit the target on the first round with any of these long-range weapons, dude, it is sheer luck. Luck. 100,000% luck. Unless it's a guided munition.
The thing is, I am no military expert in any way, so I can now believe you or believe many different.
Dude, what did I didn't tell you to believe me. I told you in the frickin' Scout manual, dude. You go and read it, and you do the math. Do the math. 300 is 10 times bigger than 30, correct?
What did you say? What?
300 is 10 times larger than 30.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not that hard to figure out, dude.
I mean, I guess the argument I was trying to make is that these independent people who are telling me otherwise, I don't see how they would be connected in a conspiracy to fool me, you know?
Dude, they're not, dude. They think that this crap exists, so they put it in their stupid firing table. But the practical result, when you actually do the math out and think about it, is that there would be no way to tell whether you accounting for it or not accounting for it actually made you miss or not miss. In fact, here's a little known fact you may not know and a lot of people don't know, is that when you're firing artillery, like I said, the Ford Observer will bracket it in up to the 5th round. They won't fire a 6th round based on the same solution. The reason is because after the 4th to 5th round, the chances of you hitting the target get worse. You would think that the more you fire, the closer and closer you're going to get till you finally hit it. It's not true. Because the round variability is so off. So what they do is after the 6th round, if you don't hit the thing, they start over. They recalculate and readjust everything. They don't just go on with the same thing, dude. So this idea that you just see a target, you call in for fire, and then they magically account for Coriolis, and then they hit the target dead nuts the first hit. Dude, it is a joke. It's not in the manuals. It's not in the manuals, dude. It is not taught. And by the way, I know I was a 19 Delta. I was a scout, dude. I was also a gunner. I was also an armorer for my unit. Okay, this whole Coriolis pipe dream, dude, it's not practicable in the field at all.
Fascinating. I'm sorry I cannot engage in your... I mean, I value your input, but I don't have the experience or knowledge or anything to give you any counterpoint or even agree with you. Like, honestly, it's interesting to tell me.
Yeah. All you got to understand, dude, is that when you're trying to hit something where your rounds could vary up to hundreds of meters, and you're supposedly supposed to account for something that can only vary tens of meters, it's just irrelevant. It's just inconsequential and stupid. It's like you wouldn't even know if you did or didn't. So, for example, if I tell the guy, "Oh, the round went 100 meters long," he'll be like, "Oh crap! It's a good thing I accounted for that 10 meters of Coriolis. Otherwise, it would have went 90 meters long." You see how silly it is?
Yeah, I do. I have a kind of different question, if that's okay.
Cool, but my headset's dying, so someone else is going to have to answer it, unless it's quick.
I was going to ask you on how you viewed this Antarctica experiment that happened like a few months ago.
Oh, cool. So the Earth is the Earth, and the Sun is the Sun, and the Sun doesn't dictate what the shape of the Earth is. If the Earth measures flat, it's flat, regardless of what the celestial bodies are doing. So if you go and you have a mental model of what the 3D relationship is between the celestials and the Earth, and you see something that's not congruent with that model, maybe you're the one that's screwed up, because the Earth remains what it is regardless of your interpretations of relationships that you can't validate, because no one has ever been to a vantage point to see the Earth and the Sun and tell you where they are in three-dimensional free space. So going to Antarctica and saying, "Ooh, I saw the Sun, therefore the Earth's a globe," is just dummy level dumbness. That's what I think about it.
Yeah. I feel like it wouldn't have proven the globe either way, but it did kind of, in my head at least, invalidate the flat model. I know you often say you don't ever have a model, right? But if I
Dude,
do
how could it invalidate the Earth being flat? How?
The way the light of the sun or of this object in the sky, which we call the sun, whatever it might be, the way this light behaves over like a flat map would be kind of weird, you know?
Okay, so see what you just said. It would be kind of weird. So what that tells me is it's about you don't believe in weirdness, because you have a mental model of the relationship between the Sun and the Earth that you're applying to this, that you have not validated, because you haven't been to the Sun, you haven't seen the Sun and the Earth relative to each other, you have no way of understanding whether your mental model is true or not, you're just interpreting what you see. So I would agree with you that it might be congruent with your interpretation, but you haven't proven your interpretation.
Sure, yeah. But it does make sense for me, like the way the light behaves in like the globe model, which like when the Antarctic.
Yeah, but I'd agree with you. I would agree with you, except for one thing. See, in a globe model, you need a globe because it's all based on a globe. And to have a globe, you need curvature because globes need curvature, and they're all based on curvature. So you need curvature, and since the water measures flat, you don't have curvature. So your mental model of the relationship between the sun and the globe can't possibly exist. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the past and ex ante into the future.
All right. I'll take a smoking break, but I'll be back.
All right, somebody else take over. I'm going on. Listen, my headset's about to poo on itself.
Poo requires a container.
Oh my goodness, dudes. You guys are going to force me to unmute into the break, bros. And I'll ride out my mic till it dies. Someone's giving me the eyes. All right, let's take a vote. Dead air or into the break gets unmuted. All in favor say Nincompoopilap of Lucius Rapadupalap. All right. No dissenters, so there you go. You're free, bro.
Oh yes, it's very many people are upset about my logical syllogism that is a definitive proof of the Earth being flat. And I can see why they're very upset because horizontal is flat and horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Thus forth, the surface of Earth would intend to be flat.
Break, I got one question for you. Were you talking the entire time you were muted?
I didn't even stop. Like, this is amazing. Finally. You always want to know what the robot is thinking. Like, when they're sitting there, they have to facilitate their sort of objective. Oh, that was it. Well, there's sort of programs. You can have a biological being and have a synthetical objective that's programmed. This is just technology, baby. What do you know about the NVIDIA?
Break, did that guy have any compelling globe points that almost shook you to your core?
Yeah, it is interesting because they do think that there's some different context that we're going to speak about these terms outside of the context of geometry, which is the terms that we're speaking in. And so that is always fascinating because then it's a very meta idealist sort of pursuit. But that's why it depends what their foundation is. So Flat Earth is almost like too advanced, like really. Or it's like, you know what I mean? It's like Flat Earth will get you to a lot of places, but on sort of principles like that, it's like if it's not your foundation, then it's not your foundation. So yeah, he was hovering like in a drone and he thought it was a solid foundation, and I just threw a rock clump at it and it sputtered out and he fell from the sky.
Hey, so what is NASA's budget right now for the year?
Enough.
Like 65 billion or 70 billion?
I mean, enough they could make Africa great again at some point. That would be great. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure I heard that it only takes $50 billion to solve world hunger.
Well, that would, if you want to sacrifice, sending people to Mars or like RC cars to Mars, you want to do that, then we could totally do that. But wouldn't you rather just send RC cars to Mars? Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't you want to have a little fun?
I'd rather fake it and pocket. I'd rather fake it and pocket the rest of the money, bro.
$25.4 billion is NASA's budget for this year.
We could shred some really cool ATVs.
Well, they cut their budget, bro.
Yeah, it supposedly peaked during the 1960s, during the Apollo missions.
Well, that's when artwork peaked. That's when artwork and architecture sort of peaked.
Good music.
What do you guys know about Time Wave Zero?
I know a lot about Terrence McKenna. He's one of my heroes, right there alongside of Steve Jobs and what's the Microsoft?
Who cares? Who cares? We want to talk about Time Wave Zero.
Bill, who cares? Gates.
Yeah, Time Wave Zero is supposedly like you get to this point in culture and then nothing progresses. It's just like the same. You know, like because like you got the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, 90s, etc. They're all like unique decades, and then all of a sudden everything's just blasé and the same forever until the whole thing implodes and starts over.
I feel like that's how it is with cars these days. Like, what's really changed in the car in the last 10 years other than the aesthetics on the outside? Nothing. I can't think of a single damn thing. Like, even 10 years ago, they were putting sensors in the vehicles, you know, that could measure the tire pressure while you're driving it. Like, even that's not new.
Bro, old cars used to have wheels in the back that would come down so you could parallel park easier.
Well, they had bumpers that worked, like bumpers that you could actually bump things against. Now you get a bumper, it's a big scratch. It's a $1,200 detriment. Just get a bump on your bumper now.
Like functionally speaking, what has changed in a brand new car made today and a brand new car made in 2015? What's changed?
Well, that's fascinating. That's why
they're made out of more cardboard and glue.
Bulbous, yeah.
Yeah, they're made out of more cardboard and glue rather than metal and screws.
Yeah, they're bulbous because of the technology of making the panels, right? So now they have really good technology for making like injection molded panels. And so now they can make it look like it's an old school car, but it still have all the safety benefits of like having the bulbous car look. But it really is just a simplification of a detriment of the ability to make certain injection molded materials.
Well, let me tell you this, brother. I want a car that's just a small sedan that's so heavy because it's made out of such strong material that I need like 2 V8s to power the thing down the street. So if I run into your pickup truck, I'm going straight through your pickup truck.
I mean, why didn't we just go straight from the Walkman to the iPhone, right? It took like an advancement in technology to reach us to this sort of application that we have with our inter-flat Earth, or Earth is flat commerce, e-commerce.
I don't know what you're talking about with that, but you make a good point with the phones, though. Like, I think like for the last 5 years of my life, I've pretty much laughed every time I see a cell phone commercial because I'm like trying to figure out what exactly it is that they're advertising. Be like, okay, what can that damn thing do that the thing in my hand can't do right now? Nothing.
Steve Jobs ended it. Steve Jobs ended it. He built the Apple campus that was built after his namesake, and then he said, here, you don't have to just be delusional about things. You can just like look it up. It's like in your pocket, just pull it out. And that really did do something advantageous
Right, but what does the new phone do that you need? What the new phone does that you need is it runs the apps that they force not to run on your old phone. That's what it does.
Yeah,
and force the programs that you put into your eyeballs, and then those programs like sort of run this synthetic machine that you call a body, right? Oh wow, that's that secondary technology from the first. When you look into the Black Mirror, that technology obviously, like then, like what is looking into the Black Mirror? Well, you're the one. Like, you didn't think this technology was solely dependent on you?
Yeah, I think more people in the future will believe the 1969 moon landing was real than do today. because in the future they'll
I
have
would
bigger
think that
TVs and higher definition TVs.
Haven't you seen Interstellar? Interstellar already predicted it. Like, no, obviously that was just a big goof. Like, we can't just go pretending like this claymation was real anymore. It's become
Are you
1930
one of
and
those
we're having to
guys?
survive on corn.
Like,
I'm not
just
one of
because
those guys. This is
there's
the
a funny thing in a movie
predicted,
doesn't mean that
the globe
like that funny thing
prediction.
in the movie reflects reality. Like you know that, right? Just because there's a funny thing in a movie doesn't mean it reflects reality.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah, just like wearing Crocs, like how everybody's wearing Crocs now. And it was just like a funny thing in the movie for Idiocracy.
Right.
Just a funny thing like that. No, but I agree with you. I'm not trying to bring any conclusion to that. Of course not. Like that was a happy happens, and
I'm
then
just
it
saying the reason why
became,
I'm pointing that
and
out to you, buddy.
really the Crocs are popular because of the movie, because it is like, just be defiant. Yeah, I'm full stupid. Yeah, what is this, a globe or something? You're like, yeah, if you don't want to be faced against the wall, you might as well play stupid. So, sounds pretty good to me. It's a good plan. This is a good plan. Horizontal is flat, and also the sky is measured flat.
Everyone's talking about Idiocracy Earth.
No, that was actually just me, but you want to talk about it? Okay. Let's talk about the selective choice of them picking the Crocs. I mean, that very product placement of them. Fascinating stuff. Will the Crocs make it like hurt less when you realize that like level is a horizontal condition? Like I don't get it. What is it with you, you globetards? Like you just like want to like have it all fully lubed up or something? This is
I'm not a
weird. This is
globe
weird. Okay. Well, thank you for telling me that, because I do sort of have a problem with people that have a problem with horizontal being described as flat. But
Me
that's
and
not
you
you. So, I mean, we're having a good time. I mean, did you watch this show? They had this show. This guy was tossing the globes around. It was like a real weird thing. They were pretending they were like had their like little like R2D2 like rolling across the globe and saying like that was their model or whatever. Like, and they had the art C3PO with the silver leg. It was
I didn't get
it
to
was just
see
really
that.
weird shit, dude. I mean, there's no escaping horizontal is flat. Horizontal is parallel to the horizon. The Earth is flat. There's nothing you can do about it.
Correct.
Well, what would you? You want to do something about it? Okay. What would you want to do about it? Really? That's the question.
There's nothing you can do.
Well, I have some idea, right? And so some of these ideas are the ones that I'm here. I'm like, hey, this is really funny. What if you woke up this day and it was perfectly flat, and you wanted to say that? Like, what would you do? And there's a few things you would do, and maybe.
What if you woke up and it was a globe? It'd be aliens everywhere. It'd be a fucking chaotic place, probably.
Aliens everywhere and like lizard people and like
Right.
like the fluke dogs. We'd have blimps and shit. You know, we wouldn't even have air travel. We'd have blimps. It was a globe. Holy shit! What an absurd idea.
We
You are funny, sir. You are
we wouldn't
hilarious.
we wouldn't need helicopters or airplanes. The Earth would just spin underneath our feet. So yeah, blimps would work, or
Yeah,
just
the flugtaugs. I mean,
balloons.
imagine like small like balloon aircraft, like but they were smaller
Yeah,
than the big blimps you see, but they were small and they could float around everywhere. Just like the drone technology, you can actually just become a pilot if you wanted. You just pay $50. It's like, hey, should you fly the aircraft in a place where there's people at? And you're like, yeah, no. And they'll just give you a license, a drone pilot license for like $50. It might be less. You might be. It might be $25. I might be overstating it a bit. But yeah, it's something.
and
Hey, if you want
isn't
to
it
be a
interesting?
pilot, you could
Isn't
be
it
a drone
interesting?
pilot for less than $25. It's pretty cool.
Isn't it interesting? You don't need a gyroscope to fly a drone.
Actually, no. Actually, the drone technology is so good now because of the gyroscope. So that's why that if you want to know how to like go forward and back, if you're confused about flight, you can understand that all by $50. Or 20, you pay me $25, I'll give you the bootleg version. Right here. I'll send it to you. I'll send you the and I'm kidding just for purposes of kind of
Getting
freak
back,
weirdos
yeah.
are out there. But yeah, that's easy to find.
Can we talk about
You want to
something
know pitch?
interesting?
Pitch to horizontal? Yeah, what's interesting is pitch to horizontal. That's interesting shit.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know, just anything that doesn't sound like this.
So do you think that
Gardening.
Duffy is a real
Anybody
do
put
you
any
think that
seeds in the
Duffy
flat
is
earth
a real
recently?
pastor? This is a real question because this was
Sounds a bit drunk.
Hey, the Scarlet King, do you believe the earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
Not very often these globe clowns want to go head to head with us.
Do they have a pill for intellectual impotence? Do they have a pill for the other kind?
So we take the reciprocal zenith angles from taking the elevation angle of the celestial from a horizontal position on a map. Is everybody still okay? Are you guys seated for this?
Oh, are you one of those assumption earther guys?
Oh, holy shit, you're assuming something?
Well, that's what geodetic surveyors do. They press their little correction button, right?
That could be something. Did you do that?
No, I never did that.
Oof. Wow. What a big fail. Well, one day you'll be able to ride motorcycles, little Jimmy.
One day.
One day for you. You'll be a magical unicorn one day. When you
Until then, I
believe that
just try to.
horizontal, when horizontal can change direction.
No, it can't.
Well, actually, you're wrong. Horizontal can go north, west, east, south. I get to, get all four. It's over. You're done. What are you talking about? We just put the hammer down and it had a nail and we had a piece of leather and we strapped it around and we made a backpack or a lagoon strap for a voyage to
What?
South Africa. These are things that we actually do with the technology that we have. Like, we know a lot of things. You're standing on the shoulders of giants.
What?
You know that, right?
What?
Well, you have no appreciation for the flat earth, and the flat earth got you a lot of technology all along the way. So, I just want you to sort of like take suffrage in that.
Shut up.
Yes, thank you, flat earth, that made e-commerce available to me in a small Indonesian country. Thank you, flat earth. Like, and I think that you should actually say that. Thank you, flat earth.
You're weird.
And I'm unapologetic about it.
Just shut the fuck
Does it?
Fucking
Jedi.
weird.
Well, I'm a little. Well, that's kind of harsh.
You kind of sound drunk, like you need a container.
Okay, that's not really an argument. It's just like, why do you guys? You sound drunk. It's like you sound like you're out of ideas.
You just sound like you're rambling, dude.
He sounds like he just got done
no
with a
one's
lobotomy or
disputing
something.
that. No one's disputing that either, Jedi. This is like, no, I'm cool with you, dude. Don't do that to me.
Just wonder what the fuck you're talking about, dude. It's kind of embarrassing.
We're talking about the same subject. Like, no one's left the context of the conversation. It is geometrical. This is the entire point of why I'm even talking right now.
Can you remember?
You do sound a little
Yes,
more than
I can remember horizontal is flat. I can remember that. It's pretty easy. But I get it. Thank you. I'll bow out.
I had a thought on the topic of idiocracy, because after all, the premise of the movie is 500 years go by and stupid people breed faster than smart people. So 500 years in the future, there are no more smart people anymore. That's basically the premise of the movie. So I was thinking, like, in the modern era, if a woman decides not to breed with a man because he's a flat earther, does that, and the earth is in fact in reality flat and stationary, does that mean that that's the idiocracy process, evolutionary process in action right there?
Happens every day.
It's a thing to think about.
Welcome, Globetard.
What was Eratosthenes' angle to the sun in relation to? High IQ. There wouldn't happen to have been a straight line distance between Syene and Alexandria, would it?
According to Shadows, I don't believe there is. At least that's what they say.
Yeah, shadows are impossible on a ball. I mean, a flat Earth. Right? A shadow on a flat surface? Of course not, how absurd.
That's something else they want you to believe, yeah.
So it's still measured flat. Like in the sky is measured flat, and that's how we know the Earth is measured flat. See, we have the Earth measured flat, and then we have the sky with reciprocal angles, and that's flat. And then we have it flat Earth again.
I want that side angle view altimeter rocket launch DMOC was talking about.
Ooh, that sounds like some globetard sort of like thing. Maybe China's doing that with their like drone technology. Have you seen that where they can make it look like a dragon's flying through the air? The drone technology. You've seen that, right? Pretty simple. Kind of easy. You've seen that though. What you said was in reference to knowing that exists, right?
No.
Oh, you haven't
Nothing
seen
of
that.
the
You haven't
sort.
seen that where there's just drones. Yeah, they put on a light show, and it can just like fly and create an alligator, like right up out of thin air.
That sounds pretty cool.
Well, yeah, it's technology. Technology is, I guess, you have to run it cool, but it does take a lot of temperature. That much temperature is having to be drained from our actual infrastructure, which is based on flat Earth. So, what do you say now?
Couldn't agree more.
More infrastructure should be emphasized on being flat Earth. I agree. I couldn't agree more. We need politicians like you on the circuit, sir. I applaud your service. Thank you.
I wouldn't mind being president.
Well, of this room right now, you are. I mean, that's how you start it. Start a nation.
Leading one group of people at a time.
Yeah, I think the future is like online negotiable like tax returns and stuff where your whatever state you identify with is like some sort of crypto and you're gonna have a lot of potholes. Potholes and potholes, it was like a ambiguous sort of pun humorous terminology to sort of convey that there is another meaning behind the terms that we are using, right? But when I'm like, hey, all fronts to the barrel, horizontal is flat. Where's the trick? Where's my my hand behind my back? Where's the card that's hid under my sleeve? Like horizontal is flat.
Yep.
Is it that you wanted to define what the sky was? Because I'm interested. Define the sky, please. Thank you. Just because it would be fascinating. It's okay. It's just flat. Right? These are all synonymous terms, meaning equal in elevation, having no marked humps. Even. Steven.
Where's all the Globetards tonight?
Dude, they are every night. They're cuddling the bottle. What are they doing? They're hoping the new Assassin's Creed game is going to do well.
We have
Freak
high
weirdos.
IQ Globetard in here. We have a high IQ Globetard. That's his name. He's in the VC right now.
Puppy monkey baby, and the Earth is in the shape of a hot dog.
You're banned because it's proven incorrect. No, where's the curve?
You think it's in the shape of a hot dog? Okay, that's interesting. We're not claiming a shape.
I mean, you're claiming a flat surface. Flat surface is a shape.
Flat is not a shape.
It's called a disc.
No.
I mean, okay. Overall, the aspect is
You're claiming the shape of the Earth is a fucking disc
overall
that you
the
showed in a
aspect,
DVD.
Right, so the only flat shape is a disc, right? There's no other shapes that can be flat. Yeah. Oh, what a fuck. Good. We didn't need that level of intelligence in here. Come on, high IQ. Just unmute, man. I'm not going to yell at you unless you deserve it. And I'm not going to mute you unless you deserve it.
Oh, well.
I can't speak for anyone else.
With a name like High IQ, I'm already biased. He's a Dunning-Kruger.
No, I got high hopes for high IQ.
I don't.
Well, that's where you're left with. You have a lot of conflicting appraisals. So whatever you're about to ask us to assess, what say you? Is this too advanced class for you? It mostly is, isn't it? This is way advanced class. There is a certain level that you must achieve before you reach this class. You understand this? You understand what I'm saying? The appraisal was made. So is everybody just in the room, like, stop, like, waiting for somebody to say pitch data? Is that what's going on? Like, everybody's just, like, silent? Oh, whoever
Did
says
someone say
pitch
pitch
data
data?
first. Yeah, I said pitch data. What's up?
Nice. That proves a flat Earth.
Pitch data? I mean, which way are you pitching, if you know what I mean? And of course, yes, obviously.
Yeah, you're pitching above zero when you're cruising.
Yeah, I mean, well, 0 degrees. Yeah, absolutely.
How's
So
that
I
0
have
degrees?
a perfect record. It's actually 0 degrees because, nothing can't be something.
Okay, that's incorrect. Actually, can you show the evidence?
But if you define that something is antithesis to the definition itself, and so it's ambiguous language. So thank you for recognizing that, and I will correct that in the future.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't pitch below zero to negotiate for an 8-inch per mile squared curve while they're flying at 500 miles an hour.
Oh, 8-inch per mile squared? No, this is so hilarious because Matthew learned, he came here and he tried to pull that. It's like, oh, if we just calculate 2 miles, it's like the airplane only had to travel like 27 millimeters. And it's like, dude, the argument is like, I'm traveling from Los Angeles to Tokyo.
And at what speed,
I'm
too?
traveling. Yeah, well, the speed, we got the speed. It doesn't even matter. We're flying flat the whole time.
Yeah.
For you to get your speed, like, that's another flat Earth proof. Any aspect that you want to go into detail about it, that there's more flat Earth, more angles of elevation. Every time it's gonna perpendicular to the horizon is always going to be horizontal, like, and you're gonna fly And you know when you find out that some airplanes don't fly correctly and they like sort of nose down to the horizon, those are very sad stories. Those are sad stories, and we don't even want to talk about them because it's so debilitated and consciousness and absurd. And that's why it's like, I really hope that Duffy is not flying people because he thinks that he should nose down to the horizon. And that's endangerment to the public at that point.
It's quite humorous to me to imagine the amount of descent they have to do at like 600 miles an hour to negotiate for that curvature. But in reality, that's like the time where they tell you to take your seatbelts off and chill and serve some drinks.
Yeah, we're just going over the hump, hill drop, and just unfasten your seatbelts. You're floatless. You're basically weightless because at that point they think that you're like into this other time frame, this other context. So where it's just play ping pong and you're fine. Yeah, but take the roof off and it gets a lot less chill or more chill, depending how you're looking at it. Well, that was the funny part. When you toss around the little globe toy, it's like, yeah, show me the 9.8 meters per second squared represented on this model. Yeah,
And you show me the gas
models.
pressure
Show
without a
me.
container with your model too.
Yeah, and there you go. Exactly. You're tossing you're fondling this little ball. You don't have a gas pressure containment without a container around this little toy. Like, what are you doing? You're just playing with Legos.
But that's what Matthew
Pieces of
Learn does. He
garbage.
goes to flat Earth conferences or whatever and just stands around with his globe. I heard there's video of him doing that.
Dude, I'm a real true glober. I want to go do that with him and be like, don't you know, like, the globe is the flat Earth model, and it's based on flat Earth elevation angles to celestials from horizontal. Those are transposed from zenith positions on the map to the celestial positions on the of the ground position. Pretty simple. It's a simple like, here you see me, now you don't.
Have you heard that celestial navigation in the south, two people can have a sight of the same star, but their lines will be different?
I know. I have heard that I can actually see the Southern Cross from Florida, South Florida, Cuba, of course. All of that area, Texas, and Guam.
Yeah, so celestial navigation like follows different rules in the south, but I find pretty interesting.
Yeah, the magnetic declination is the most interesting when it's transposed onto map.
Rules. What do you mean?
What's up, Kiwi?
What's up, man?
I was talking about I don't know if you remember, I mentioned to you a while ago how celestial navigation in the south, you can have two different people sight the same star, but their baseline is going to be different.
What do you? Yeah, you're gonna have to give more information than that. If they're sighting,
like it becomes like a curved line.
No.
And refracted curvature. John was talking about it with another guy, and everyone was stumped on the show. And Nathan was saying how he loves that we're asking these questions and trying to figure it out. But there's something going on in celestial navigation in the south that you have to like compensate for that you don't have to in the north.
I have no idea with what you speak of. What line's curved?
I think it's the baseline.
Can't be the baseline. You can't get an angle.
Yeah,
well,
it's a different distance that shouldn't be. Something along those lines. I wish I had the show.
Yeah, I need more information on that. Damn, says who? Where you been? You've been secretly shooting your ass off, haven't you? You better be.
I wish that was the case, Kiwi, but it has not been the case.
Really? What's up, man? Is everything all right?
No, everything's cool. I just took a little hiatus, and I'm back now. So, yeah, no worries.
Okay. Well, squared away. I was thinking about you today. I said, boy, I haven't heard from him. Okay.
I was in the show. I just didn't get time to bust in there because it was too funny. So
I couldn't see you because I can't see Discord when I'm in the middle of it. Follow?
No, don't worry about it, man.
All right.
Good show.
So,
Loved it. Good laughs. Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Yep.
I got all kind of issues, man. But I love my shoot. I do. I love my shooting issues because it keeps me on the edge, right? It keeps me motivated, right?
Well, now what's the issues?
So sometimes I just make shit up. Yeah, I'm a weird one, man. We don't want to get into that. That's all right. So we got not this Saturday, but the next Saturday, right?
Yeah, I think we're down. I see no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Right, you're down now. There's another one the Saturday after that. We're doing that one too.
Where's that at?
It's in Springfield.
Oh, right. Okay. Let me check my calendar. But
so
I think we're down
Saturday,
for at least next weekend.
Yeah. So April 5th is good. So make sure your calendar's clear. We're gonna do ASA.
Okay.
We're fucking going, dude.
All right.
Yeah, because I'm starting to get a little I'm not irritated at you. I'm starting to get irritated at my guys, and they better start getting their fucking act together. Or I'm going to get it together for them. Oh, let's see.
Their problem is they're not retired. That's their problem.
Yeah, that's one of their. Oh, he did call. Son of a. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yeah, he said he was going to call me tonight, but he didn't call me. Son of a bitch. I'm going to have to write a very strongly worded letter to him. Too funny. All right, we can carry on. Sorry about that, guys. Go ahead, carry on. Don't bother with me. I said carry on, for fuck's sake.
So it says to Mabel, it says, the sky is measured flat.
Dude, buddy.
I eat babies, I eat them every night. I eat them with barbecue sauce. And I flew to the moon last night with a winch. And I took DMT with Easter bunnies.
You're a fucking glue sniffer. You're gone out of here, too. I knew that was going to happen, by the way.
And that's weird that it's like, it's okay that happened. And during that, you knew that horizontal was flat, right? Like, there's no misunderstandings. To whoever that guy talking about the Easter bunnies,
Come on,
never
dude,
mind.
You just blow that dude off and then you
Never
carry
mind.
on, right?
Yeah, no, this isn't. I'm not trying to hold a globe up and being like, "Hey, can you put the slope intercept at this formula for me?" I'm not doing that.
It's not yeah, no either. Never say yeah, no, because I'm going to bust you. It's one of my pet peeves.
Oops, it's flat again.
Yeah, I know.
So there's going to be like museums made for Xenu and Scientology, and there's like a whole magic thing that's going to happen with the Scientologists.
You trying to get your 10,000 words out or some shit?
Oh yeah, just somebody's words out. Yeah,
I mean, you've been talking all evening. I left.
somebody's 10,000.
Cleaned up the entire kitchen. Dealt with somebody whacking my son's car while they were parking. Got into a little tiff. That took me like an hour and 15 minutes, and I come back and you're still talking? That you got a problem, dude.
There's a lot of space in between that.
Fair enough. What's up, Miss Doe? I haven't talked to Miss Doe's in a while. How you doing, girl? Little change of pace action. Ah, stonewalling me, huh? All right. What's happening, Jetty? Well, shut the fuck up then. What's up, DJ? Haven't seen you in a friggin' while. What's going on? This is some bullshit, man. You people were in here just gathering time so you can raise your elevation up in the server.
This may be true.
They're like, you can have into the break.
Get your XP up.
Oh wait, did I unmute? No, never mind.
What?
I saw you on mute, and I was like, oh wait, yeah, and then you muted again.
Trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Well, poor old QE was saying g'day to a few people trying to get a response, and everyone was ignoring you.
Yeah, everyone didn't say shit. You're just sitting in there trying to up your status in the server.
No, I walked
Jedi happened.
I walked off and into the break was talking. I just went and done something else.
Shit. Oh, Indio's out there in chat skank land trying to get the high IQ Globetard. I seen it because the name stood out, and I said that's a contradiction in terms. But I never got anything back. Oh shit! There is a space. Really? All that? I'll bet you copy pasted that shit. That's fucking plagiarism. Guarantee it. You plagiarizing some bitch. Let's see where he got this shit from. Just take the first sentence. That fucker didn't copy. All right. Here we go. Classical physics is debunked, you glue sniffer. So where did he get this from? Classical physics is hiding the fact that it's Newtonian mechanics. Classical physics, Newtonian mechanics, same thing. Fundamental concept. Space is a three-dimensional continuum. Three-dimensional continuum. Where is it? Oh, he just got that from Wikipedia. Fuck, dude. I mean, really? Just plagiarize Wikipedia. Why don't you? High IQ fuckwit. There are no gravitational fields in general relativity, you abject moron. So you don't know what you're reading, right? So you post Wikipedia, right, where anybody and their sister can type in there, and they post contradictory horse shit with every other breath. But you don't know that because you're a fuckwit. Bring your dumb ass in here. Why is he still allowed to speak out here, by the way?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's plagiarized. He's plagiarized that. So is that allowed?
I mean, if he wants to use it to make a fool of himself, then yeah.
Oh, that's some bullshit right there, man. We have to have a mod meeting. Right? I know I'm not a mod, but I'm basically in charge of the mods.
Like, if the mods were reindeer, you'd be Rudolph with the red nose.
That's a fucked up way of saying that shit.
Fucking Rudolph.
You could say, yeah, Kiwi, yeah. You could hear him say, yeah, Kiwi, you're right. But then turn around, go on mute, turn around to their significant other and say, this guy's a pretentious asshole, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
I already
sure.
know.
I was just about to server mute you to see how much my party had.
Yeah, I already know what you're thinking before you fucking think it. I'm already 6-7 steps ahead of you. There's the high IQ Globetard. You know that name is a contradiction in terms?
Of course it is.
You plagiarizing some bitch you. You plagiarized. You didn't even make it hard. You just plagiarized fucking standard wiki. Are you retarded? High IQ Globetard, are you retarded? That's a legitimate question. Hey, Jetty, you want to see some actual retards? Go check out my show today, dude. You had Will McDuffie and fucking Wolfie the clown shoes fuckwit. His first
Wolfie the pilot.
Yeah, his first public appearance. The first time I ever seen him.
I was going to say, I've never seen him out before. Wow. I thought he disappeared as it was.
First time in over 10 fucking years.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That,
and go look. Go watch the spectacle that occurred today. We're halfway through it. Go watch it up till this. I'm telling you, it's 4 hours. You know, but it's well worth every fucking minute.
Is it possible that McDuffie is trying to publicly embarrass all pretenders on both Globe Earth and True Earth side?
He's not that smart.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
He's not that smart. That my shoelaces are smarter than fucking McDuffie.
No doubt, but he is embarrassing these fools.
Yeah, but but the strange twist is he doesn't know that.
I'm enjoying it one way or the other.
It is so fucking stupid, Jetty. I'm telling you, dude. You're not going to believe it. You're fucking not going to believe what happens.
I'll stick it on a bit later then. I'll listen to it when I go to bed.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to do it right now, dude. Shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. If I told you to do that shit right now, it would be, oh, yeah.
The fuck? Who is this guy?
That's fucked up. Yeah, Kiwi, you're right. And then turn around to your significant. This guy's an asshole. Of course, you'd have to buy him a coffee tomorrow.
Of course.
That's messed up, man. I get you coming and going.
Finally just fucking sat down.
That's fucked up, man. I'm sorry. I apologize, as far as you know.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Hi, IQ Globetard. You come in here to the VC and you've been muted the whole time. What the fuck is your malfunction, dude?
Or has he not said anything since he's been in here? What the hell?
Yeah, he's fucking stonewalling me.
He said he doesn't want to get shouted at and muted.
Better go get that checked out, Jetty.
Thanks, mate.
You're welcome. Yeah, that's a more credible source right there. Flat Earth Dave. Fucking retard. He exposed like 4 years ago. You're just 4 years behind the power curve. Big Globe Dave. Dumb fuck. He's kissing cousin with big fucking Hanoi Jaren and Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball Witsit. Haven't heard from him in a while. Where's he been? Fucking done.
Haven't seen him for ages. Haven't seen him for ages.
Yeah, he's done. That didn't take long. Just about 3.5 years. And over 150 hours on my channel exposing his lying sore-rat ass. Now, it takes that long for most people to catch on because they've been fucking snacking on 70s paint chips all their life. Wits it, quits it. That's fucking hilarious, man. Platter, only you, brother.
No headphones. Again.
Now, I'm telling you, he is going to respawn. He will respawn. Now, what he'll respawn into, it's anyone's guess. But he's fucking going to respawn.
Well, have you heard of the latest drama? Oh, okay. Well, let me send that to you on the side. I don't think he'll be doing anything. They playing. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Okay. Sorry, I was harsh to you on the show.
What's going on? Come on, you can't just drop news.
Just relax. Sorry, I was hard on you on the show, Big Daddy. But I like that shit to float smoothly. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Hopefully these headphones are better for now.
All right, fair enough. Just don't take it personal.
No, it's cool. Trying to produce a show.
I'm not trying to produce shit. I'm just trying to make that shit run smoothly, but I got a lot of people who aren't fucking concise.
Yeah, I just sent that to you because MG42 Pillbox sent it to me. So
Pillbox.
Yeah.
All right, I'll check it out after I'm done here. I'll go ahead and put it in the hopper.
Is it niceness?
Don't worry about it.
I'll get to it later.
Hopefully it's nice.
Once I leave for the evening, I'll check it out. It's only a couple minutes, so that's no problem.
There always is that.
Always is what?
Willingness to fill the void.
I have serious contempt for the lack of conciseness. If you haven't guessed.
Well, you'd always want more, right? If you...
No, I want less.
Suffrage. And that's why it was less to begin with. And you asked for more.
I always want less to the point and then shut the fuck up.
Oh, horizontal is flat.
That's fine. There you go. And you cut that right there, and that's it. That stands on its own. Yep. If you say any more, it's like you're making shit up. Now, it depends on the topic, how far you go. But be concise within the topic. If you're not, I'm going to come down like a bag of fucking hammers on you.
Well, the context is given.
I already know that.
Geometric.
I already told you that. You're good with that. Next topic. Damn, isn't somebody going to take charge and at least start a conversation, for fuck's sake?
Oh, well, the topic is the horizon
besides
is
you.
Parallel to the horizontal.
Besides you.
Perpendicular.
The perpendicular. This is a family show, dude. Exactly, Platter. Is that the World Cup trophy? No shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
The FIFA? What's FIFA stand for?
Federation of International Football Associations.
Football? They're not playing fucking football. They're playing sissy-ass soccer.
Playing football.
That's not fucking football, dude.
It is fucking football, dude.
No fucking football, man.
Football is the English name. Soccer is the American name for the same thing.
Actually, they're both English names. So
in America, they play gridiron, not football. Football.
Yeah, that's a form of rugby.
It should be called runny ball, not football.
Yeah, you guys play rugby. Yes, right.
That's not fucking rugby, man.
The games, so football, soccer, and rugby came from the same place, the same schools in England.
Gotcha.
American football is much more closely associated to the rugby rules the rugby rules that got changed. So yeah, it is closer to rugby.
Yep.
You've got the World Cup tournament in United States, Canada, and Mexico in 2026. Everyone's coming to you.
Yeah, well, United States is the best country in America.
You've got some gorgeous stadiums out there, I know that. That SoFi Stadium's something else.
Oh, it's the SoFi. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a nice stadium. Surprised they're not sacrificing Christians in there just yet.
Who the fuck is Tom Rabbit?
What?
Like Tom Rabbit is here?
Tom who?
Rabbit.
Rabbit? Tom Rabbit?
Darth Darwin?
Darth Darwin.
Like we got Darth Darwin, like James is tired, Donald. Who we got, bro? John?
He just put random words together.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
Who we got here? I want to debate with the fucking like somebody like Donald, Darth Darwin. Well, I want to kick the Darth Darwin ass, bro. Like what are you talking about?
What?
We got Darth Darwin in here, bro. Like the guy from
no, we don't. No, we don't.
guy from like fucking Klaus, bro. Like, oh, it's the flat Earth. I'm sorry, man. It's a flat Earth. I'm sorry. I thought this was like the debate of my
This
life,
is your
bro.
brain on drugs.
No, I don't take those things.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Have you just figured out where you are?
I just meditate and I just get high, bro.
This channel, this is #1 channel, dude. We're #1.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the reason I got confused. Like there was one religion debate server. I'm sorry, BC, and a lot of people that used to be in those PC. I thought these would like have a 30 people, bro. I thought this was this, but like it's a flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we're #1, dude.
You're #1. It's a congratulations, man.
Yeah, it's politics. We're #1 in politics server by a long shot. There
This
you go.
is such a good, bro. I knew about.
Did he call me a fucking goober?
No, I didn't call it. I'm just saying, good job. I'm just saying, like, I wish I knew about how to debate in the flat Earth. I don't know how to debate about the Earth.
It's not a debate. You're fine. Don't worry about it. There's no debate here.
There's no debate here.
Yeah. So
this is an interrogation.
I feel a lot of people who support the flat Earth, like, they just come here to improve their debating skills because it's like they can choose a fucking retarded a title and still win the argument. They're gonna be really good debater.
No, there's no debate. You don't debate objective topics, dude. You debate subjective topics like gun control, voter age, dumb shit like that. The nature of our reality is objective. It'd be like debating tree bark. Right? How many tree bark debates have you witnessed?
Zero.
That's right.
But it's like some people they say the Earth is not flat, and some people they say Earth is flat.
Well, that doesn't make it a debating topic. That makes one person a glue sniffer.
Yeah, and yeah. So in debate, like two people might be right, from their own perspective, like in debate. I'm sorry, in these kind of like things, there's only one person right and one person is just trying to like play some games.
Yeah, they're pretender clowns. Yeah, you got it.
So you guys are not one of them.
Not one of what? One of who?
They're delusional. People that think there's a bar are delusional, by definition.
Wait, what was I joining?
Well, ask me if this is objectively true. The Earth looks flat. Is that objectively true?
No.
No?
No?
No.
Logically, no. Logically, no.
Where did you
Where does logic come in with observation?
I mean, like basically, like if Earth is a flat, then there need to be endpoint, and if we have
I said, listen carefully. Looks flat. Looks
yes,
flat.
Looks
okay.
flat. Yeah,
that's objectively true, right? So when someone says it looks flat, but it's actually a ball, that's delusional, right? Because they've rejected their objective reality for for concepts in their mind.
Yep. That's really good, Indio. Really good.
But like people, yeah, it's like
and watch this delusional dude try to struggle with that.
But it's like I cannot see the air, but I can prove there is air, right? So I know the Earth is not flat, but
really?
You know?
Of course.
Okay. How did you come about this?
So,
I just want to know.
So just let Indio and what's his name? Where'd he go?
Fishing, yeah.
Oh, there you go, fishing. All right. Indio and fishing, just those two. Go.
Yeah. I just want to know what's the source of your knowledge.
So observation, like, but I
your observation
and scientists' observation for like last.
So their observation.
And
so they know. So they know. You don't know.
We know. I look at scientists.
Who's we? Why are you jumping in their pocket, buddy? Like you're not in their pocket.
It's a human resource.
So what they know. So what they know, you know.
But then no.
Is that what you're saying?
Not everything, but a lot of things. Yeah.
Did you really say that? That there's things that they know that you also know? How is that? Osmosis?
Like they prove and then they give us the logic and then we think, okay, this is logical.
What logic? You're just using logic like a buzzword, bro.
No, I mean like just imagine.
Then give us a syllogism for this logic then.
Logic, just imagine like everything
just
makes sense.
Imagine, is that logic?
If Earth was flat, there need to be endpoint and human being. Like I fly in plane a lot, so I have never seen the endpoint. There is no endpoint. There cannot be endpoint because of how the sun works. How like there's day and there's a night. If Earth was flat, there won't be those kind of things. And like I can talk to people from Japan, and they have a night, I have a day. It's only possible.
Holy shit! Guess Gallup much, dude.
Yeah. So you made a lot of claims. Can you put any of them? Can you back any of that up? Such as, hey, there can't be day or night and night on a flat Earth. Why is that? Or the other claim was a flat Earth has to have an edge. Can we have the logic behind that?
Hayes, no. I'm basically like I live in a place. Let's say I live in Nepal.
Why is it so hard for you to answer simple questions?
Yep.
So what's your question?
Okay, you made a lot of claims. You said, "Hey, the Earth can't be flat. It's just logical because a flat Earth would have an edge." Okay.
Yes.
Give us the logic behind that. That must claim. Why must it have an edge?
Because, like, if something is flat, then it to end, right? If it's not flat, it's probably round.
Yeah, well, that's your claim. You're just repeating your claim. I want the evidence for the claim, like the evidence.
Because people live in different part of the world. Like, we have 8 billion people. and no one have ever
That's not
seen.
the evidence I'm looking like. That evidence I'm looking like. That evidence that you just whatever that as evidence of. It's not evidence that there must be an edge. You said there must be an edge. I want to hear what the evidence is. Why must there be an edge?
Because if there is
because I said so. Because I said so. There must be an edge. Because in third grade they said draw a line, and then I ran out of paper. So there must be an edge.
Yes, if Earth was not flat, I'm sorry, if Earth was flat, and that means it's straight, there need to be endpoint to the straight. If it never.
You think you're going to run out because you're going to run out of paper? Is that it?
Yeah.
So in your world, so in your worldview, right? If I take a spaceship and fly far enough, am I going to run out of paper? Am I going to eventually reach an edge somewhere? Is there an edge to space?
No, not space, but Earth, yeah.
No, an edge to space. Is there an edge there?
No, there's not edge.
So why do you get to not have an edge, but I have to have an edge? Why is that?
Because Earth is small compared to the space.
How do you know that?
Because human beings have been able to move from one part of the world to another part of the world.
I asked how you know that. I asked how. Yeah. So what?
I have been to China. I have been to.
No, you said Earth is small compared to space. How do you know how big space is?
Because space is like, let's say, everything outside the Earth, so it is big.
Yeah. That doesn't tell me anything. You're just repeating yourself. So all you're doing so far is just repeating what you believe. We know what you believe. You guys come in here and tell us all the time what you believe. But the thing is, you don't have any evidence for your beliefs. You have no justification for half the shit you believe. So I asked you, hey, why does a flat Earth need an edge? You haven't justified why you think that. Other than, hey, I can hold an object in my hand and it has an edge. So the Earth also must be just like this object. What makes you think the Earth is just like some discrete object?
Because it revolves around the sun, and it need to have it need to be smaller than the sun, and it need to have an endpoint. Yeah.
How do you know the Earth revolves around the sun? Have you ever seen that?
How do you know the Earth is flat?
Yeah,
because
I go outside, Joe.
Because we have
Joe, shut the fuck up. Joe, shut the fuck up.
Joe, I'm not in the mood for your fucking giggling, dude. Take your hand out of your pants and fucking shut up.
Yeah. Somebody shut him up. I said Indio and fishing. That's the only two people discussing this.
Okay. So how do you know the Earth orbits the sun?
Because we have a day and we have a night, and it so makes sense because Earth.
No, day and night is caused by the. So hold on. So day and night is caused by the orbit?
Because the Earth revolves around the sun, and also it revolves around itself.
How do you know any of the shit you're saying? We know the stories, dude. How do you know any of the shit you're saying? You don't observe that. You observe the sun moving, right?
But like, I can feel it.
You can feel the Earth moving? Well, you need to put down your drinks, bro. You need to check that. I think someone's trying to poison you.
I can feel the wind moving.
Yeah, so what? Oh, my God. Wind exists because of thermodynamic disequilibrium, dude. Gets hotter in some places and colder in other, and then they tries to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. That's why wind happens.
Like, it's so
called convection currents. High pressure, low pressure systems.
We don't even have to go in that depth. Like people have proven, the scientists have been to the moon. They have left the Earth's surface.
Yeah, you're just chanting nonsense. You don't know any of that. You just believe it. So you said you know the Earth is a ball, and all you've done, you haven't given any evidence how you know that. All you've done is appeal to what you think other people know. You have no idea how they know it.
I mean, just imagine.
Yeah, well, based on faith.
And again, just imagine. Again, just imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine lots of things. I can imagine you being better at providing evidence. I'm going to have to just imagine that, though.
Okay. By the way, let's say if you have a magnet, if you have a lot of magnet, let's say if you have
Oh,
a
God.
100 piece of magnet, and if you throw them at one place, all of them they're gonna merge, and like the more small magnet you're gonna throw, the
Yeah, we
shape of
have
the magnet is
electric
gonna.
motors. We have electric
Into the break.
motors. We
Shut the
have.
fuck up. Into the break. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's a two-person party into the break.
Yeah,
So
so it's like
what does the electric Euro magnets have to do with the price of tea in China, dude? I don't see what that has to do with anything.
When let's say star blast, the shape it's out, but the gravity it pulls, and the gravity pulls
Oh
in a way
boy.
that it cannot be surfaced, right?
Oh
Like now, you
God.
tell me you don't believe in gravity. If you tell me you don't believe in gravity, I can't do that.
Well, tell me what it is so I can tell you whether I believe it or not.
Gravity is because, like, let's say if you throw something,
No,
it comes.
I didn't ask you what causes it. I asked you what it is. What is gravity?
Gravity is something that pulls something towards yourself.
A rope?
Yeah. No,
A rope
bro.
pulls
I mean,
something to ourselves? No, what is it?
like it's like if I have an apple and it pulls apple towards me, then I have a gravity. But the me is Earth. The Earth, like you throw anything out, try to out of the Earth, it absorbs those things because it has a gravity.
And so you observe this shit? What you're talking about? You observe this?
Yes, I have observed this. Let's say if I throw my
You
phone right
observed an
now.
apple going towards yourself?
Yes, I have observed the apple falling down into the Earth's surface.
Yeah, cool. So falling down is gravity.
There's a bunch of different kind of gravity, to be honest.
Oh, there's a bunch of different kinds. Which kind are you talking about?
I mean, like you got like
You're struggling, buddy. You're struggling, dude. Like, this is funny. Like, listen, you guys all come in here. You think that, oh, these guys, they just don't know it. If they knew it, and I come in here and I spit the dogma, I'll educate them, and they'll suddenly understand it, and then they'll be Glovers again. Dude, we understand this shit better than you. That's why we don't believe it. We don't believe it because we're ignorant of what it is. We know all this shit like the back of our hand. We know all your lore, all your crap. Okay, we know it better than you. You can't even tell us what fucking gravity is. I dare not ask you to define mass. That's a fucking death throw right there. So, listen, you're not telling us anything. We're just asking you for evidence, and all you're doing is repeating a story. You don't know what the evidence is to support the story, right? So they've given you this whole narrative of orbits and spinning and space and all this shit, right? You have all these stories. Great, we know all these stories too. What's the evidence that they're true?
I mean,
science is empirical, right? Is science empirical? Is it based upon observation and all that shit? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So where's the empirical evidence for the shit you're saying? Where's the video of the Earth orbiting the sun? Where's that?
There is a video. There's a video. I can show you that.
Of the Earth orbiting the sun.
Yes, in time lapse. In time lapse.
Of the Earth orbiting the sun. Where was the camera?
No,
I didn't get the sun and the Earth in view.
They make it with the computers. That's how the Earth revolves. They measure the speed.
No, science isn't made with computers.
The picture,
empirical evidence, observation of the natural world, dude. That.
By the way, I mean they have like so many like satellites, and they have so many like cameras.
Yeah, well, none of your imaginary satellites have ever filmed the fucking orbit, dude.
But you're using the internet, and it's probably coming to the satellite.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
How do you think you're using internet? It's out there in this.
It's like a guy. He's like the Gish Galloper of all time.
Yeah, I know. But it's like he's like Gish galloping between 2015, 2016, and 2017.
Yeah.
Dude, internet doesn't work by satellites, I hate to inform you. Neither do cell phones. Okay?
How do they work?
Cell towers. Landlines, wires, Wi-Fi.
How do Wi-Fi work?
Okay, so right now, my internet service provider, there's a main hub that's in South Boston, and they have a microwave transmitter that goes to the top of my fucking building. And that connects by wire to the to level 3, well, I think it's Cogent now, communications, and that's connected, since it's a major internet hub, to all the hubs all over the nation, which are all fiber optic cables. There's no satellites involved in any of that shit.
Bro, there is satellite. That's how like the information transfer. Like that's how the signal works.
You're woefully misinformed, dude.
Maybe you're using different kind of Wi-Fi I have never seen before.
Wi-Fi from where? Your Wi-Fi ain't using a satellite, bro.
Like my Wi-Fi comes from the satellite.
Oh, it does it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where you plugged it into the wall from the wall, right?
I mean, we do have like the wire, and we just kind of see it in my house. But like the data is coming from.
Does the wire terminate at a satellite dish?
What? What do you mean?
How are you talking to the satellite through a wire? Does it go right up to the satellite or what?
Like the
how long is that wire?
It's not long. I mean, like the wire is not connected to the satellite, of course, but like the waves is coming, the information is coming through.
Look, the worldwide internet uses undersea frickin' fiber optic cables. They don't use satellite. Like you can literally just Google this, dude. It's not controversial.
Bro, I live in Nepal, and we have. By the way, like now the Starlink is coming.
Here we go. Gish got something else. Like whack-a-mole, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's like whack-a-mole. Let's just go back to the beginning. Okay, back to the beginning. Yeah. You said that you know the Earth's a globe. You haven't given us anything on how you know this. You just gave us a bunch of shit. You gave us a bunch of shit you believe in. We know that. We know you believe the Earth's a globe. I asked how you know it's a globe. No. So how do you know something?
Okay, right? How do I know?
So listen. I know that I ate this morning, right? I know that. Okay.
And can you prove how?
I don't have. It doesn't matter whether I can prove it or not. I know it because I did it. I don't need to prove it to anybody. Okay.
But how do I know you ate it?
I'm not trying to convince you. This is about me. Okay. So I'm asking you how you know the Earth's a globe. You. So where is the source? What is the source of this knowledge? And don't appeal to somebody else's knowledge. Your knowledge. That's what I want to know. How do you know?
Okay, just
how you.
Okay, how do I know?
Yeah, you personally.
Yes, because every single morning the sun rises from this direction and goes to another direction, and then and when there is daytime, and I call my friend from Europe, from Germany, and he have a nighttime.
So how does that tell you the Earth's a globe?
If it was flat, the sun need to be able to. The sun cannot hide itself for 6 hours if Earth is flat.
Really?
For 12 hours, I'm sorry. Not those,
why not? Why not?
How can you hide the Earth? And how is coming back to yourself from the start, where it started, if it is flat?
Okay. I don't know if I should post a graphic. Okay, the sun circles above the Earth, dude.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, circles. And when it's far away, you can't see it anymore. And then it gets night.
It's not like far. Even if it's far away, we must be able to see. It's so far already. So you mean because
the air absorbs light, dude, right?
It do absorbs, and it's like the Earth is so far.
Listen, air absorbs light, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How far away would the sun have to be so that the air absorbs all the light from the sun?
Like, I think it has a certain distance, which I'm not aware, but like, I'm pretty sure, like, if
100 miles, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles.
I mean, I don't know how to search Google.
Yeah, so you're just saying shit. Like, you made a prediction. Hey, if the Earth was flat, the sun would light up the Earth the entire time. But you can't tell me how you even made that prediction.
Yes, it is because like Earth is so far distance, and it's like Earth
How did you make that prediction, bro? You're not gish galloping something else. How did you make that prediction?
Yeah, because the distance of
I just asked you. I asked you for a specific distance, and you said I don't know. Don't try to give me a distance now. You already admitted you don't know.
I'm trying to answer to your question. First of all, you have to be calm down, sir.
You're trying to be clever. You're trying to be clever and be a weasel. And I'm starting to get irritated by it.
Take a deep breath and listen to me.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine, dude. Just answer the question.
I am trying to answer the question. The distance between Nepal and Japan is so short, right? Compared to the distance of Earth and Sun. So it's like Sun being able to light up the Nepal and not Japan because of the distance. It's like so small. It's like a tiny fucking atom, like for Earth, for like Sun. It's like the same thing. Like the Nepal and Japan is similar because it's
how far away are they from each other?
It's not far compared to the distance of the Earth.
Do they both experience daylight at the same time, Nepal and Japan?
No.
Yes, they do, dude. What are you talking about?
I'm giving an example. Not Japan. Let's say Germany. I'm sorry, Germany.
Yeah. How far away is that from Japan?
No, Japan, Nepal to Germany. I'm from Nepal. Let's say.
Okay, Nepal to Germany. That's probably like, what, 10,000 miles, 12,000 miles?
And it's far, and the time distance is different. I can call my friend living in Germany right now, and he...
What does that mean? You can make a phone call, therefore Earth's the globe? Like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you?
I can phone call, and I can see it's a dark time, so I think, how can it be dark?
Yeah, because the sun's over there, not over you. Right? Say you had a light over your head, right? And you're in a big ass warehouse. The light's over your head. We call this light the sun. And it's on a fucking slider. And you can slide it all the way to your other friend on the other side. Now he sees the fucking light and you don't. Doesn't make the warehouse a globe.
No, but I mean, like I'm the roof of my house. I can see openly in the night. I can see the stars, right? I can see the stars. And I can,
yeah,
I
you can't see all the stars. You can't see all the stars, though, can you?
What? What you said?
You can't see all the stars, though, can you?
Nobody can see all the stars, neither you.
Yeah, so your argument fails because you just said, oh, I should see the sun because I see the stars. But if you don't see all the stars, that argument fails. The sun is under different fucking stars than the one you see.
Can you see all the people in the planet Earth? So if you cannot see all the people at the same time, the people must be fake.
What's he going on about now?
Dude. You're like, this is almost. I just lost like 10 IQ points. Fucking just listening to that sentence. No, dude, has nothing to do with fake. Who said fake? Who said fake? Who said fake?
1 second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, check your DMs. I'm sure you're talking to somebody in your DMs, dude. You're butchering their answers. Is it Professor Phil?
Probably. He was in it.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, he was. It's fucking funny.
What a glue sniffer.
Was he screaming by any chance?
No, he was saying how much money it took to put the satellites up in the fucking Narnia. Betcha.
That dude just bounced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Professor Phil said, quick, get out of there. They've got you.
Yeah, I know it was Phil because he tried to make that star argument before.
It's fucking hilarious, man.
That was a
ass whipping. That was
a professional Gish Gallop of megalithic proportions.
It was. You did well, Indio, to keep.
Yeah, it was.
He was all over the place.
You just were throwing him around his head by the tail, like around your head by his tail, man. Like it was a
thrashing. Yeah, man, that was.
It's like trying to catch a cockroach with a cup, right? It fucking things all over the place. You're trying to put the cup on top of it.
Fucking hell. He moved around fast. That was weird.
Yeah, but it's like he went nowhere. It's just like a dog chasing his own tail.
Yeah. It's interesting to listen to. Made me laugh a few times.
This is like it's so funny. They come in and try to psychoanalyze us, dude. And it's like, bro, we're psychoanalyzing you. Like, that's just interesting to watch how their mind, thrashes about. It's like, I always think of it, I always visualize like a fish out of water, just flopping around and flopping around.
That's begging the question fallacy. You said mind.
Point taken.
We give the time of day to an idiot, and then we circle a jerk when we.
I had a
stupid
presupposition.
globe.
Well, we need another fish out of water. Matthew Learns has joined us. What's up, Matthew?
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going?
I know. I look up, I see all these tiles. There's Matthew's smiling face.
Got Reservoir Dags at the bottom. What's up, Reservoir? How you doing?
Dags.
Well,
Good, man. Thank you.
Matt, when are you going to admit the globe is a cult, Matt?
I don't think it's a cult, but I'm gonna stick with it until I found better evidence for another
better evidence. Let's see what evidence you got right now. Or are you going to tell us, 90-degree angles 7 times and then fucking denounce right-angled triangles, you glue sniffer?
No, I think right-angle triangles exist. But the evidence, I would say, is stuff in the sky, for example.
Yeah, sure. So, 90-degree angle. What does that tell you?
That it's 90 degrees. There are two.
There's a right-angle triangle?
Right.
Yeah, thanks. Fucking idiot.
No, I'm not an idiot. I'm pretty smart.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You did the same thing over at the Land of Misfit Toys, you fucking moron. They didn't catch on to it because they're fucking just as retarded as you. My God, sir. I got you recorded. You want me to post it in here? Too bad they can't play that shit.
Yes.
Yes? Can somebody play it if I post it in here?
Probably. I think I can.
All right, hold on.
It's going to take a minute because I'm not good at this yet. I have an app, but I'm still working on.
Let's see where Matthew learned. Are you in ZZ? Let's see. It's got to be it. Oh, yeah, that's it. It's not long either. 2 minutes, 42 seconds.
Yeah, give me a second to set this up.
All right. Don't be going anywhere, Matthew.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you stay right. You stay your ass right there. It's the end of you for the 5,786th time in a row.
Wouldn't it be the end of my ideas, not the end of me?
End of your ideas, end of your bullshit. You're a fucking clown. Can't talk your way out of it either. You're done. You're done years ago. Anticipation, it's making me wait.
Which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
I'm starting to think I'm flat.
I just saw the high altitude Saddaloon station.
So, Matthew, 90 degrees, right?
Yeah, so right triangles have 90-degree angle in them.
Yeah, so celestial navigation uses right-angled triangles.
No, celestial navigation doesn't need a right triangle.
He says no! You fucking imbecile, you! You still on it, aren't you?
Yeah.
You dumb fuck!
So here's
My
how you do
God! Are you retarded?
No, I'm not retarded. Here's how
you are.
But what's an elevation angle?
In celestial navigation, you multiply the zenith distance by 60
That's
nautical
not what he asked you. That's not what he asked you. Is an elevation angle, does it have 90 degrees in it?
Elevation angle is how high above the horizon.
It's the elevation angle have 90 degrees in it. You're not answering. You're fucking done. Piss off, you glue sniffing fuckwit.
Okay, I'll leave. Goodbye.
Piss off. You're done. Clown dumb fuck. Exposed forever. No, 90 degrees. 90 degrees. Yes, it's 90 degrees. Yeah, but it's not a right angle triangle. Yes, but it's 90 degrees. 90 degrees. Yes, that's what we have, 90 degrees. Yeah, not a right angle triangle. Get your dumb ass out of here. Double speaking moron.
The only thing that sucks about me playing it, I haven't figured out how I can hear it at the same time. So I still got to work on that. So I didn't hear any of that. I can play it back and it'll play through my mic, but I haven't figured out how to get it to play through my headset without getting an echo. So
Right. Yeah. Gotcha. That's all right. You didn't need to hear it. We're good. Cosmic Cowboy. Cowboy to fuck up. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Cowboy.
This is my favorite.
Mine too.
Me too.
I asked him that on X. They're like, prove space is fake. I'm like, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Don't give me that word salad. Like, okay.
They should just tattoo pretender clown moron on their foreheads and be done with it.
Oh my god. X is bad, dude. Pretender clown, it's like the pinnacle of pretender clown.
Go ahead, Cowboy. We haven't forgotten about you. I'm still gazing over at you, Cosmic Cowboy. Come off mute. Come on. We can hear you breathing. Come on. Water's warm. No sharks. You can do it.
No, I don't think you can.
Come on, have your boyfriend give you a goose. What's up, Cosmic Cow? Your sister's ankles?
Boom.
Oh, Cosmic. Come out and play.
Come off that horse and tell us a campfire story.
He's chat skanking, boy. He's in chat.
Oh, is he? Oh, jeez.
Yeah. He can't speak at the moment. Yeah, we have a lot of people like that. What you got in your mouth?
Oh, God.
Come on, I only have an hour left. Let's go. Fuck. All righty then.
Watch, as soon as you leave, he'll start piping up that 90 degrees isn't a right triangle.
Henry the Brick, can you breathe quieter, please?
I didn't realise I was making any noise.
You're the only person in here making any noise. I'm just teasing you.
I think your breathing is making a claim.
I'm alive.
Why do you keep popping back in here, Henry?
Curiosity.
Curiosity about what?
Flat earthers.
About us as people. More about us as people or what we say?
You as people, what you say. It's all the same. Diversity of knowledge. Education.
How can there exist a horizon on a globe?
Stand on top of a cliff and look out to sea.
Really? That doesn't work because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. The Baltard's IQ. However, according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we go out in reality and see horizons everywhere that have a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told by the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkeys that along a tangent from our feet in every direction, there's a rate of change of slope of non-zero? How can you reconcile that? You can't. It'd be easier distilling Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to reconcile that monkey. It's all over right there. It's as easy as that. Just the horizon, baby. On deck, you scabrous dogs. Hands to the braces. Now bring me that beautiful horizon. Drink up, me hearty Joho!
Do you understand what just happened there, Henry?
Yeah, somebody was using a lot of rhetoric.
I knew you didn't understand what just happened.
Daz 68's a Glover, right?
I think so.
Noted on Planet.
Where are they all at?
I don't know, mate.
All these people in Flat Earth, but all on mute. How strange.
Well, we're still waiting for your answer. How can you have a horizon on the globe, Henry?
You look out to sea from a high cliff and you see the curvature.
You did the same shit before. I took that shit, took it back to the woodshed and beat it like a redheaded stepchild. So you're going to just repeat the same bullshit again? Really?
Yeah, why not? It's what I believe in.
Why not? That's what you believe. So you just said, why not? That's what I accept without evidence.
When the Earth moves between the sun and the moon on the eclipse, you see the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, you do? So
yes.
That's a cause and effect relationship. So in natural science, what they do with cause and effect relationships, or propose cause and effect relationships, they formulate a hypothesis. What would that hypothesis be, Henry?
No, there's no hypothesis there. You can actually see it. It's a visible thing.
No, there's a hypothesis there, Henry. You just said the Earth caused the shadow on the moon. So that's cause and effect. Don't fucking overtalk me. Don't fucking do it. So, what's the hypothesis, Henry?
The hypothesis is that as the shadow is round, the Earth is therefore round because it's cast from the light of the sun.
That's not. Do you know what a scientific hypothesis is, Henry?
There's so many of them that I don't really care.
No, there's not so many of them. I asked you what it was.
As I said, I don't care what it is.
You don't care. You're a dumb fuck. Thank you for demonstrating that to the audience. Appreciate that. Just keep staying out here. You'll make more flat earthers than I ever will. Appreciate it. Now that I've demonstrated the Earth is flat beyond any reasonable doubt, let's move to the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion in whole. Henry the Brit, are you breathing gas pressure?
Yes.
Yes. So, can you show gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, because the higher up you go, the less oxygen you will breathe in, therefore you'll be gasping for breath.
Well, that doesn't answer the question. There's still gas pressure there. So, my question again. Please show gas pressure. Show. You know what show means? Show gas pressure without a container.
Gravity.
Gravity shows gas pressure without a container. Can you show that?
No, because you can't show something which isn't there.
Yeah, gravity. Thanks. Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Henry the Brit, the greatest advocate for flat Earth this evening.
Can't believe you shot yourself in the foot so fucking quickly. That was impressive.
Yeah, thanks for supporting our cause, Henry the Brit. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll be in the area all week.
And when QE's not here, I'll be here.
Oh, that's your ass, Henry.
You're in a sling, buddy. You see a curvature from a cliff. Numpty. That's ridiculous, man.
Try it sometime. Out of sheer curiosity.
Yeah, shit. I've been out to sea. I've seen coastlines 80 miles away with the binoculars. I bet you haven't done that.
You fucked up, Henry. You got in an argument with a squid.
That's right. I did most of my sailing before I was in the Navy.
Good. It's a good form of self-discipline and knowledge.
Do you by chance know how much drop there is supposed to be in 80 miles distance? Henry, the Brit.
What do you mean by how much drop?
Well, if you live on a spherical surface, a ball, it drops as you increase the distance, correct?
Yeah, just about. If you fall from a height, you reach a maximum speed.
What the fuck?
But I'm not sure what it is.
We're talking about a rate of change of slope and you're chucking yourself off of buildings. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, when someone talks about, like, isn't that a wonderful blue sky today? Do you start talking about what color a fish is? It's just what you did.
Fishes come in many colors.
Oh my God.
There you go. Keep digging, Henry. Keep digging.
Doubt Silence is really starting to kick in, isn't it?
This is great, man. Let's see. What can we do next? I didn't know I was going to come on at the last minute and get such a great laugh out of this. That's hilarious.
Good. You're learning something.
The fish is orange, therefore the drop over distance is yada yada.
Keep going, Sonny. Please. Otherwise, I'll have to try.
I'm working on it. I'm thinking my next ploy here. Let's see. Okay, so we have 80 miles. Let's see what the drop over distance is supposed to be. Oh, Henry, 3,864.4178 feet. So 3,864 feet. That's more than a half a mile of vertical drop below my line of sight. How was I seeing a target distance of shoreline at 80 miles at 10-foot observer height? Can you explain that to me? How was I seeing how was I seeing where it's something that's supposed to be below my line of sight with a ball of water in between me and that observation, 3,800 feet? How was I seeing that?
Refraction and optical illusion.
Oh, so, okay, show me the refraction that accounts for 3,800 feet of vertical drop.
You can't, it's an infinite number.
Do it. Do it now.
As I said, it's an infinite number, and you can't calculate an infinite number.
Okay, but you think that makes sense, huh?
Depends on your point of view.
Yeah, my point of view is the Earth is fucking flat.
Good.
Observably, measurably, and practically used that way.
Right. Is it a round flat? Is it a square flat? Is it an irregular
it's
flat
definitely not a
shape?
round flat. It's not a round flat.
What sort of shape is it? Has anyone ever been to the edge and looked over?
Nobody's mentioned shape here. You're the one with the shape claim. You think the Earth is a ball, so you have the.
Oh no! If Earth is flat,
claim. You have the positive claim.
If Earth is flat, it must have a dimension.
Yeah.
So is it a round dimension?
Can you prove that? Can you prove that? Can you prove what you just said?
Well, if Earth is flat, it must.
Yeah, you're just going to repeat the claim. Yeah, you can repeat it.
It must have a size. No, it must have a size.
Yeah, says who?
Well, if it hasn't got a size, what is it? If it's not flat, a flat is a size.
Flat isn't a shape.
No,
it isn't.
It's a level.
Description.
It's a level. So is it infinite or finite? Does it go on forever?
Dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy.
Does it go on
it's a
forever?
false dichotomy, dude.
Well, if it was, is it?
Yeah, it is.
If Earth was flat with no end to it, you'd be able to walk from here to the sun.
Oh, really? Isn't the sun in the sky?
Have you been drinking?
Well, it's up there somewhere, so if it gives you
how are you going to walk there, buddy?
Well, so therefore there is a limit.
Some more. I'm climbing the stairway to heaven.
Yeah,
therefore, if you can't walk,
that's some dumb shit. That's some dumb shit. Walk to the sun. Thank you very much, Henry.
Aren't you in England? Aren't you in England?
Yeah, I'm in England.
You can't even walk to France.
Exactly.
Exactly. We've got a sea between us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how are you going to walk? Like, dude, get real.
July wants him to go there, though.
Well, somebody they wore oversized.
Shut the hell up! You're the dumbest person in there. Shut the fuck up.
I want to bring something. I think, if I remember right, Henry, you faked being a flat earther the first time you were in here.
Yeah.
Oh, do you think we forgot? I got a memory like a fucking elephant, brother.
Good.
So you started off as a liar, and we're supposed to take you seriously?
I came in out of curiosity.
As a liar.
Curiosity to lie?
You believe the Earth is flat. I respect your view.
We don't believe it.
We know it's flat.
We don't believe it.
Yeah, I'd want to get away from the fact that you came in lying right off the rip.
Yeah, he's done. This is a waste of time. Walk to the sun. The fuck out of here. Thanks, by the way. Appreciate that.
Henry,
everyone that's listening to you that can fog a mirror, you've just converted them. My God.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Contrary to popular belief, infinite and finite are not actually opposites because infinite is actually the operation of counting.
Infinite
so it's a
doesn't
verb.
exist. Infinite doesn't exist
it doesn't
in reality.
Yeah.
Or mathematics. So it's not even a choice. And the edge, you're not going to fall off an edge because you're contained. You will hit the container eventually.
Where would you fall to?
That's a fact. You're going to hit the container because your dumbasses are breathing. So there's a fucking container. You can be damn sure, Skippy, that there is one.
You know, why don't you ask these questions of your own worldview, Henry?
There isn't one that says there is no flat Earth.
No, where's the edge? Where's the edge of your flat universe? So, in the mainstream paradigm, the universe is flat. Where's the edge?
Well, if it's flat, it must have a limit.
Well, there, show it.
I can't show it.
There you go.
Because it's not there to be seen.
Welcome
Okay,
to Flat Earth.
wherever you think your edge is, that's where our edge is. Right there. Right, they're right next to each other.
But it must have a limit.
Why?
Otherwise,
You just keep saying must, dude. Why?
The Earth does have a limit. It's at the at the container.
Exactly.
Must be. Yep.
Yeah, and the container is gravity.
So container is gravity. Really? Fucking gravity can be anything that we want it to
Girl,
be.
Henry is right. Stop trying to gaslight.
Shut the fuck up. Show the gravity container. Right now.
You can't show it because it's not visible.
So it's an invisible container of gravity.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like Wonder Woman's jet.
If you jump up in the air, what pulls you back down to the ground?
I don't know. What if I
It's
let
called
a
gravity.
helium balloon jump up in the air? What about clouds? Yeah, you're done.
I feel like you're stupid, Quantum, because like
Piss off.
hot air
Yeah, if I'm
rises.
stupid. You're Helen Keller.
Okay, bitch, but you do realize
You're a
hot
bitch.
air
You're the
rises
special
and
bitch.
helium rises. There's certain
You're the
elements
special
that
bitch.
rise.
So
but
prove
we're
gravity
solid matters. Of course,
scientifically.
we're going to go right
So
to the
prove
ground.
gravity scientifically, diarrhea of the mouth, dumb fuck. Scientifically validate gravity
Helium
right
is
now.
not solid. first of all.
Scientifically validate gravity right now.
It depends on your weight.
Scientifically validate gravity right now.
A feather will fall down much more slower.
Scientifically validate Which gravity are you talking about, by the way?
She has no idea.
Which
that on
gravity are you talking
TikTok?
about?
She wants to know if that's on TikTok. And then
So
she'll
your
look it up.
proof, Daffodil, that gravity as a container is a feather falls slower than a rock. Really?
Gravity is a fundamental force that governs the behavior of
No,
all
it's actually not a fundamental
For
force.
110 years. The fuck are you talking about?
It's because helium rises. There's a difference.
Because helium
between
rises, is gravity is a force for
It's
110
much
years?
more lighter than gravity, so of course.
You're fucking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Hold on.
You seem to be like-
Scientifically validate gravity. Simple. Go ahead, do it.
It's a container.
That it's a container is not scientifically validating fuckwit gravity. Containers are solid.
Okay, you tell me what happens.
Gravity
when
is
you
not a
jump-
fucking
what's pulling you
container.
down? What's
Gravity
pulling
is
you
not a
down?
solid unless
Why
you
don't
can
you just
show
tell me?
what's the
'Cause you
chemical
seem to have an
formula of
answer yourself,
gravity.
so why don't you just
fucking
tell me?
moron. What's the container?
I don't have an answer to that. I'm telling you. You tell me what gravity is. and you're
Scientifically
different.
validate gravity.
Your
That
claim,
is
dude.
your charge right now.
Quantum, what's pulling you to the ground?
With gravity.
What's pulling you to the ground?
Pulling the clouds to the ground.
There's nothing pulling the clouds to the ground.
Yeah,
It's
no
part of-
shit, dumbass. So, scientifically validate gravity. First, you got to tell us which one you're speaking of.
Human gravity. I don't know.
Human gravity. You clown dumb fuck.
I just want to say Henry does have a point.
You're a clown. Shut the fuck up.
White knights are not female. Okay.
There's
So,
there's literally no like.
does
edge
gas?
in the
Hey,
world.
does gas fall down? And go boom boom.
Quantum, I feel like you're stupid. Indio, I think
Quantum,
you're
he
stupid.
wasn't bringing you. That was
You
India.
keep bringing up why did things fall to the ground? Does that apply to gas? Does gas fall to the ground?
Go boom boom.
Gas just goes everywhere. It tries to fill up the
Uh-oh.
space.
Yeah, that's
thank you.
checkmate.
Checkmate. You're done. Have a good evening. You
It
didn't even know
literally
what
makes no
gravity
sense.
you're
You're like
talking
bringing
about.
up these
How do you
random
put
ass
yourself in
arguments
checkmate with
to
your
make
own
yourself look
pieces?
right.
Yeah, you checkmate.
If you think the Earth is flat, I think you're just
Checkmate.
genuinely
Shut the fuck
stupid.
up. Shut the fuck up. You're already exposed. What?
You've never
for the
thought in your life.
1850th time in a row? Shut the fuck up.
I mean, we can get Elon Musk. in here.
Human gravity, right? That's one of your choices. You glue. You're a fucking glue sniffer.
Where's the edge of the world?
Glue sniffer.
Last time I checked,
Glue
flat
sniffer.
do not
Gravity. Gravity. Focus now. Gravity. Which type of gravity are we talking about?
How does the Earth connect to each other? If it's flat?
Gravity there, sunshine.
Weren't you just here when we just covered that, Daffodil?
Yeah,
There's no way to cover it.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Let's
get back to gravity
with Henry.
Let's get back to gravity. We're not chasing your begging the question fallacies, dumb fuck. Gravity. Which type of gravity are you talking about?
There's only one sort of gravity.
But just the human gravity? Is that the one? Is that your final answer? What about boll weevil gravity? You fucking clown, dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up.
There's one sort of gravity. That's odd.
Human gravity.
No, Henry said there's one sort of gravity.
Is there? Well, I'd like to
said.
direct everyone's attention to live stream voice text at 38 minutes after the hour from NASA. Lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity. Newton and Einstein. There, Henry the Brett.
So, now, since you're just an appeal to authority type person, is NASA good enough authority when they say there's two gravities? Can you teach an old dog new tricks?
It's possible.
This guy.
So, which one are we talking about? And then scientifically validate. You don't have to do it. They should have already done it, right? So you just have to go out and search for their proof of gravity scientifically. So which one first? Let's start at step one. Which one?
Well, do the Einstein one first.
All right, let's do the Einstein one first. So, general relativity was published November 25th, 1915. In order to have scientific validation, we're going to need at least one hypothesis and then experimental validation from that paper, November 15th, 1915. I'm sorry, November 25th, 1915. Can you go fetch that for us, please? Listen up, Daffodil. Go fetch it, Henry. We'll wait.
I don't need to. It's up to you.
It's up to me to prove your claim, counselor.
It's up to you to prove your claim.
You pre-law. Stanford, Harvard.
It would be Oxford over there, but
Really?
no, he's not.
The Oxford bailiff is going to come grab you by the nape of the neck and throw you down the courthouse steps. Counselor. Oh, you're on trial. You just became the defendant, and I'm the fucking prosecutor. November 25th, 1915, we need scientific validation of gravity. It must be in the general theory of relativity if it's an actual scientific fucking theory. Right? Yes? Go get that some bitch. Go get it right now. 1, validated or valid scientific hypothesis. We're going to need to see the two parts of it. And then the scientific experiment that validates the hypothesis within that paper, within that framework. If not, then that mug's not a scientific fucking theory. Let's get to it. Let's get down to business.
Let's see who will get that
fuck
first.
up.
Sorry.
Cowboy to fuck up. Shut up, Sonny.
Let's see who gets that first, Daffodil.
By the way, during a lunar eclipse, the Earth casts a shadow
Shut
on
the
the
fuck
moon
up.
and
We're
the
talking
shadow
about
is the
gravity,
circle.
Daffodil.
Henry the
You
Brit
want
or
the subject
Daffodil?
that you fucking dismissed? Shut the fuck up, Sonny.
Okay, but you're clearly ignoring the
Daffodil,
fact
shut
that
the fuck up,
shadow's
Sonny.
round on the
Daffodil,
moon
we're on
because of
gravity. Which gravity are you talking about,
There's
Daffodil?
only one type of gravity.
Gravity. Well, as of 38 minutes after the hour, according to NASA, there's 2 versions of gravity. You
Well,
dumb
that's
fuck.
according to NASA. I thought y'all don't believe.
According to NASA.
Why are you following NASA? I thought
According to NASA, they're a hostile witness.
So do you believe in NASA?
They're a hostile witness.
Follow them.
They're a hostile witness, Daffodil.
Why are you
You
not
don't know what
answering?
hostile
You're
witnesses
just throwing
are.
words
Shut
at
the
me.
fuck up. Shut your fucking
So you're
mouth.
not answering.
Shut the fuck up.
still.
Shut the fuck up.
I thought you don't believe in NASA.
Shut the
so
fuck
why are you
up.
all of a
Shut
sudden-
up. Shut up.
You stupid woman. The fuck?
Shut the
This
fuck
is
up.
the claim that's under Wait. This is the claim that's under interrogation. The one made by NASA. That there are 2 types of gravity. You're saying there's just one. It's stupid.
Yep. You're a clown. Pretender clown, Daffodil. Shocking surprise.
She also said that helium is lighter than gravity, so maybe she knows how much gravity weighs. That was kind of a stupid statement, too.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Okay, but there's
Okay,
a shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse,
whatever. Right?
and it's a circle. So want to explain
It's
that?
a circle. Gravity is a circle now. So it's a container and a circle.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Are you stupid?
If I'm stupid, you're Helen Keller. Fucking
You don't know who
clown.
that is.
Oh, you're welcome.
Do you wear a clown suit when you go to bed?
Yep.
I think you are ignoring the fact that I'm telling you
That you're
a
telling
shadow
us you're a
cast on
moron.
the moon. Why are you
You're
not
a
responding
moron.
to the shadow on the moon?
You're a moron. Shut the fuck up.
Shadow on the moon. That's a you problem, actually.
During a lunar eclipse, the Earth.
No,
casts a
not
long
lunar
shadow.
eclipses, love. No, gravity. Scientifically validated right fucking now. You galloping
You're
moron.
just ignoring the fact about lunar
No,
eclipse.
I'm not ignoring anything. You're ignoring gravity, your first claim. We're going to stick with that.
Now, listen, if we gish gallop with you to Eclipse, we'd debunk that, and then you would just gish gallop to something else.
Yeah.
So why don't you finish what you started?
Y'all create these false stories.
Why don't you Why don't you finish what you started?
But I think you're just trying to gaslight yourself.
You have no staying power.
That's there. That's not there.
You have no staying power.
He
man.
lacks commitment is our problem. We're staying on gravity. We're not
You're staying
leaving
on
that
gravity
much.
because you know my point.
Oh, we know your point.
Okay, you're staying on
Can
gravity because
read
you know
our
I know
fucking
nothing
minds, you
about
glue sniffing
gravity. I
idiot.
just know gravity
So
is a pull that
scientifically
pulls the
validate
middle of
gravity,
Earth.
dumb fuck.
I don't know.
Dumb fuck.
Like, why are you asking me something I don't
Scientifically
know?
validate gravity. Why am I asking you? Because you claimed it. That's why. Let's get to the scientific validation of that monkey right now.
You agreed with Henry that gravity is a container, and we need that validation.
Can we change the subject to like something else?
Gravity. You chose the subject, gravity.
I didn't
Huey
choose
was
the
right.
subject. I was
You have,
just
Yes, you did.
you have serious commitment problems. Yeah.
I told
no,
you
we're
that,
not changing.
Henry, she ain't
Gravity.
simping for you anymore.
Gravity, scientific validation. We're waiting for it from Henry the Brit and
Jump up in the air. What drags you back to the ground?
that's it. That you tried that shit before. That's
Well,
not
it's
scientific
true.
validation, dumb fuck.
You don't
that-
need to have. You don't
is
need
that-
to have. You don't need to have
Is that-
scientific.
you don't need
validation.
that. You don't
That
need
is up-
that.
that is-
You don't
that
need
is-
that. You don't
that
need
is
that.
up- that is- that is up-
is that
Stop
really?
talking
Is
over
that
me.
from the general theory of relativity? You dumb fuck.
We're not on about that. We're on about gravity.
Dumb fuck. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Why are you guys
Yeah.
not letting Henry
Is
finish?
that from the paper and from November 25th, 1950?
Quantum.
Can you
He
cite that
explained
shit?
to you what gravity is,
cite
like you
that shit?
asked, and
Shut
you're
the fuck up,
literally
Daffodil, you dumb fuck.
talking over
No,
him.
Henry the Brit, shut the fuck up, Daffodil.
But he said the same stupid shit you said, Daffodil. And I said, does gas do that?
What
I
brings you to the
did. I
ground
said,
when you
does gas?
jump?
I said, does gas
Answer it.
fall? And you said no, and you
Answer
checked
it.
yourself.
Why are you not answering
I
it?
did.
Because you don't
Why
have
are
an
you not
answer.
answering gravity?
Your
Scientific
fucking pie hole
validation.
wench.
What?
Okay?
Hey,
Why are you not
I
answering
answered it.
Hey, wench.
I
Why aren't you
answered it.
answering?
Quantum India, you guys
Why
are
aren't you answering,
Let me
Daffodil, you fucking
speak. I'm
idiot wench?
talking.
So,
I'm
Daffodil,
talking.
we're asking for scientific
Okay, but I'm
validation of
talking.
gravity, of
Okay,
human
I'll give it to
gravity.
you. I'll give it to
Human
you.
gravity. So,
When you jump,
post-human gravity
I'm giving it
in
to you. Let
fucking
me speak.
general theory of relativity, November 25th, 1915. We want to see scientific validation of human gravity.
Quantum eraser.
Shut the fuck up. Put her on mute.
I'm literally
Fuck
just
off.
okay.
Fuck off, clown.
You're
Fuck
so
off.
fucking stupid. You won't
Bye-bye.
even let me get on my
Bye-bye, dumb fuck.
When you jump in the air, what brings you
Bye-bye.
down? When you jump in the air, what brings you down?
Mute the
When you-
fucking
Are you
dumbass.
stupid? You can't even.
Yeah, if I'm stupid, you're Helen Keller. So back to Brit, Henry the Brit. Did we come up with, from November 25th, 1915, the one scientific hypothesis, valid one, and one experiment within the parameters of that paper? You must have it. And it must be there. So
Yeah,
go
it's
track that
visual.
shit down.
It's visual.
It's visual. Yeah, the
Visual,
paper
yeah,
is
you
visual.
see it. No,
The
you
paper-
see the.
The
you
paper
see,
is visual.
Yes, it is. But you
Yes,
see
the
the
paper is
actual.
visual.
You see the actual.
The paper is visual. Don't fucking overtalk me. We asked you
over-talking
for the
me.
scientists shut your fucking mouth. Unless you're going to post it in here right now.
I don't need to post it.
Yes, you don't, because you're a pretender clown fucking retard.
You know why you don't need to post it? Because you can't.
Yep.
Don't need to.
Because you can't.
Gravity is visual. You jump up,
It's
you
visual.
fall down.
Okay,
And
so
that's
then what?
observable.
You
That's
jump up, yeah,
observable.
so gravity is the effect? What's the cause?
It's gravity. It tracks you back to the
Gravity,
ground.
the
if you
cause
jump
is
up.
the effect at the same time?
Yes.
The cause is the effect. Think about what you just said.
If you jump up, why don't you stay up? Why?
Okay,
you don't-
that's not an answer to is the cause the effect.
It's both. You jump up, you fall down.
The cause can't be the effect, dumb shit.
Gravity grabs you back to the ground.
Can the cause be the effect?
You see it. You observe it in other
Okay,
people.
can the cause be the effect? Can the antecedent be the precedent at the same time?
You're playing with words.
No one's playing with words. No one's playing with words. You're saying gravity does X, Y, Z. That would be the freaking cause.
Hey,
but now you're
Duke
saying
Pope.
it's the effect. You're equivocating.
Yep. Do poop. Do poop. Somebody mute do poop. We'll get back to him in a minute. He white knighted. Shut the fuck up. We'll get back to you momentarily. So, into the break. So the container grabs you.
Yes, you could class gravity as a container.
Yeah, the gravity container grabs you. That's what you said. It grabs you.
Yeah, and drags you back to the ground.
Okay, so let's just say, hey, you don't know the cause. Okay, so let's get to the effect. Now, the effect you observe when things fall to the ground. Does gas fall to the ground?
It depends on its molecular weight.
It depends on, okay, what molecular weight does it fall to the ground at? What's the cutoff?
It depends.
Yeah, I'm asking you what it is to quantify.
We're not
what it is.
asking you what you're wearing. We're asking you the threshold.
Some gas,
What's it, 80 or?
some gases have a lighter or heavier molecular
Lighter.
weight than others.
So some gas hovers, some falls, some goes up.
Yeah, carbon dioxide is
What
light.
determines which one it does?
Carbon dioxide
Heavier?
has a heavier molecular weight than hydrogen or oxygen.
What do you mean by molecular weight?
Gas is made up of molecules.
Yeah, but
they
what do
have
you
their
mean
own
by
weight.
molecular weight?
the weight of the molecule. They have a weight.
So you can put it on scale?
If you go into a closed box and breathe, you would eventually suffocate because even if it's an open top, because the carbon dioxide will gradually build up in the bottom and build up. Yes.
Really? So why is carbon dioxide a potent greenhouse gas? Does it trap the gases at our feet?
If there's no way out, yes.
So, Henry, want to hear a fun fact? The gases in that box, the box stays at the same temperature and pressure. It's going to be the same number of molecules of carbon dioxide as there were of oxygen, no matter what.
It depends what life is in there.
No, it's called Avogadro's law. It's called Avogadro's law. It's going to be the same number of molecules.
Yeah. Dumbass.
Okay? So, why when I heat a gas of any molecular weight, it expands against gravity?
Heat.
It's almost like the molecular weight has nothing to fucking do with it.
Yeah, almost.
Heat expands and makes things lighter, less dense, therefore it rises.
Heat expands.
What? It makes things lighter. It's anti-gravity.
Wait a second. Let's see. Heat expand. Can you put heat in a jar and paint that sumbitch red?
That's a stupid question.
Yeah, from a stupid person. You.
If you heat something, it goes lighter. Therefore, it rises up.
It goes lighter. If you heat carbon dioxide, it gets lighter.
Yeah.
What happened to its molecular weight? Did heat strip it?
It expands, therefore it has less density.
Less
density. There we go.
What a dumb fuck. So where is most of the gas produced that we're breathing? Where is most of that come from?
The carbon dioxide reacts with trees. Trees absorb it.
Fuck. Where does most of the gas? Listen to my question. Where does most of the gas? Shut the fuck up.
You asked me a question. I've answered
he
it.
won't fucking just put him on mute. Fuck off, you dumb fuck clown. You fucking moron. You'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior. You're a dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. Right now. Don't you dare interrupt me again. You understand me? Shut your fucking mouth.
I understand I'm being spoken to by... I understand I'm being spoken to by a loud mouth.
You're a dumb fuck. Put this fucking moron on mute. Brett, we'll get to do hope, White Knight. That's a classic do poop, White Knight effect. He's done it before. Put that Henry to Brett on mute. Do hope.
Shut the fuck up, clown.
Yeah, you fucking clown. Right? Gravity's
I don't deal with your dude.
Gravity's
you can't hold a
Gravity's the question, dumb fuck. Gravity. We're on gravity topic. Can you scientifically validate gravity?
I can tell you about Einstein's theory of it.
Okay, let's go. We're going to need a valid scientific hypothesis and then the experiment within that paper.
I don't fucking know everything that he did, dude. I can't tell you.
Really? Then you can't scientifically validate it, right?
There's just theories about it. Like, what do you want?
Theories about it. No, there's one theory. That's the general theory of relativity. Just one. So, do you know what a scientific theory is? That's the question, isn't it? Uh-oh, he's Googling his way. You're going to fuck it up.
I'm not Googling shit. Like,
yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
What is a scientific theory right fucking now? Right now.
What a stupid fucking question.
Yeah, that's a stupid question after he claimed gravity was a scientific theory. That's a stupid question, you moron. What the fuck?
Why don't you hold a conversation without ad homs?
How much of a dumb fuck are you, true or false?
There's another ad hom. Like
that, how much of a dumb fuck are you, true or false? That's not an ad hom. You don't know what an ad hom is.
It's an attack on character.
No, it's not. Try again. Google that.
Define an ad hom.
Ad hom. What is it? And then we'll get back to gravity.
I'm asking you.
I'm sorry, a scientific theory. So what is it? Ad hom. You fucked it up the first time. You want to try again?
What's up, niggas?
Oh, boy. That'll be the end of him.
What's that?
Shut the fuck up.
What's
an ad hom, glue sniffer? Do poop.
An ad hom is when the debate shifts on the person's character rather than the topic.
Rather than the argument. But I have an argument, so that's not an ad hom. Oh, boy. So,
all you do is
hold on, let me ask him a question. So, you think it's unfair that you say gravity is a scientific theory, and then he wants to check if that's true to see if it matches the definition of scientific theory? You think that that's unfair?
We all know it's a scientific theory. Like, why?
How do we know that? How do we know that? What do you mean we all know? I know it's not. What are you talking about?
The theory of general relativity? It's called a theory.
Yeah, what's a scientific? Hold on, Indio. Hold on, Indio. He skipped past the question. What is a scientific theory first?
I guess I'd put it as
you
if and then statements.
An if and then statement. That's not a scientific. That's not a scientific theory.
It's a hypothesis, and
it's theory is not a hypothesis.
Theory includes hypotheses.
They do. What type of hypotheses?
What type of? I didn't know there were different types of if and then statements.
What type of hypotheses are in scientific theories?
You what the fuck?
You stuttering fool. You have no idea what a scientific theory is. So, since you don't know what a scientific theory is, how do you know that there's a scientific theory of gravity?
I just know fucking Einstein did his general relativity thing.
Okay.
That's what I said from the beginning.
All right. He did his thingy. So, what you're going to have to do when he did his thingy, November 25th, 1915, when it was published, you need to go grab a scientific hypothesis, a valid one, from that paper, and the experiment within the boundaries of that paper that validated his scientific hypothesis in that paper. Simple.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at what a scientific theory is at 1 minute after the hour. A scientific theory from Chemistry About summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From quarks to quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Scientific American, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments, and testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs. A scientific theory represents a hypothesis or a group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. So, November 25th, 1915, we're going to need the hypothesis from the general theory of relativity and then the experiment that confirmed that hypothesis. Simple. Go do it.
So where in that definition was it like different? What you said different? Tell me different.
Tell me
versions
what,
of
you
hypothesis.
stuttering fool. Go get the fucking hypothesis that you don't know what it is, and the experiment that you didn't mention from November 25th, 1915, General Theory of Relativity, published by Albert Einstein. We'll wait.
Oh, you will? Okay.
Yep, we're waiting.
Yeah, you got a lot of time, eh?
Yes, we do.
Been doing it for 10 years.
Season 10! Glue Sniffer. Season 10, Holmes.
Why are you obsessed with glue?
Season 10, dude. We're going to need that hypothesis and the experiment within that paper. You're not going to get around it. Don't even try it. Go do it right now.
Yeah, this is expert glass.
One big pond. I would probably remove that. Scientific theories are facts. Actual ones are factual. So I'd remove that and don't post it again. You make yourself look like an idiot. You don't need a syllogism what a scientific theory is. Has nothing, they have nothing to do with each other. Kiwi Buzz.
Yeah, no shit, man.
Say again?
No shit. He called a scientific theory a syllogism. And if an instant.
He did? I didn't hear him say that.
Globetards say the darndest things.
Yep, and we're waiting on it. At least he's searching for it. At least he has some modicum of integrity so far through the silence.
I mean, I could have dismissed it all, but the fact that Will Duffy was wearing that vest.
And did a break. Stow that shit. We're waiting on the scientific theory of gravity.
Yeah, I'm reading his fucking paper here, and it's talking about Newton and shit, but I'm not going to read this whole fucking thing and try and explain it to you.
Did I ask you to read the whole thing? I said, please pull one scientific hypothesis out of that paper and the experiment that validated that hypothesis.
Looks like he's using laws
to make it a fucking theory. I didn't say read the fucking pseudoscientific theory, did I?
I don't know why the fuck I'm doing this. This is stupid.
Because you claimed that gravity was a scientific theory from Einstein. So you got to support what your claim is, or you're a village idiot. That's why.
Was that an ad?
At least you're trying, though. I'll give you that. You understand now?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Is that it? Is that all you got? Because most of us are growing a ZZ Top beard by fucking now. You can't find it, can you? You know why? It's not in there. That's why. So it's not a scientific theory at all. Zero. Less than zero. It's a reification fallacy. Yep. Why did I ask you? Because you claimed that the general theory of relativity was a scientific theory. That's why.
No, I didn't actually claim that. I just said it's a theory.
Yes, you did. You said it's a scientific theory, and then you mentioned general relativity. Yes, you did. Yep, you did.
Pretty sure you asked for scientific evidence. That's what you asked for.
You said it was a theory from general relativity. Scientific theory? Yes. That's what you said. Don't fucking pull this shit with me, dude. Don't do it. You're compromised. Do it again, and it's over for you.
How's it going to be over? Are you going to mute me?
It's over because you can't support your claims. Now, I can run down to any city, any town, and have a village idiot provide baseless assertion after baseless assertion without support. What's the difference between him and you?
Well, this is awkward.
For you, yeah.
No, it's perfect because everybody out there listening and the entire audience can hear how you cannot answer the questions. Period.
This is the first time I've tried to research it, so and all I did was claim it as a theory. I didn't say anything about fucking science.
Oh my god.
Scientific theory is science, dude.
I didn't use the word science. You're the one who used the word.
So you were talking about a colloquial theory, an abject speculation. So is general theory of relativity, because you did mention that, an abject speculation?
You did use the word science, by the way. I can go back and clip it out for you if you like. You said everybody knows it's a scientific theory.
Uh-oh.
You sounded better when you were quiet. So no hope. What's going on?
Who gives a fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution rests. I'm going to have to take my leave of you. It's a little bit past my bedtime.
All right, boss. Take. Have a good one.
Peace out.
Yep. You too, guys. Catch you on
Later.
the flip side. Out.
Take it easy.
So do hope. You still here? Or did you bounce?
He ran away too, yeah.
Fucker. They always run away. They have no introspection. I think that's what bothers me the most. Pretty much conceited shit, man. Really not a scientific theory. Never asked himself, well, why the fuck did I believe that in the first place? Maybe the people who told you it was a scientific theory, they didn't look either, and they're just full of shit. And that there's just a long line of people that are full of shit, telling other people, oh, I'm so smart. I know this general theory of relativity. Yes, it's a scientific theory. Then they never read the paper.
I have unmuted you, hand me the Brett. By the way, just so you know.
Why was I muted?
Because the conversation between you and QE was just over. Then we went on to No Hope. And he was fucking hopeless.
Yeah, he put you out the pasture, man.
Bit uncivil of him.
That's rich. How come y'all think you can come in here and do whatever the fuck you want?
Supposed to be open debate, isn't it? Supposed to be open debate, isn't it?
Does open debate involve lies?
It depends on your view of what the lies are.
When you put yourself out as something you're not?
That depends on your point of view or other people's point of view.
Lying isn't a point of view. It's intentional. It's intentional deception.
Yeah, but they may not be lying.
Then it wouldn't be intentional deception.
It's only your belief. Because
if you believe something, right? If you believe something, no, hold on, dude. You have to know. You have to be saying something the opposite of what you believe. If you believe something and say it, whether it's true, just because it's not true doesn't make you a liar. Just means you're mistaken, right? But if you know what you're saying is not true, then you're lying.
That's true.
So when people come in here and say, I saw Kerr from an airplane, which is a lie, every time someone says it, it's a lie. Every time. It wouldn't be possible
they
on a
believe
globe,
it.
dude. Well, no. They don't. No, they know they're lying, dude. They Google it, and Google says, yes, you can see it from 35,000 feet. And what a coincidence. That's the elevation they were when they saw it. It's a lie every time. So, should we be civilized to those people? Should we just treat them like, oh, you didn't come in here and lie. You came in here, and you're just telling the truth, and you want to have an honest conversation, and you're just curious about flattered. Like, we're supposed to just be nice to them while they try to fucking piss down our back? I don't think so. Now, in case you haven't figured this out, Henry, you Glober's arrogance is your downfall. It's your disease. You're so sure you're fucking correct, dude. You don't know a fucking thing about what you're talking about.
That's your opinion, which you're entitled to have, and I respect that.
Well, the cause of it being arrogance is my opinion. But you not knowing, and most Culbers, 95% of them, not knowing what the fuck they're talking about is not an opinion. I have reams of data. I got fucking 8 years of data, fucking thousands of fucking talking to Globers. It's not an opinion. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They were taught something, and they learned whatever they were taught very well, and they puke it back up. But they were taught the wrong thing, and whoever taught them didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, and they're parroting an idiot. You did it yourself, dude. Thought a cause was an effect, dude. Like, seriously. There's no experiment. Period. Why things fall? Nobody knows why things fall. Nobody.
It's called gravity.
The cause? Why did things fall? I dropped something. I observed an apple falling to the ground. What caused that to happen?
Gravity.
So it's the falling apple isn't the gravity. The cause is what the cause is gravity, and that's what made it fall to the ground. Which one is it? So you think this is just, try to say this is just semantics? It's not semantics. Do you know how I know this? Because this is known about in the philosophy of science and talked about how shit, okay, that the theory was. I can play something for you from 3 PhDs talking about it. How Newton, when he came up with his universal law of gravitation, and he applied it to falling objects, had absolutely no justification for that. Says, hey, whatever causes that causes this. There's no justification for that. If we want to know the cause of a phenomenon, we do an experiment. And we know how to do that experiment. It's manipulate the independent variable, whatever you think your cause is, and watch a change in the effect. Can you tell me what experiment that has been done, which shows that quote-unquote gravity makes things fall?
You can do it yourself.
What's the experiment?
You can do the experiment yourself.
What would that experiment be?
Hold an object in your hand, drop it, and watch it fall to the ground.
So I'm the cause?
Yes, you're the cause. Because
So
you
human beings
actuated
cause
it
gravity.
happening.
Yeah, we want to know the cause of the natural phenomenon, dude. The falling object. We want to know the cause. The apple falls from the tree. There is no human being, so it just falls, right? You gonna say the fucking rotting wood is the fucking cause?
Yeah.
So gravity has no cause. It's a causeless phenomenon. Things just fall.
Things just fall.
I just find it odd that what's admitted in science, you globetrotters can't admit.
It's a natural phenomena. which cannot always be explained as to why or how it happens. It's an intangible.
You can't isolate the cause. Nobody knows the cause. That's what I said. You just said gravity. That's just a placeholder word.
Well, it's been given a name because it needed a name, and they chose the word gravity.
Okay.
The same as they chose a word for an apple as a word to say we differentiate that between that and a pear.
No. What's actually happening is they've taken one word and ascribed it to the cause and the effect. But the cause is unknown. So this is a big clue that something's wrong. I can say what causes fire. I can say what causes boiling water. I don't call the boiling water the fire. Do I? I don't say, because the boiling water is the observed phenomenon. I don't say the cause is the observed phenomenon. I don't say the fire is the boiling water. Oh, what's that over there, that bubbling water? Oh, that's fire. It makes no sense. So when you say gravity causes an apple to fall, then I go, well, what do you call a falling apple? And you're like, that's gravity. Like, what? Cause can't be the effect. It's precedent and antecedent, right? One thing happens before the other. Like I said, they admit it in mainstream science that this was a problem. This is why Newton didn't believe in his own theory. They've known this. This is known. It's been known. Of course, they don't say that to frickin', grade school kids or high school kids or anything like that. They don't really tell the truth in academia until you're upper level. Then they kind of start leaking the truth. And then you kind of got to search for it because it's not just given out like that. They'll say the truth to each other. They won't say it to the general public. It's hard to get funding when you say, oh, we don't fucking know anything. We're really not sure. We're just guessing. It's hard to get money doing that. You got to fake it till you make it, man. This is the problem. I'm actually gonna go over this for you, Henry. When I say people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, this is specifically what I'm talking about. You brought up gravity. I said, hey, what's that? You said it was the cause and the effect. But do you know how the idea of gravity was derived? So Kepler's planetary laws, right? Newton noticed that, hey, dude, if we have an ellipse and one of the foci, the ellipse has two foci, and if we imagine there's a force that points out to one of those foci, that force will fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. This is a geometric relationship of ellipses and foci in the edge of the ellipse. It has nothing to do with experiment, has nothing to do with natural science. It is purely geometric. Then he took that idea and said, hey, what if this is why things fall? But he realized that he actually couldn't make a logical connection between that because his idea wasn't based upon observation. His idea was just based upon mathematics. Had nothing to do with science or experiments or anything like that. That's why the universal law of gravitation is not actually a natural law. It's a geometric law that has to do with the relationship of an ellipse to a foci in an orbit. Okay, so I'm sure you never heard any of this before. So when I hear someone like you come in here and go, gravity, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know anything about the theory of gravity. You don't know how it was derived, what it was come up with, what Newton thought about it, what other people thought about it, how he didn't want it fucking published. Like, you guys just don't know anything because you're living in the 21st century and you've gotten rhetoric and you got a shit education. And that's not obviously not your fault that you got a shit education, but you did. They don't tell you how these things came about. The history in the foundation, how people at the time didn't believe the shit. And then Newton gets overturned. And then it's Einstein, which is also just a bunch of horse shit. Which they also you can't prove things fall because of bending space-time. Oh, what's the cause of that falling? Well, there is no cause because, gravity is not a force. It's just the geometry of space itself that causes things to fall. Get silly. It's just silly, dude. And what I just said, none of that is my opinion. Everything I said is historically factual and accurate. Ew, we got fucking Itar in here. Who's a fucking astrophysicist. He doesn't even know this shit. I think what I just said in that foundation, now you take that freaking utter intellectual garbage and then go, oh, the gravity thing we don't have a cause of, that actually causes Earth to be a ball. So the cause was fucking the cause effect fucking duopoly, whatever the fuck you want to call it, now also causes other things. It causes geometric shapes, which is no evidence for. It's never been observed. It's never been an experiment showing it. It's not even really a consequence of the mathematics. It's actually just a special case because all the particles have to start at time zero. They all have to be the same mass, same size, same density, same everything, and homogeneously spread out. Otherwise, they won't form into a ball. Everything has to be uniform because every particle attracts every other particle. We have morons that come in here and says, "Oh, gravity." That means everything gets pulled to the center. There's a single fucking textbook on Earth that's past third grade that says everything gets pulled to the center. The shit my kid got in third grade. We have grown adults coming in here with that, dude. Grown adults with university degrees, dude. You guys are going to tell us what's what. It's fucking hilarious, dude. And you saying, I'll come in here because I come in here to observe you guys. No, we're observing you, dude. You don't get it. You're not in the higher position. And you're like, just because society, you see some sort of numerical advantage, you think you're in a higher intellectual position, but you're just deluding yourself. Truth is not a vote. Is it, Henry?
Depends on your point of view.
Do you think truth is determined by voting?
No.
Okay, then. So it doesn't matter how many people believe something. That's not what makes it true.
Depends whether it's provable or not.
It does not matter how many people believe something, Henry. Counting the number of people, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 51.1% of people, 99% of people, 100% of people believe something. Oh, it must be true. That's not how truth works. That's not how logic works. That, how many people believe something, is irrelevant to the truth of a claim. They're not correlated. They're not linked in any way, shape, or form. Do you know why? Because most of the world used to be flat earthers. How come that isn't the truth to you? How did that change? See, truth don't change. There's only one truth, and it don't change, ever.
Hello, flat earthers. What a guan. What's going on? Dead chat. Hey, Toby.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Voices. How's it going, mate? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
What are you up?
How are you? How are you holding in there?
Yeah, not bad this side of the pond, mate. Not bad. What are you up to, mate? Anything interesting?
No, nothing fancy. We had a nice weather today for the first time in a while, and yeah, that was.
Where are you?
I'm in the Pacific Northwest in the United States.
Oh, okay, fair play. Is that like Washington or some shit?
Yeah, bro. I'm just south of Washington. I'm in Oregon. Yep.
Yeah, very nice. Let's go.
Very close to Washington.
Yeah, Portland, isn't it? That's Oregon, right?
Yep.
Portland.
Yeah, I live right across the bridge from Washington.
Oh shit, nice.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, tell me, bro, Flurfer, Glurfer, what's your poison?
I was fortunate enough to come across the idea of flat Earth in about 2019.
Oh shit!
That's when I looked into it. That's when I finally actually looked into it, and the same day I looked into it, I'm pretty sure I didn't get any sleep that night. I was like, holy crap, what the heck?
Yeah, no sleep, no food, just rocking in the fetal position, bro.
It was wild, yeah. And so, yeah, it's been a journey ever since, just bouncing in and out of here, and just learning new stuff.
Never been close to going back, or has it just been like a deeper and deeper sort of understanding?
Well, it's kind of like an awakening. So
yeah,
it's similar to realizing that Santa Claus isn't real, you know. So there's really no going back to Santa being real. You know, it's just something that he doesn't exist.
Yeah, the cat's out of the bag,
real.
Right? That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's, once you kind of realize we were just tricked and lied to about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
As simple as the nature of water. Damn, that train is loud.
That is a loud train. Yeah. But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's a slippery little slope, mate. And it is really, if you're paying attention, it can only be one direction, can't it, sometimes? Rolling. Let's go, bro. I didn't know you were in voice.
All right, I'm going to get off the mic now. I got my son here. But it's good to jump in and say hi to y'all. I listen a lot, so.
Nice seeing you,
anyway,
bro.
You guys enjoy.
Take care, bro. Did everybody see? I just owned him. That was 1-0 to the Globers. The guy ran away scared.
Excuse me?
No, I'm just taking the piss. Oh, it's Dan.
Just dropped
How's it going, bro?
It didn't matter. So I just dropped in. No, not too bad, man. Just knocked off work. I thought I've got half an hour. I can sit in, have a bit of a listen.
Nice. Dead, bro. Pretty quiet.
Really?
Yeah, just speaking to Toby Dog then, but it was just a quick little hello and then goodbye. That was it.
Oh, cool. I thought you would have been practicing your newfound flat Earth skills, flat smacking the shit out of Globers.
I've been just reviewing this Black Swan stuff again. They were on about it in side chat, so I was just looking at the full video, and it's it's so on point that the Black Swan is the one with the refractions. It's like such a red herring. It's so on point.
The only reason they scream refraction is because they've got nothing else.
Yeah, well,
now
what I mean is,
have you looked up about stooping, looming, and all the different effects that you can have?
Yeah. I've seen it recently.
Are any of them what is happening in that image? Yes or no? They've all got definitions.
Yes.
You can look them up and go, this is stooping, blah, 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 blah. Is that what's happening? Yes or no? No. Go to the next one. Is this towering? Blah, 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 blah. Yes or no? No. Go to the next one. And you go through them all one at a time. Is it an inferior mirage? Is it a superior mirage? Have a look at all the possible optical effects that are there that you can have, and then ask yourself, is it this? And it's a black and white, yes or no. If it's a no, move on to the next one. And then right at the end of it, when you realise that you've gone through all of them and you've run out of excuses, you'll go, oh, fuck.
What were those? You said inferior mirage and what? What was the other one?
Superior mirage.
Superior, right, okay. Let's have a look.
So there's different mirage types. The only one I'll let you have, only because I'm being generous, is a thing called heat haze. That's all.
Yeah, I think we've discussed it. Yeah, like you see on the road, don't you? Like when you look down the road and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you want to check it out and you get a better understanding of it, have a look up long-range photography or long-range filmography. Stay away from FE sites because one might say that they're somewhat biased. But, just go to video sites where people just do long-range filming and shit like that, and have a look at what they will tell you to do when it comes to extreme long range and the reasons for it and the effects that you get, how to avoid it. Some people don't want that heat haze thing because it wrecks perfectly good photos.
Yeah,
But,
exactly, yeah. I think you have to get down below a certain height, don't you?
No, it's just because you're taking an image from such a long range and you've got so much air between yourself and the subject matter, all it is just the heat shimmer in that zone. So the worst possible scenario is if you're taking an image across a main highway and you're talking distances 800 metres. Well, that's the type of distances you're talking. So lens-wise, I think it's about 600 millimetres or higher. That's where you really start to notice it. Under that, you get it every now and then, but only extreme cases. So when you start talking high zoom, that's where it really kicks in. And you'll notice it more when you're going, say, across a highway or across a road. So you've got a zone of extremely high heat shimmering in front. It just makes a wall of this shimmery effect. That's all it is. It's nothing to jump up and down. It doesn't do anything to the horizon. It does something to the entirety of everything behind it. So wherever you've got heat haze, anything behind that is going to have the shimmery effect across it.
Yeah. Somebody linked a video with a squirrel jumping on the train tracks. Don't know if you've seen that one.
See it disappear.
yeah. Have you seen it? Yeah, nice. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. But yeah, you are right. I was reading around it this morning. Yeah, you need like a certain distance, don't you? So it would make sense. It would be greater if you use a bit of apparatus to increase that distance. Like the effect would be greater. Yeah.
Yeah, every now and then you get it close range, but most of the time, no.
No, it's long range, isn't it, by the looks of it?
Yeah. But like I said, go and check out some photography sites and even just Google it yourself, long-range photography, do's and don'ts, hints and tips to avoid heat haze. What is heat haze? Sometimes people are after those specific effects. Other times people do their best to avoid it. Most of the time they avoid it because they like I'll spit it out, like nice, clean, clear, sharp images.
Yeah, it does destroy an image, bro.
Yeah. It just softens all the edges of it and puts his...
No, I think, all in all, I think I'm pretty happy with the Black Swan. Somebody in the chat mentioned it, and they were just asking where the images were from. So I was just finding them, like, the original video.
Oh, right.
And, like, I think
Have
overall,
you got the link to the video?
Yeah, sure. Well, a video. I don't know if it's the original, but it's the video. Yeah, sure.
Hold on. I've got it here somewhere. I'll chuck it up for you, if I can find it.
This is from 8 years ago, but it's only got, like... 121 likes. So I guess it's a re-upload.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that.
Just called Ocean Horizon Rising. But yeah, somebody in the chat wanted the images.
Which one? One of... I think it's that one. I'll have a look. No, that's the Empty Horizon. That's a good video to watch too. Actually, I'll post that up for you because that's another one. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
Yeah, stick it in. I doesn't sound familiar.
There's a video called The Empty Horizon. Work. Yeah, that one's a good one to watch because you get to see a ship sailing away and different mirage effects happening on the ship.
Oh, it's on the list. This. Have you shared it before?
No, but it's a common one. It's
right.
Not because it's a flat Earth. It's done by a flat earther, but it's just showing the effects. It doesn't say this is because it's flat or this is because it's curved or any of that bullshit. It just straight up. These are the effects of long range and what's happening. So
yeah,
and the good thing about it, you get to watch the ship sailing away. So you can see close up that it's clean, and as it gets further away, the effects change. So that's why I like it.
Yeah, I'm just skipping through it now. I'll go back and watch it, but yeah, I can see like the horizontal lines they've put on the mast and stuff.
That's the BMSL B69. That's the one I want. And Control C. And that is your Black Swan video.
Oh, is this the original? So
yeah, it goes for 10 minutes, the whole thing. So it's actually got the original footage in it. One of my, if they don't tear them down, one of my goals is to go over the States and actually replicate it in infrared. So have two cameras side by side. One taking a clean standard photo, full colour. The other one, infrared. Both identical lenses. Hey, Roland, how come in text chat you're 9 foot tall and bulletproof, but when you're not in text, you're a fucking pussycat? What's this? At Pads. What you can't see is a Magix flat Earth camera zooming from a point where the ship was clearly visible and then seeing more of the ship. Well, if you can see it, why the fuck would you zoom in and make it clearly visible? You numpty.
Wait, where's that?
I don't know. Just Roland being his usual self.
But you can't see the Magic flat Earth camera zooming from a point with the ship.
Maybe you can translate for me.
Shit. I have heard it's filmed on two different cameras and then stitched together. Is that what he's on about?
I don't know. I was hoping while you were transitioning, you'd be able to still understand what he's talking about.
Whilst I'm transitioning, I like that,
bro. Oh, yes.
Well, that was pretty good.
Oh, shit.
But no, I think he means. I don't know.
What's this? No chance Pads gets me. No one gets you, Roland. He already tried and failed to call me to the mat. There's a reason for that, Roland, why no one gets you. Everyone else gets everyone else except for Roland. You're the odd one out, mate. Sorry.
Like I say, the only thing I could think of is I have heard when he zooms in and out, apparently that was filmed on a different camera. I can't see it myself, personally. But
Okay, I'll show you the two images. Hold on, stand by. Stand by, stand by. I've just got to find it first because I know it's here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So there's the original Black Swan image. So I'll put that up first. And there's the other one. Put that up second. Okay. These were taken 4 days apart. Same location. The only difference was I think they said there was a 3 or 4 foot swell.
barring that, exactly the same. Yeah.
That's it. So camera from the same elevation. But I think what's happened is in the second one, it was actually a proper still camera as opposed to a video camera. And looking at that also, different time of the day, just due to lighting, that's all. That's just a wild guess, though. Without doing it myself, fuck them.
But they're the only like noticeable variables. Like everything
That I
else
can
is-
see, yeah.
Yeah. Or whatever you want to call them, variables, factors. I don't know. Yeah. No, I like the black
But
Swan.
no, what's very funny though, and this is what a lot of people don't realise, we'll get a lot of Globers come in and they'll have dropped the second photo on us. Oh, explain this. What they don't realise is it's also a black swan.
The second one?
The second one is still a black swan, yeah.
Yeah, it was just the same thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Just with swell, that's all. What's rolling? Laughing my actual ass off. Lighting.
Do you want to say lighting? Yeah. Maybe when you said about different time of day or something.
Yeah, because of where the light is, you can see on the bottom picture, the light is clearly on the fucking right-hand side of the image, lighting it up. And on the other one, they're silhouetted, so that would tell me the sun's on the left-hand side out of the way. That's what it looks like to me. That's just by looking at those two images straight up. That's what my guesstimation would be.
The fucking good guesstimate, bro. I'll give you that.
Well, it's just common sense. You've got one side that's in shadow, one side that's in light. So, well, fuck me. I wonder which side the light's going to be shining from.
Oh, he did say understood. Thanks for clearing it up. Maybe he just...
Yeah, he probably just heard the one word and went, listen to his accent.
rolling, mate. That's all I've heard in this chat. I've heard it a bunch. That was my version of an Aussie accent. I cannot do accents, by the way.
Really? Yeah, nice one,
Clearly.
brother.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, shit. What's this? At pads, come at me, bro, and lose. Roland, get back in your box.
Yeah, shit. I'm a Glober, bro. You're a Glober. Why would I come at you, bro? We're meant to be on the same team. In fact, I don't even say I'm a Glober anymore. I'm a spacer. I definitely still believe in space. I'm a spacer.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. It's interesting. There's some things that you'll cling on to for a while, and then all of a sudden, one day you'll be walking.
Yeah.
Seriously, you'll be walking down the street doing your shopping or whatever the hell you're doing, or you'll listen to something on the radio, and then you'll turn around and go, "That is the biggest crock of shit I've ever fucking heard," and that will just turn you completely off it. It'll be just like that. Done.
I'll drop my shopping. The milk will spill onto the floor. I'll just be left there.
You'll be sitting at home minding your own business, and you'll hear a radio report or something stupid, and it'll be the next mission to Mars, and you'll just look at it and go, "Fuck off! We've been told about
Motherfuckers.
missions to Mars for the last 40 years."
Yeah, I literally just start having a little crisis. Like, fuck has got me, bro. They've had me. Shit, that's kind of what it was like with some of the observational shit on the thingy, because, I was coming in here, Black Swan, like, bullshit, and after I followed it and everything, it just starts to get to a stage where you're genuinely like, fuck. Like, I don't know how else to
Holy shit,
describe it,
Toby
but
dog.
Fuck.
I just took a swig of water and Toby Dog nearly fucking cleaned me screen for me by posting that. Oh, shit.
Nice. But yeah, I think that's what it's going to be like with space, mate. Yeah, I'll hold on to it. Like yesterday, I was chatting shit about gravity in here. I'm still trying to get my head around if it's not gravity, what is it? Or is there even a need? Well, that's what I was just going to ask. Is there a need for something at all? Like,
no.
For things to fall down.
Just stop and have a think about what we've got. You've got specific gravity. That's a thing. What's the problem with that?
That enough?
You have just stuff does what stuff does. Some stuff goes this way. Some stuff goes that way when you release it. Some stuff, it's not the same way, though. They're opposite ways. So why is everything accorded to down if there's an opposite way of down?
Don't know. I think that's what we were just getting to yesterday before the combo got cut off. But yeah.
And what about the Lagrange point? What's that all about? A point where if you're French, it's called Lagrange. And then you can sit in the middle of nothing and go nowhere. And no gravity affects you because the gravity's affecting you. So nothing's hurting you or doing that. You just sit right there like nothing is. There's no. So you're not falling. You're not doing anything. You're like stuck in a position. And then what?
Lagrange is in like the ZZ Top song. Am I spelling that the same way? Is it spelled the same way though? Because I'm trying to Google it and all that's coming up is ZZ Top, bro.
It's called the Lagrange point in space. Lagrange.
Fucking ZZ Top, get fucked.
I tell you, these
just play it. Put the song on and play it.
Yeah.
Get it out of your head.
At this point, yeah.
I'm just saying they do that, don't they? You want to find something out, and Google puts just cornbread batter. Like, that's not what I was looking for. What is on? Just a whole bunch of bands come up for anything you put in, don't they? All kinds of music or some kind of title or something.
Lagrange points are positions in space. Right, here we go. They can be used by spacecraft as parking spots to remain in a fixed position. Okay.
Yeah, not falling. No constant.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. How can different things that weigh different things that are supposed to be in accordance to mass, going in a variance with mass, be all the same rate?
Which is some sort of like fucking not equilibrium, but
yeah, but like an ink pen, a feather, or something. Like if I dart them all down and like shoot them at 8 million miles, like how do they all have the same rate of exchange when one is 200,000 times bigger, one's smaller, one's.
But that's what we were saying with terminal velocity as well yesterday, isn't it? Like, there's got to be another constant force acted on it to create that limitation. We know it ain't weight. We know it isn't air.
Well, what is terminal velocity?
What is it?
Is that just in accordance with free fall? Like you can't. Could I shoot something down like to it, like, or is it just when something's falling?
I believe falling. Let me double check. I believe it's when air, weight, and the force of gravity meet, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, but how does gravity, no matter what the weight or the physical shape of the object, gravity is smart enough to know the center of everything's mass? That's just weird.
Fuck knows.
I mean, think about that, though. Like a rock, or the gravity knows that this rock has more mass than this thing and where the center of it is. And then if you got a geo rock, where does gravity find it? Gravity is pretty smart. It could find the center of mass of a balloon.
Oh, there we go. Terminal velocity. When the sum of the drag force and the buoyancy is equal to the downward force of gravity. We need a better word than gravity, because I feel like I'm arguing for a globe every time I say gravity.
Equal to the force of gravity.
You
can't, dude, you can't get around it. It's a globe.
So how can you equal the force of 9.8 meters per second down?
I mean,
whoa.
When I jump, I guess when I jump, I've exceeded the force, and that point where I stop going up and I start to come down. Surely that's like the equilibrium point.
So a helium balloon, does it rise, and like an air bubble and a fart bubble, do they rise the same speed as Gravity Falls?
I think they rise, don't they?
Just saying.
No, they would rise probably proportionate to their density.
Density.
Oh, so it's just relative density
That's
now.
just. I'm not sure about that. That's just what I'm guessing.
Well, how dense is your gas?
That's what I'm saying. It would rise proportionally to that.
So you mean what size of balloon?
That too, yeah.
Because the density in this thing would be like just basically the amount of plastic, right? Because that's really the only thing that the gas is fighting is the plastic that's around it.
Yeah. Any other questions?
What's density?
Mass per unit volume.
I got a quick question.
Well, hold on. Mass per unit volume. So is an ice cube denser than water?
It's not.
Is the bottom portion of water more dense than the top portion?
The bottom portion is the most dense, yes.
Why is that?
Because that's how density works.
No, it's just water all the way through, isn't it?
Yeah, but the order of density changes with temperature and other things.
Well, apparently just more stuff.
Any other questions?
So the taller you stack it, the more dense it gets by height?
No.
No. Well, when water is in a body, it gets a thermocline when the sun hits it, and then it changes the density. And it gets stratified by its density like that.
Can you change its? Any
other questions?
If it doesn't
It
change its
stratifies
amount?
its temperature, it stratifies its density.
Both.
So when you boil it, you make it more dense when it becomes steam?
The reason
It becomes
I asked
less
that,
dense, sir.
Twonga, the reason I asked that is because one part of being a Boilermaker, we had to make this little box and put valves and shit on it, and then fill it up with water, and then pump it full of compressed air. And what we were testing for is leaks. And we were told that water doesn't compress. That's why whenever you do something fucking stupid like drive into a body of water, you get some in your engine, it hydrolocks. As in, your pistons can't compress the water to continue their next cycle,
yeah.
so they lock up.
Yeah, that's true, but what is the first thing you said?
Oh, so hold on a minute. So, on one handle, it can't compress, but it can when you want it to.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay. Point A, you say water compresses due to shit being stacked on top of it. Point B, it doesn't compress. So which one is it? They contradict. It either is or it isn't. Yes or no?
I'm pretty sure in physics there's like incompressible liquids. Like, is that what you're referring to? But I never made a claim about that.
Well, you just told Demok that it does.
Did I? I don't think I did.
Yeah. Well, that's why he asked you if you've got like water on top of water, is it more dense?
Yeah, it is.
So it's more dense, but yet it doesn't compress. So how can it be more dense if it's not compressing?
Dun.
That's
why I
I'll let you keep playing. Demok, I gotta go. Gotta go and de-stress
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I just explained how it works, but all right.
Yeah, you're not sure because you've just realised what I have said, and we know how much you little globetards are weasels. So, anyways,
I know, dude. I get your. I'm totally fine with you trying to poke holes in what I'm saying, but I'm not. I'm just trying to
I
figure
didn't
out.
poke holes in it. I just kicked it out the door. There's no hole.
Right. What do you? What? But you didn't like tell me why.
Because it doesn't compress. If it can't compress, it's not getting denser, is it?
We're not compressing it.
What the?
Well,
what are you
if
talking
you compress
about?
something, listen. If you squash something, as in put more of it in less space, something becomes more dense. Can you follow that?
Yes. Well, no.
Excellent.
No, the
So
density doesn't change. No, that doesn't change the density of whatever it is.
So compressing something doesn't change the density, but yet sunlight on something does. Fuck me. Demok, he's all yours. I'm going to go and play squash. I'm definitely going to flog the ball tonight. Oh, man. Anyways,
Whatever. I
guys.
guess you're just like flogging around, dude. I can't even follow what you're saying.
You're the one flogging around because you just got flogged. I'm back for you. If you're here later, Tonga,
You're too busy tooting your own horn, dude. I can't follow what you're saying.
So you're a dumbass. That's why.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hold on. Check it out. Demok, did you understand what I said?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead. All right. Well, I was Demok. Why don't you?
Yeah, kid's an idiot, dude. It's Salt. Your answer is Salt. You stupid fuck. Like what the? You don't even know your own argument.
Are you talking? Okay. Now we got the peanut gallery. Demok, go ahead. Why don't you give it a try? When did I say we're compressing
I'm just
liquid?
asking you, brother, about the density, right?
When did we talk about compressing liquid? What does that have to do with jack shit,
expanding
man?
liquid to an ice cube? How does that work? What's the density of the ice cube now?
How does that work? Because water makes hydrogen bonds. It's kind of cool.
No, the ice is expanded into itself. Now it's solidified. Now, what's more dense, the water or the ice?
The water is.
The water is?
Yep.
That's weird.
It is weird.
So
that's why water.
It's the water that doesn't want to be more dense than itself. It doesn't want to compress. How's it doing that when it doesn't want to do that?
Dude, don't use the word compression. We're not. I don't know what we're talking about when you say that.
Okay, when I got a balloon, which part of gas in that balloon is the most dense part? And how do you prove that? I got a helium balloon.
Which
portion of helium? Hold on, brother. Let me finish my question. So you understand. Which part of the helium balloon inside there of the gas is the most dense part?
It's uniform.
So I got a water balloon. Now in this water balloon, which portion of water is the most dense part?
I mean, you're letting it sit. Are you moving it around? What are you doing?
It's just sitting.
It's just okay. Well, then it probably would be pretty much all the same, unless you put it out in the outside in the sun or something.
In the sun.
And even then, it would still probably stay the same. It would change at the same rate.
Stay the same.
Yeah, it would stay the same, or it would change it. Or it would change it. In other words, the density. It wouldn't stratify. This guy Rigger is like really having.
So the center of the water isn't the most dense. So the center of mass isn't the more dense of the mass. It's the bottom of the mass.
No, it's not.
So it'd be the bottom of the globe would be more dense.
Well, the density of the Earth changes. The different layers have different densities, but we're not talking about that.
Yeah, but I got a geo rock. Which part of it's most dense?
You're talking about water, or we're talking about the Earth?
No, listen. A geo rock that's hollow in the center. Which part of it's most dense? The center, right?
No.
No, not the center?
No.
There's nothing in the center? So how do you know what's in the center of Earth? A geo Earth.
We know what's in the center of the Earth. It's iron.
That it's hollow?
No, it's not hollow.
No, it's not iron. You guys dug down 7.6 miles, and every bit of the way you got it wrong. So how do you know what the core is when you didn't even know what the crust was?
The same way we know it's the boat.
No, hold on, listen. It got it wrong every step of the way.
No.
Crust. The outside, the part where we stand.
What do you mean? What did we get wrong? How deep it was? How thick the crust was? What did we get wrong?
They thought it was going to be the mantle, the crust, the core, and all this other shit. None of that was correct anywhere. Over here you got sand, over there you got sand, over here you got snow, over there you got ice. None of the things they said have matched anything ever.
I don't think that's true at all.
So you think there's ice everywhere in every part of every core of something?
What?
So do you think there's sand in every part of the earth everywhere as a layer?
No, I don't.
So now all layers of earth aren't layers of earth now, and they shouldn't match and conform with each other?
Why would I think that?
You just said there's layers. Layers of what? If layers don't match and conform with each other.
Well, there's general layers, yes. There are layers, yes. But I never said there's a layer of sand that surrounds the earth,
Where's
man.
the layer of ice?
Where's the layer of ice?
Where's the layer of magma?
At a certain
Where's
depth.
lava at?
Dude, just pull up a picture. Just Google Earth.
No, I ain't pulling up a picture of lava. Where's it at? Dig down to some lava.
We can't dig that deep, man.
You can't dig lava?
No.
But you know what the core is.
Unless you go to a volcano.
What a weirdo.
You go,
So how far is lava
go to a volcano
now?
if you want to see lava.
24,000 miles.
What?
You got an 8,000 mile deep ball. How far is the lava down?
Dude, you gotta go say it again.
Your Earth, top to bottom, is 8,000 miles, 3959 twice. Right? Now, how deep down is the lava from our feet?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It comes out of a big mountain.
I mean, I can look it up and tell you if you want.
Well, I mean, isn't the volcano connected and it comes all the way to the surface? But you can't find lava?
What do you mean? A volcano is just an opening in the crust of the earth.
And you can't find lava. That's like saying you can't find a pimple on your face.
I just said go to a volcano, bro.
Go to a volcano? Well, how far down does the lava start?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
You don't even know.
At the volcano, it's going to move up. It's going to come to the surface. So you don't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how deep it comes from. The depth. The depth.
Of what? No. Where does the lava come from? Why is there lava?
Why is there lava? Because it gets fucking hot when you crush things under high pressure, and then they melt.
So why do you need heat?
What?
Why do you need heat? Why do you need a furnace? If you could just stick a tube in the ground and everybody gets free heat from sticking some copper or a tube in the ground or a little bit of packets of water halfway up and just keep little streams of water pushing in the world.
I never said any of that.
No, yeah, you did. You said it's super hot down in the ground. It smashes itself into
that doesn't
lava.
Mean okay, dude.
That means you can tap into the heat of lava. What do you mean you can't?
Go
all right, geothermal energy.
Yeah, right.
So why do you need it? Why don't you just tap into that?
Yeah, well, we build our buildings now with that in mind.
So the Nikola Tesla borehole, is it real hot over there?
Probably not. I'm pretty sure that's like up in the Arctic or something.
Yeah, well, still, if the hole that they're digging is super hot.
I'm sure that drill and that hole gets hot when they're drilling it. Yeah, real fucking hot.
Oh, only when they're drilling it? So it's not hot as the further you go down in Earth?
If they get all the way, if they get through the crust, it would get hot, yeah.
So the people in the mines that are digging in the mines, that's like 100 and something degrees down there, almost 200 degrees, right?
In the mine? No, that what?
Yeah, in a diamond mine or a mine. Gold mine, diamond mine, big, deep mine. And
why would it be hot down there?
Why would it be hot?
Yeah.
You just said it would be hot down there. It'd be more dense, more compressed.
More dense? Dude, you don't understand density. It's really hilarious.
There's no circulation.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely stuffy, but I don't know how I would
No, hot. It's hot. They'll die if they're down there too long. They got to take shifts, go down, come up, go down, come up.
Probably because you can't breathe.
You can't breathe. Why not? They got air down. They got a ventilation.
Then why do they have to come back up?
Do what? Because it's too hot.
Why is it
They can breathe, but it's too hot.
It's really hot down in the diamond mines?
Listen, bro. In Death Valley, you can breathe air above the ground, and you'll still die there because it's so hot.
I understand
the air's
that.
not what's killing you.
I understand that, dude.
So, where's all the heat coming from?
The Earth.
So the more dirt you pile on dirt, the bottom dirt just gets really hot.
Yeah, I just explained it to you.
So why don't you show me that? Go pile a little pile.
It is. Look at it. Yeah,
sand.
it is. Go. I said go to a volcano and you can witness it.
The volcano? No, I want you to show me.
Go to a volcano. Exactly. Go to a volcano.
No, you're not listening.
That's how I'll show you.
No, you're not listening, retard. That's not how you show people stuff.
Yes, it is.
You get amounts of stuff and you stack it onto something, onto a thermometer, and we see the heat. We
Do you
see the pressure.
understand what you're saying? You're saying, dude.
Yeah,
Let me.
stack water on a thermometer.
Why are you being so silly, Dema? Come on, you were doing good for a little bit.
No, you were doing good. I want to stick this thermometer in the bottom of the dirt and then see from the top of the dirt which one's hotter. You're the one that's saying when I stack stuff up, now the bottom stuff gets super hot.
Do you understand how much you would have to stack?
I don't know. You're the one that doesn't know what Earth's made of.
All right, dude. You're just. This is what you guys do. I'm trying to have a fun. Hold on, dude. I'm trying to have a fun chat with you, and you're just trying to. You're just trying to tire me out for no reason.
What's Earth made out of? Sand,
like
ice, or dirt? Earth.
Why don't you want to have a real chat?
How old is the sand?
How old is the sand? It depends what sand it is.
Oh, I thought it was all Earth age. Okay, let's see. Horizontal, do you know that?
Horizontal, yeah, okay, what? I'm
not
done,
up.
dude. You know what?
Horizontal's not up. Did you know that?
Who was that guy that was talking shit to me? Oh, he left. Of course he did.
Well, yeah, because we're going to teach you what horizontal is. Do you want to know what horizontal is?
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't change its rate of slope or elevation. It only increases distance that way. Horizontal.
Okay.
Flat Earth. Yeah. Now, can you show an arc that does that? Yeah, I can show you the principle
Yeah, I
of
can.
zero.
Yes, I can.
Zero change is an arc.
Yes, I can.
Show us.
You take a really, really small piece of that arc and you zoom in on it.
That's what you're going to produce. That's what you're going to print out or draw. Right?
Yep, that's it, man.
We'll
Any
draw
other
it out
questions?
on the wall. No, you got an altimeter. We're going to take a peek at it and see what the numbers say. If the number changes when you draw that arc out, then you're not on a globe. Any more questions?
And technically, what you actually said was not actually accurate because that small sliver.
I've said a lot of stuff. So which part, dude?
That last one about you zoom in on a very small sliver of it and there will be no change in elevation. That's not true.
Why not?
It will change, but to a degree that may or may not be perceptible. Or
exactly. All right. Fair enough. I'm okay with that.
No, every degree of
it may change by 10 to the minus 20.
Right. Right. I'm okay with that.
Unit, right?
Yep. I agree with you.
Technically, that's a change. So
I agree with you.
Well, we can also remember we can zoom in on a frog's ass and butterfly wings and fly wings and all that and their little legs and stuff. So we can see what up and down are from each other. Like we can see when something drops away from itself. You understand? We have a good ability to make things magnified at the microscopic level.
Yeah, where were you going with that?
Where's that curve?
What do you mean?
How you draw
That's
it
like
out?
Yeah, we're not be like a microscope. We would have to go the opposite way. We are like living. We're like the
you wouldn't. No, you're going to the microscope, and you want to magnify each little dot or each little portion of that line that you make the arc with. While you have the altimeter that shows you a number, an electrical number, and if that electrical number changes while you show your arc, then you're not on a globe. Gravity has to keep that number to no change.
How do you know that?
How do I know what? Your globe model? because that's what the teacher told me.
What you just said. How do you know
The teacher said if you take an ink pen and put it in an altimeter, the elevation has to follow gravity in a globe and a sphere of air, a sphere of dirt, and a sphere of water. The arc of the earth has to follow an arc, not a horizontal line, ever. Nowhere can you follow a horizontal line with an arc. It has to start at one point and then go downity down, down, down in that way, an arc, and then go back to itself eventually. Okay.
Speaking of arcs,
yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
what
go
an
take a
arc
piss
is.
real quick.
So now, how do you show the no elevation change of an arc live with your altimeter on the wall? How do you show us that? Remember, we can zoom in real small, guy.
Yeah, so zoom in and you'll see it.
See what?
That horizontal you're looking for.
No, Globers aren't looking for a horizontal. They're looking for an arc. Horizontal debunks their whole life.
You asked me how you would get a horizontal.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Twonger,
I asked you how you would draw the arc on the wall, and
I'll be
it
right
doesn't
back, though,
change
man.
its rate.
I gotta take a leak.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, wash your hands.
Yeah, good timing. The guy fucking forgot what I just told him.
It's okay. He's kind of.
Yeah, he's like 12 years old or something.
I think he forgot what I told him too.
Oh my god, that meme in chat is so good. Duffy. That's so good.
Toby, what are you talking about? Is he in here? He's not. He's not even in the voice chat.
What are you asking?
Oh, you are here. What do you mean it's unverified? Same method, dude. Have you even tried to like understand the method?
What is your question specifically? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
You're saying they use the same method for all the shite they can't prove. Have you looked into the method?
I'm talking about how they proved what's in the center of the fake cartoon globe. They just made it up.
All right. So do you know how the method? Do you know how we know it is that way?
How we know it's not a cartoon globe?
Okay. I actually.
You're asking me how I know it's not a cartoon globe?
Dude, I don't have the energy to play games anymore.
What are you trying to ask him?
Yeah, I think I'm just confused, on what you're asking me.
Dude, I quoted you exactly. The method they use for determining the Earth. Right? Have you looked into it?
Just tell us, dude. Instead of asking, just tell us what you're trying to get through.
I'm asking him if he's looked into it or not.
I mean, we don't like. I don't look into this shit constantly. Can I take part in this conversation too?
Yeah, clearly he hasn't. That's why he's quiet.
There's so many methodologies to like.
I was referring to the method they used to come up with, like, let's say, the radius, the alleged radius, the method they used to come up with, let's see, what's at the center of the alleged ball Earth that they say we live on, and the method I'm claiming they were using is making it up.
I didn't know y'all were genuine.
I'm not talking about the scientific method. I'm talking about, I just used that word for that. It has nothing. I'm not talking about the scientific method, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, because if you did use the scientific method, you'd realize that the Earth is flat and that globe shit is just a cartoon globe.
Yeah, what did you science a ball? How do you science a ball? You can't even draw out the Earth curve. You're talking about science.
Yeah.
I think that was a flat earther who said that, guys. The global Earth left. He left. That was a flat earther who was saying that.
Saying what?
About the fucking science practice method, whatever the fuck you were just talking about. I can't remember what they said verbatim, but I think you're arguing with each other.
Well, who's doing the science? What's the science? Let's see it.
That's my point, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just saying I think that guy left us. I think he's it's Bongo,
Yeah, he's long gone.
Yeah, I thought it was.
They're all really smart till you ask them what it looks like. Or you say, let me see. And they're like, oh shit, hold on, I gotta go get it. It's at home.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it looked like a pear.
He also said it looks flat as fuck. So it's a flat pear? Cool.
Flat pear, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a cue ball and it's like a pear. Like, what the fuck?
It's an oblique paroid.
Has anyone drawn out what the Earth is for you?
I don't know about you, but if you've ever been to West Texas, the Earth is most definitely flat.
Where's a tough crowd, boy? I tell you what.
Can't have tornadoes on a globe.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just curious. Why is that?
Because tornadoes don't go down and dip down. If you want to get away from a tornado, you get down in a ditch.
Anybody here live in Tornado Alley in the States?
Yes.
Why would
And I
you?
just
Why?
said,
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. It's where my fucking parents ended up, and I just ended up growing up here.
Oklahoma, Kansas.
I was
All the
born in
places that
Kansas.
get tornadoes have a flat area, really flat.
If my family wouldn't have moved, I'd probably still be in Kansas too. So I get it.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I went on the big rig with my grandma and grandpa, and said they were going to take me through Kansas, and I started crying, I guess, and saying, "No, I don't want to go to Kansas. There's tornadoes there."
Oh yeah. There is. When you go there and you look at it, and you're like, "Wow, it's all flat. It's super fucking flat. I wonder how this happened. Maybe it's from 10 million years of tornadoes carving out the land."
Yeah, it's topographically boring in Kansas for sure.
Whatever created the Earth, like CNC milling everything out.
If the Earth is flat, then Kansas is like the flattest part of the flat Earth. I think maybe Utah.
What about
I
the
bet
Great
is
Abyssal Plains?
Nah, Utah got a bunch of mountains, from what I
Yeah,
hear.
that
but
one part, the
that's
Great, the
from
Salt Flat Lake.
what they say. There's a lot of Mormons
Yeah.
over there. I don't trust that.
Sneaky ass Mormons.
Can't trust a motherfucker that can soak in a pussy but not fuck the pussy.
What?
Yeah, you said it, man.
I mean, he said something. I don't know if it was it.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
We spend 9 years trying to get out, 9 months trying to get out of one, and the rest of our lives trying to get back in one. Is that what he's suggesting?
That's pretty funny.
Too much knowledge is ignorance. So is ignorance knowledge.
Ignorance is fucking bliss, mate. That's what ignorance is. Shit. And the older I get, the more that statement makes sense, man.
I'd agree with that.
An easy life, innit?
Yeah. The dumber you are, the easier your life is.
Literally.
If ignorance is bliss, then how does it help us to know the Earth is flat? Why don't we just
There's a difference between ignorance.
stick to like the globe? Shit.
The ignorant part is just believing it's a globe. The moment you start
That's what I
questioning
mean.
it and you get like one bit of knowledge, that's what leads you down the rabbit hole. The ignorance
Yeah,
is
but-
bliss is, you've got an easy stress for your life, haven't you?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, is it like helpful then for us to like literally have this knowledge or spread it for people? Like, if they just be happier if they just go with it.
Better knowing the truth.
I may be putting
searching-
on a tinfoil hat here, but I've heard wild conspiracies about how instead of just having a bunch of ground go down after, all that, there's like another Earth that's like on the opposite side and we're like mirrored.
I don't know about that, man.
Oh, there's a
I don't
film
know
out show called Another World. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone in here has ever said that.
Talking about Jack
Yeah,
Sparrow
no, I've
in the
heard it's like
Underworld.
a disc.
Discworld.
Disc.
Yeah.
Who said it's a disc?
Like Terry Pratchett.
You've been looking at.
Well, I mean, the moon, the moon's got to be a disc, right?
What do you mean it got to?
Because it's got to be a disc. Because like
Why?
you circle in the sky. It's got to be a disc,
Why?
right?
Why can't it be a sphere?
The Earth's
That's
flat. Why the fuck would the
wild.
moon not be flat?
Yeah, have you ever seen
fuck?
do you have any evidence that it's a sphere at all?
Well,
I don't know. I just said, why can't it be a sphere?
There is some small.
Currently, we have
things
zero evidence for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you've got zero evidence that it's a disc.
Actually, we have some evidence that it is this, from what we can see with our eyes.
What's your evidence it's a disc?
I can
I'm
see the
standing
thing
up
with my
right now.
eyeballs.
And like a flat circle is a disc, so it's got to be a disc.
So you're looking and you see a circle and you say that has to be a disc. That's your evidence.
It's either a disc or a hole. That's the only two things it could be.
How do you know what it is? You can't. It's not a true dichotomy. You can't.
Because you have eyes that are sensitive.
Because astronauts they've sent astronauts up there.
What senses apart from vision are you using to determine if it's a disc?
I can see it.
What other parts do I need?
Just said without vision.
A disc is like a visual representation of something.
Yeah,
it's just a circle in the sky, mate. Like I don't see what's so hard to grasp.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple. Looks like a circle in the sky. Why are two of you speaking at the same time?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Looks like a circle in the sky. Fair enough. How do you then determine that it's a disc?
That's when you put on the tinfoil hat and you go back to the opposite Earth theory.
Can we bounce lasers off of it, and then we can prove it's a disc like that?
Oh, we bounce lasers off something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the same time of flight from different parts in the world, which basically just points to flat Earth and flat Moon.
Why?
I just think that, I don't know, I'm not, it's because if there was curvature, then if they were on two different sides of the Earth, or two different sides of, like shooting two different sides of the Moon, it would go there and back in different times. But because it's the exact same amount of time, it proves that it's all flat.
What's the exact same amount of time?
The time of flight for photons from the Earth to the Moon and back.
How do you think they do that?
They have these
do you
things
think it's the same? Do you think
it's a TOF sensor? It's a time. It's a time of flight
think
sensor.
That every time they shoot the laser, they get exactly the same readings?
Yeah, they get. It's like really.
Oh, they do they?
Yeah,
I'd like
they
to
do.
see that.
It's called a TOF sensor. They're amazing.
Yep.
They put a
And
lot of
what's
work
the
into
detection? And what's the detection method for the
a
return
single
of the light?
photon.
Single photon.
Yeah.
Yep. And what do they shoot
You know
off?
what? You got me there. The moon could be a parabolic plane.
No, I'm just pointing out.
No, dude.
Well, you know how when the sun hits it at different lights, you get different phases.
Going to keep talking over the top of everyone.
Oh.
I'm pointing out that you cannot determine what that thing is in the sky.
If you say so, we can make our best educated guess. I think so.
It's not what I say. So okay.
I agree with you.
guess
No,
that-
I agree with you. Let me put it like that.
Yeah.
But we can make an educated guess
Educated guess how?
by using our education to guess.
You go ahead. Take me through that.
We just did.
That was it.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you have that. You can have your belief. Think that the moon is a disc and you're bouncing lasers off something that's 245,000 miles away.
How do you know it's 245,000 miles away?
That's what they claim.
Who claims? Who's
Are
they?
you serious, dude? How many fucking bongs have you had?
What are you talking about? You're like, they said this, they said that. Like, do you have the tinfoil hat on right now, too, or what?
Okay, who says that the moon is 245,000 miles away?
You said that.
You just said
Yes, I said they said it. They say it.
Who told you that?
I read it in a NASA book. Seen it on a NASA video.
Are you an Australian flat earther?
Yeah, that's trippy, isn't it?
Why is that so trippy?
Yeah.
Think of the flag.
How the
It's still-
fuck are you Australian and a flat earther? You would have fallen off. You're on the other side.
Still flat. Still flat
Look at,
down
like
here, man.
their flag has the Southern Cross, which is like a flat, like there are stars that only they see on their half of the globe.
Okay, so
It's funny
if
as
you
hell.
move,
Listen, it's the single. It's like the single biggest sign that you're actually on a globe.
You would
Like,
expect
like
if
the
you
whole
move-
planet. It's like when you look at the
No,
stars from the other side of the globe.
dude,
You're like,
if
oh,
you
look,
keep
it's different.
going, if you keep going, you'll be exited, mate.
Wait, is that what the stars are on the Australian
Really
flag?
accident.
You shouldn't have that name either. That's an Aussie name. That's an Aussie band name, Icehouse. You shouldn't have that name.
So the thing is, right? Would you, if you moved around on the surface of something, would you expect to see the same thing in the sky?
Not if it's the
What's your
globe.
point?
Well, not if it's any surface.
I mean, if we're all
Problem is
stood in
that
the
measures to be flat. So whether you move to a different position and see a different thing in the sky, it doesn't mean it's a globe because the surface doesn't measure to be a globe.
Yeah, it does.
You would no, because if you move to the left on something flat, you can still see it. It's just way over to the right.
Totally.
So what's the left and what's the right?
That's what you see.
So what do you consider flat if you don't even know what left and right is? Like just being genuine.
Left and right's relative, isn't it, moron?
I mean, I just don't see how it's helpful to have this knowledge. That's what I was saying from the get-go. And you said, "Oh, just to have knowledge, good." But it started with saying ignorance is bliss.
Oh,
So I'm
well,
not
off
sure
you go then. Who cares then?
what
Huh?
it is.
Just it doesn't matter. Off you go. See you later.
Why would people go against the idea so much? I just don't get it.
Because we've looked at it.
You have no answer for how it's helpful. Like, do you like to take flights faster, or
doesn't
boats
matter.
faster?
Doesn't matter. So
Or trains faster, or save on gas money, or anything at
How
all?
come
whatsoever?
everyone who
Hey, two morons.
Gotcha.
Can one of you speak at the same time? Or can
My
one
turn.
of you
Okay,
speak?
it's my turn. It's
Not
my
I got
turn.
you again with that, dude. It's so easy every time. Because it's not helpful in any way. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, you sound like
That's where you fail.
Sound like Beavis and Butthead.
That's where you fail to have an
That's the
answer.
problem.
You never have an answer.
Answer for what?
Bro,
you didn't even ask
everything
the
you
question.
do-
How is it helpful
that
to know that
these
the Earth
guys
is
are
flat?
Okay, all right, I'll tell
drunk
you.
and
Everything you
pretend
do in reality is in relation to horizontal and vertical. There'll be nothing you do which doesn't utilize those references. So tell me when you actually do something in reality which is impacted by the Earth being a spinning ball in outer space.
This guy soaks in the pussy.
I look at a clock.
Nice answer, man. Nice retort.
When I look at a clock every day, I don't know. You know, it's
I
fun.
go to the beach, and because of the area that the moon is
No,
at
where
in the
it
sky.
impacts your life and it's a benefit to you. Oh, thank goodness the Earth was a spinning ball, because if it wasn't, I wouldn't have been able to complete this task.
Yeah, like when I fly around it.
Fly.
Yeah. I just went to Barcelona and back like last week.
I'm gonna mute this guy, and then we're gonna talk to one of you.
It's funny.
All right. So
That's what
you're
you
up.
do
Mate.
when you've been proven wrong, is you mute people.
No, we're not. We're just
Nobody
trying to
called you
control
any
the room.
names. No one said anything bad
No one's
to you.
told you any things either. So
Uh-huh.
we're just trying to talk to one person at a time, because you say something and then he says something and then you say we don't answer because there was no question in there.
Okay.
So if we do it this way, then we can talk to you and we can answer, and you can answer us too. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. What was your question?
How is it helpful to know that the Earth is flat?
Whether it's flat or not doesn't matter how helpful it is. The question is it flat or is it not? Does it make a difference whether it's helpful or not, whether the surface measures flat or curved?
Hey, you guys seem to put a lot of effort into it.
Does it change the outcome?
How many questions are you going to ask before you let me answer?
Does it change the outcome?
Was that a question? Does it change the outcome? That's not a full question.
Does that sound like you can't determine whether that's a question or not? That seems to be a
question,
problem.
Dude. Yeah, that was like a few questions.
Does it change the outcome with a question mark after it? Is that better?
The outcome of what?
The physical object being flat or curved.
What are you talking about? A physical object's outcome? What physical object's outcome?
Fucking hell.
You're just making shit up to be obscure and then claim that you want an argument, but that's not how you win an argument. You have made no argument. You've merely asked half of a sentence, posed it as a question, and then scoffed at me for being like, that's not a real question.
We haven't even started talking.
Do you know the outcome? Do you get the outcome?
Yeah. Does you asking that question change the outcome whether the physical object is flat or curved? Does it change the outcome whether it's important or not? Does it change the outcome?
Is that an answer of how it's helpful? Wait, no, you're dodging the question.
Loading routes.
It's a common
cross-continental travel.
You're dumb as well. All right, let's try 5D Pizza back. Maybe he's smarter than his mate. All right, 5D moron. Yeah.
I do actually have a question on the basis of what you were saying.
Okay, so whether it's important or not, does that change the outcome of the physical object's physical attributes?
I don't think it's a question of importance, but what I would want to say is, like, if you don't think that it's important, that it's...
So we've got Dumb and Dumber. NASA, that's what they are. Never a straight answer.
There's a very simple experiment you can do wherein you are in a area of typical I can't fucking say it. Topological? With typical topological features.
Topographical?
Yes, topographical, yes.
Bingo.
Yep. And you go about a mile apart from each other, and you have a hole. You have a 6-foot fence post. You put a hole in it at the exact same spot on both fence posts, and you shine a light through it. You'll notice you actually have to move to see the light.
Cool.
So you guys are more brain dead.
How far apart would you? Can you show us this being done? Or is it just a hypothetical? Obviously not.
Yo, Timbo. Timbo.
Yo.
I had a question for you, like on the basis of the importance thing. What I was saying is, I don't really necessarily think it's a question of importance. That if you don't think it's important, what?
Wrong button.
Yo.
Sorry. What was that? Mm.
What happened? What happened? Losing.
Not sure. Yeah, well, it says that I tried to undo staff mute.
Your own mute.
I don't know. Someone banned him. Nah, because I unmuted him and he started talking again. But I don't think he had anything worthwhile saying.
Ah, well.
But then there was 3 of them. They just left, yeah?
Yeah. Huh. Fair enough. They gave up. Globe's not worth defending that bad anyway.
Yeah, well, it's not important, but they find it as important enough to come in and argue about it.
Right, yeah.
About something they don't know.
It's such a cope, like when they, they get to a question they can't answer or something they don't know what they're talking about, and they're like, "What does it matter
It's
anyway?"
not important. Yeah. Why is
What
it
does it matter
important?
anyway?
Doesn't matter if it's flat or curved. Like, it doesn't change my life.
There is a meme for that too. Hang on. There you go. Google Translate. Globe detected. What does it matter if Earth's glob or flat anyway? Translation. It's a globe, but I don't have the wherewithal to justify my belief.
Yeah, once they say something like that, they're conceding for sure. It's something, whether it's conscious or subconscious.
Yep, defense mechanism. Yeah.
Where'd you find that?
I made it.
Have you guys seen
What's up,
the
Toby?
server?
Sorry, man.
Have you seen the server banner for this Discord server?
you disagree. No, I don't think.
No, I mean, we have had this conversation already. He doesn't know the details, so his objections aren't valid.
Well, just bring that last point alone up on the FED panel, if you like, for somebody that knows about navigation more. Don't say shit else about reality being finite or this or that. Just bring that point up. That point alone.
Everyone's talking about finite. If you're talking about it
it was very simple for me because I'm trying to conclude. Like I tried to.
If you're talking about containment of gases,
we don't have any
about a finite reality.
We don't have.
Are you not talking about a finite reality?
No.
What? How big? What?
No, because they're the heavens.
Oh, okay, we're talking about horizontally.
Okay, they're the so what? And
what do you mean, so what? That's the entire point.
Okay, the heavens are above, but on the other side.
I'm talking about horizontally.
I don't know what the fuck is on the other side, fam. I don't know how many
other side of what?
On the other side of another side of the containment.
Yeah. Why are you even imagining there is something to be contained from?
Because
why are you imagining there is a volume that we need to be separated from?
You see how he tries to force you back into.
Dude, you have done nothing but talk about over talking, and you have really not backed down. I have been quiet and respectful this entire time.
So I literally just said, don't bring up any point, just bring up the navigation point, and I assumed that would be a conclusion. And now we're about to get into an argument about what? But do you not want to bring that point up, or what? That's the only point that you have that I can hear that sounds like it's something. Okay? Why the fuck are you about to argue with me about whether there's containment or not? Listen, I already understand. We already concluded the arguing, though. I said what I said. You said what you said. I said what I said.
It feels like a meta argument.
It's all night about fucking nothing. Like,
dude, you don't know anything about navigation. Your opinion doesn't matter.
No, endless.
I'm not trying to be rude, but you do not know what you're
a fucking idiot, man.
Yeah, but the truth is, I said what I said. You said what you said. I realized that there's a point of contention, and I'm like, okay, well, we're not going to go further than this. The one thing that I want to investigate is what you're saying about the subsolar point. That's the only thing that I want to investigate. Damn, because we already are at a disagreement. We like, are you not smart enough to realize that? We can't fight our way through this disagreement.
There's no need for that, Elijah. There really is no need for that.
All right. So when I tell you don't fucking argue with me, I already got your point. Stop trying to drag me back into an argument that we already had for an hour.
I mean, you can roll back the tape, but you brought up containment. We were talking about celestial navigation.
I did. But that was in the middle of the arguing. Now we're done. The conclusion is, well, this thing that you're saying, this is why you're making the inference. Why don't you just say that to someone who knows more about celestial navigation on the panel? That was and then you didn't even respond to that. You just went back to the shit that you were talking about.
I really did not hear that point.
All right, so suck my balls, man, and just
I don't think he said that at all, but I could be wrong.
Are we going to listen to you guys argue?
No, I did say that. I did say that.
Fuck, man. Bullshit, man.
That's like a meta argument.
Can you steal my position about the finite volume horizontally?
No, who gives a fuck?
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Shut the fuck up. Hey,
you don't have an argument. You don't have an argument.
You keep on coming against me in regards to saying that I'm saying that there's no containment.
Who cares?
Yeah,
shut the fuck up, mate.
I already said your position that reality is finite.
What the fuck, man? You guys are fucking idiots, man.
Now you're reasoning
it's contained, right?
All right, I'm about to mute you both.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna say what.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you too, man. Yeah, good man.
Listen, I already said that his position
You're not gonna mute
is
me.
that reality is finite. However,
good.
You're implying that it's not a physical barrier. That's the difference.
You guys are
Was he
fucking
drunk or
talking
something?
shit, man.
What's
Fuck
going
you
on?
guys, man. You're both talking shit.
But you've been doing this since.
A fucking idiot, and you're being
Elijah,
a
can I
dick,
ask you a question?
Elijah, man.
So the bottom line is, obviously, he's saying that there's no physical boundary that touches the earth. However, the containment is the fact that there is no reality beyond these boundaries. However, we have navigation, so there is something out there. It's just the only conclusion is when you go south, you just end up back north. Okay. Well, I don't agree with that. We don't have to argue about that, though. That's it.
I don't think you understood his point.
Just bring up the subsolar point and navigation, and let's see where the conversation takes itself from there. That's the conclusion of this conversation.
That's fair. I think that's fair. Nobody knows what the nature of our bounded reality is.
You guys are fucking cocks, mate.
And I think the subsolar point of the South is worthy of discussion. I think it invites a lot of self-criticism.
Yeah, I want to know. That's why I'm saying it. Like, he wants to talk about all this other shit, and I'm like, you're gonna get shouted down if you just fucking bring that up. I'm trying to help him.
That's not other shit. Look,
listen,
you
just bring up.
You got angry with a guy who is not me because there was two Australians talking, and
I know who you are. I know who you are.
I think you got confused.
No, I didn't get confused.
You started arguing with Kangaroo Guy when I was not saying anything.
Yeah, I think you actually. I think you got a bit dark. Oh my god, that actually explains it. That explains it.
I'm arguing with both of them because both of them keep jumping in simultaneously, and it's like
too many T-dubs.
Okay.
So I muted them.
Okay. No one needs to stick up for me. Okay.
That's not me, by the way.
Because they both keep talking like they're like.
I don't keep talking. In this case, I am. In this case, I am. But I have not been.
When one stops, the other starts, and when the other stops, the other starts. Like, that's all I'm trying to stop. It's like,
hey,
every time I try to get to a precise point about
Elijah, I haven't fucking done anything, mate.
Other dude starts talking.
I didn't do anything, man.
And in like some sort of drunk or something.
Hey, Elijah.
He's calm and he's
funny. I'm so glad this is live stream.
Like, they both do it. Like, and it's like so weird.
Elijah.
Where's T-Dub in Matrix?
It's all right. It is what it is.
Elijah, I haven't done anything, mate.
Sure.
I didn't do anything, man.
It's just crashed.
I'll point out the Kangaroo Guy is on Elijah's side.
He didn't do anything, mate. But how about you debate yourself a Glober, yeah?
Shut the fuck up, you moron.
You fuck off, you fucking wanker.
No.
Fucking nuts.
Okay.
Throw another shrimp on the barbie.
Come on now.
I'll get yourself some fucking kangaroo meat, you fleck.
Hey, you know what? This is between me and you, Elijah, man. I've known you for years, mate. I'm not against you or anything, man. You know that, yeah?
Hey, Kangaroo Guy, did you admit to me yesterday that you know nothing? That you know nothing about celestial navigation?
Guys,
just repeat that statement.
Guys.
English. Shut your
I've had my lunch now.
I mean, you told me that you don't know anything about it.
We need to move on. We need to move on.
I'm speaking to Elijah.
Yeah.
Mate. Okay.
We're gonna move on, guys. You hear me?
Elijah.
Yep.
Yeah. We're gonna move on. We've got some new people in the chat.
I heard you, bro. We're good. I heard you. We're good.
Yeah. Exactly.
We're good. Okay. So let's just move on.
Let's all hug.
All right. So Terminus. We were speaking to you yesterday. You there, Terminus?
What happened?
Yeah, what's up? You were in the chat yesterday.
I can't hear you over that noise and whoever's mic that is.
Yeah, it's done. So you were in yesterday, and then you set up a Globe Earth channel today. Is that right?
No, I set up a chat called Flat Earthers Are Really Dumb.
Okay. So presumably, then you found some good proof for the Earth being a spinning cartoon space ball in a vacuum.
No, I found proof for it being round.
Round, okay, but round. Coins are round, pizzas are round. So, do you mean spherical?
No, just round.
Okay, well,
big and round and voluptuous,
to decipher
like a black glass booty.
A globe. Come on, Terminus. I expected better.
When I describe a black girl's booty, I don't.
Terminus. Saying,
come on, let him talk.
Terminus knows what he's talking about. He's the good debater, but Terminus, you're just embarrassing yourself at the moment.
Wait, what's embarrassing about talking about how I like black girls' booties?
Well, because you were asked to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and you said we're all stupid.
I've done it before. I'll repeat it again if you weren't here for it. So basically, if you look at a multivariate version of the Eratosthenes experiment involving 3 measurements, not 2, 3 or more, that is, then what you'll find is that the ratio of the shadow lengths can't be replicated on a flat surface because the rate at which the shadow length changes is more than what you'd expect on a flat surface with a local sun.
Okay, but it can only be a flat surface because when it's measured, it's flat and there's no curvature. You're taking an elevation angle,
someone else talked at the same time as you. Repeat that.
Well, it can only be a flat Earth because that's how it's measured. You're not measuring any curvature, and you're using an elevation angle, right, which assumes a flat baseline.
No, if the Earth is flat, then the shadows should be a different length, but the shadows are shorter than they're supposed to be.
So see, in this
sounds like you're presuming what the sun is.
Well, in this argument, for our interest,
well, I'm only presuming that the sun is what's casting light on the poles. Do you guys deny that too?
Well, bro, are you assuming a curvature? You're assuming a curvature. So where's
no, I'm actually assuming it's flat. Funny enough, for this experiment.
So then it's a flat Earth. So then it's a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. I guess.
No, silly goose. I'm saying if we assume it's flat, the shadow length that we are expecting to get is different than what we actually observe. You know how you have a hypothesis and then you do an observation? Jesus.
Who did the 3-point observation you claimed? Can you provide the data?
Multiple people that have done it.
Provide it.
Okay, I will provide it, but if I provide it...
No, there's no buts, just provide it.
If I provide it, and the shadow
there's no buts.
don't match up,
provide it.
And the shadow lengths don't match up to the calculation that they're supposed to, then will you get off flat Earth?
No, then logically, you've only assessed that the sun is something that you cannot decide or prove what it is.
Those shadows are cast.
Why would I even share? Why would I even go through the labor of like pulling up the exact people who have measured this if it's not even going to get you off of flat Earth, dude?
You have to presume what the sun is for your contention to be correct here. This also means that what Eratosthenes, listen, I'm talking douchebag. This also means what Eratosthenes put out for the last 2,000 years was wrong.
The only thing we have to presume about the sun is that it's what's casting its shadows on the pole.
No, we don't presume shit.
So the sun is not what's creating the shadows on the pole, just to be clear.
You just said
we don't presume what nature the sun has.
You're getting away from it.
Wait, so when I go outside and I like hold my arm out and there's a shadow of my arm in the middle of the day, that's not the sun, bro?
You can determine the sun causes it, but how the sun does it, you have no clue.
Wait, no, that doesn't matter, bro. I don't care. Wait, that doesn't matter.
The sun
Why are you on about that?
In an observer.
You notice how that's like not even related to the claim?
The sun is observer dependent. Everybody knows this globe are flat, which means you don't know what the nature of it actually is.
I don't need to know any nature about it except that is what's causing those shadows. That's all I need to know.
Great. Well, then you just confirmed flat Earth.
In a real discussion piece that's not about arguing, what would be fleshed out is the fact that, like, not just, these shadows, but the fact that you are using elevation angles. And number two, if you take the whole ideology or method behind Eratosthenes, the assumption that the light rays are parallel, you have to look at that, and if it was a discussion piece, go, well, yeah, but don't the light rays diverge for your explanation about eclipses? Like, get in a real conversation where we can point out these contradictions and then go, oh, yeah, you're right. So something about my reasoning is wrong.
Yeah,
that would be a beautiful thing, but that, shit like that never happens. Like, and I think that, again, we're stuck on this hamster wheel arguing about shit that we can't possibly know about. And it's like, why? Let's get to the fact that the Earth is actually flat. It's actually measured that way. It's not that hard. If we wanted to figure it out,
in the text channel, I found an example of one of the experiments, or at least the mathematics behind it. I'd like to post it.
Yeah, so the assumption is you have parallel rays from a distant sun that's enormous.
I didn't assume that.
I assumed a local sun. You assumed a local sun, so how do you explain then that the sun has to move with observer dependence locally on a globe?
So what you're talking about? It's local.
You can't even model that shit.
I'm not assuming a globe. I'm assuming if the Earth is flat, the sun is local, and we place poles.
What distance is it?
We expect to see a certain shadow length.
What distance is the sun?
And also, by the way, to address the thing about nature of the sun, if I was like an indigenous person and I didn't know how a light bulb or a lamp works, I would actually not really care
triangulate the
that
height
much.
of the sun for us on a globe.
So you've assumed it's local.
Sorry, I was
What's
making
its
a point. Why did you interrupt? Can you let me finish?
Because you're an idiot. You're talking shit.
Can you let me finish before you interrupt, bro? Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
no.
Anyway,
that's what's going to happen.
Nope. Enough of that.
You're asked a basic question.
You guys
what is
kept
the
cutting him off.
elevation of technologists? Don't do it.
Don't do
Terminus, just shut up. Or that'll happen. Terminus, you're asked a very basic question. You've made an assumption that it's flat, curved, whatever. So you'd probably need to know the elevation of the sun. What is it? Post it in text chat so we don't have to listen to your voice.
You know what's funny is geometrically, they remove the flat surface they're standing on and they put it deep in space. The flat surface necessarily becomes the source of light, thus producing the parallel rays that they claim are necessary to produce shadows on a curving surface. This is why they can't triangulate the source, because the source is not a point, but rather a flat plane in the sky. Is it really a plane? Well, not really, because they'll say, well, the sun is just so big compared to this teeny tiny ball Earth that the surface is effectively flat. The surface is effectively throwing off parallel rays to a teeny tiny ball Earth. Well, cool story, bro. So you basically took a flat surface that we can prove exists and moved it to a place that nobody can prove exists to affirm your worldview of a curving surface that nobody ever sees or observes. That's the most fucked up part about this, Globers.
Just stop trying to hide behind, well, I'm not doing that. I'm just testing to see if it's flat. Just man up, grow some balls, and say, well, yeah, I'm trying to prove a ball.
Yeah, proving a ball.
In their claims, it all occurs at a flat surface in the center of a sphere. Not at the surface, at the center.
But have a look what he's posted up. He's trying to prove curvature. And now, the elevation is the very thing being calculated, silly goose. The point of the experiment is to find out how high the sun is using triangulation. Well, you're not proving fucking curvature. That's easy.
Those angles only exist on a flat plane at the center of a sphere. They don't exist at the surface. That's not what's going on.
You know, and some of these clever Mongos like this guy said, no, we're not presuming that the sun is really big and far. It's small and local on a globe. Well, here, let me post you what that looks like in text chat. This means 19 minutes past the hour. If you're using Polaris as a point of parallel light rays for navigation, and it's small and local, that it moves in an observer-dependent fashion, just like we experience.
On the equinox, everywhere on the surface, the sun rises due east and sets due west. You don't need to concern yourself with tilt. You don't need to concern yourself with the angle of the surface. The sun rises due east and sets due west.
Yep. So if they come in and bring their own cosmology, then good job, refuting NASA, refuting Eratosthenes and everybody else. The only difference is we can actually prove the surface is flat, and you're refusing to accept that. You'd rather believe this individual horse shit and be the self-arbiter of your own cosmology rather than to go out in the real world and test it for yourself. Like, you think you can just dream it up in your brain and come up with proof questions all day. It's not going to work.
They think they have an argument ad populum, but they are the tiniest of minorities. Anti-flats are the smallest group on Earth.
You might be right.
All right, you want unlocking to see what comedy comes out?
Okay, cool.
Grab your Ghostbuster guns in hand.
So now that I'm unmuted, there was something I wanted to say about the nature of the sun. So it was told to me that you guys are not presuming the nature of the sun. Well, in the same way, if I was at my desk and I had a lamp and I was an indigenous person that didn't know how lamps work, I don't need to know the nature of the lamp other than its nature to cast light upon the twigs on my desk in a straight line. That's all we really need to know. And if you guys agree that the sun casts light and that light is not curving very much when it hits its target, then I don't really see what else you need to know.
In straight lines, so you're assuming parallel light rays. That's what you're saying. We have to assume parallel light rays.
Actually, it's easier than that. I'm only assuming that the light from the sun is not going to curve by more than 22.5 degrees.
What?
What the fuck?
Well, instead of laughing, maybe you could ask why that specific number and learn something.
Because you think the sun might be a fixed point of reference when it may not be.
It is a point of reference.
You're curving the hypotenuse. You're curving the hypotenuse of elevation angles.
Reference that is within a margin of error of 22.5 degrees. You're curving the hypotenuse of elevation angles, you dumb shit. Yeah, so as I was saying before you interrupted,
you're curving the hypotenuse of elevation angles, you dumb shit. You're moving the curve below your feet to the curve in the sky, you dumb shit. Yeah.
No, you're not tracking.
That's what you're saying, the light is bending.
Nope.
That's the hypotenuse of the elevation angle.
Not only am I telling you right now that is not what I'm saying, I'm going to explain exactly how what I'm about to say is distinct from what you've said. So please don't misrepresent the view. It makes you look bad. So yeah.
How about them apples?
You made yourself look bad, Numpty. Holy shit.
You told us the light bends no more than 3 degrees? Like, what the fuck? That's the hypotenuse.
Let him say what he's saying, man.
Nah. You want to deal with this shit?
I agree with Elijah.
All right, I'll let you deal with this shit. Oh, good, he's gone.
What was the actual degree?
When a person that I'm not saying what you're saying, matter of fact, let me explain out what I'm saying is distinct from what you're saying. You let them talk, because if you don't, it looks bad.
I don't entirely disagree, but he was about to say some just absurd bullshit.
Maybe. That's why it should have been recorded, but you didn't let that happen. Instead, you did what you did.
I was mostly quiet.
Not you.
I mean, this asshole comes in all the time to do this shit, so why do it again?
Finally,
don't engage it from the beginning. Like when Brenda comes in, I just mute her from the beginning. Like, don't engage if that's how you're gonna feel in the middle of the argument.
Yeah, I just pulled into a parking spot and pressed mute on my phone.
Like,
Huh?
I was going to mute him earlier, but I couldn't.
How many years did it take to get to the point with Brenda that you were like immediately? You know, it wasn't overnight. It took a while to get to the point where, yeah.
No, it took instantly because she inboxes me. So I'm like, I'm not talking to you. I've never talked to her in 24/7 because I was already tired of her.
Here you go.
Right, but I mean, they got to talk in various places for a while before they were just.
Not me. I only had I had one conversation with one. I've never went beyond that.
With Brenda,
pretty much the same. I'm an outside observer to the reason for why certain individuals are muted on site. I'll just say at this point, Elijah, I'm glad we were able to have the conversation we did. I think it's productive, and I'm looking forward to getting to the bottom of what's going on.
What's going on?
Just a little bit of high energy interactions there for a moment.
Yeah,
just collecting ourselves.
Nathan just joined politics.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was like hearing all.
Move over. Does he have any mods over there?
I was hearing all the dids. Yeah,
it's just him and one other person at the moment.
Vikings. Yeah, Vikings over there.
Should we move?
Yeah, better go over. Find out what's going on.
All right.
Shut up.
We could invite him here.
That's an idea.
This to get on this server, you have to do like the email verification and all that.
Yeah.
They do a little more security. But can anyone move the bots over? Or
yeah.
Helio. You need to ping Helio.
Lloyd. Let's ping Chris and Helio.
Stupid question.
I'm not being sarcastic or sardonic. I'm not
talking to like a belligerent little child that feels he's in the right. You chant through me. No, sir, it doesn't seem like your acknowledgement meant anything. Understand that you don't get to measure Earth flat here. You did. You then denied that fact. And then chuckled about it like a little boy.
It's flat.
Can you answer that?
No, Chuckles, you asked me why I believe something in your measurement that was flat. I've told you not to use it. Then you're asking me about my belief.
Can you answer
measurement
that?
in your face. Your stony silence doesn't mean that when I point that out, after a stony silence, you, the belligerent tosspot who measured Earth flat and then denied it, gets to talk through me, right? Silence is when
you believe Earth is flat. I'm not.
Silence is met by what? You getting to talk while I'm talking. You're a prick.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say either way.
When you get to talk, sir, not while I'm talking, which is now. Me, the one in authority. Me, the one telling you off. Me, the one calling you a dumbass. Yeah, you, the one calling me sir, doesn't mean you get to talk through me while I tell you about how it's not a belief like your last stupid question inferred you needed an answer for. I then pointed out that your acknowledgement of how you measured it flat wasn't really an acknowledgement. Your stupidity then led you to ask me about my bleeding belief. I'm now telling you again, Dumbo, it's not a belief. Your measurement will suffice. Right off sea level. That's what I don't have a belief in. It's a measurement of Earth. You used it. Don't do it again, you stupid globe-believing clown. If you do, you'll get told off. Like this. Me with total disdain for you, a retard who can't shut his mouth after getting told off. In a debate about whether or not Earth's flat, you, the dumbass globe believer, do not get to use my measurements. Yes, sir, sir. And then go and asking me why I believe in something you're measuring flat and getting told off for means you haven't understood the gravity. The gravity of your situation, Dumbo. And told what's what by me.
Okay, you're right. Back off, man. I'm sorry.
I'm not mad. I'm telling you off, shit for brains. Don't use our measurements, you stupid boy.
What measurements am I allowed to use?
I don't give a crap what you do. Don't use mine.
I didn't use what? How did I use your measurements?
Are you retarded? Were you dropped on your frickin' head? I don't give a shit what you do. I don't care what you do, you belligerent, stuttery, chuckling dickhead. Don't use my measurements. That'll be a flat Earth measurement off sea level in this instance. Whatever you do, I don't give a crap. Just don't use my stuff.
I only asked you.
If you use my stuff, you'll get me shouting you down like a tosser, like a little boy that needs telling off.
So the problem was that I asked you if you believe is the Earth flat. So
you belligerent little child that won't shut his gums up. Asking me what you got permission to do. Do what you like.
Let me ask you. Do you know the Earth is flat, right?
Shut up! Shut him up!
It's not a belief. You know the Earth is flat, right?
You ask. Need my freaking permission or to talk through me? I'm telling you, Dumbo. Do whatever you like, except using my stuff. Don't get to do that ever. So when you do, you get shouted off. You don't get to tell me how angry I am. You get to acknowledge how stupid you've been for using my stuff without my freaking permission. The next time you're like, oh, I've got a drone from the military. I'll tell you how high off a surface level it is. You'll get me shouting you down like a dumbass, calling you idiotic, calling you stupid. Do you understand, Dumbo? Hello, dumbass! You can use whatever you like so long as they're not my flat Earth measurements off sea level in this instance. Do you understand, pal?
I was muted, man. What are you talking about? You're going to mute me and then tell me to respond?
You stupid clown. You're off mute now moaning about your flipping mute situation.
I'm not sure I understand, man. Can you
shut up? You'll be shut up by the moderators.
Yeah.
If you continue in this belligerent tone while you're getting told off, you'll be shut up like a dumbass. That's right, dumbass. Can't shut up.
Sure, I understand. Hey, I'm not sure I understand.
Can you? By a moderator who's tolerating you not. You understand?
Can you say all that again, man? I'm not sure I understood it the first time.
Then you'll be shut up by a moderator where I'll tell you a third time. You're obviously dropped on your head at birth and dumb.
Nathan, can't make yourself a cuppa. Master Chief, fuck off and troll somewhere else.
Don't use our stuff. If you want to assert that you're on a flipping ball, you don't get to use flat Earth measurements and then laugh about that fact. I didn't, he said. Yeah, you did, Dumbo. Measured your height off sea level. Something that is unequivocally a level surface. Surface level? Averaged for a measurement of the whole of Earth with the sea. Sea level. You don't have that on a globe, you stupid retard.
For entertainment purposes, maybe you could talk to him like he's a literal toddler, rather than just an adult behaving like one.
He's got nothing. A hand wave. I tell him he's mentioned a flat Earth, don't do it again. Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. I did it.
So explain to me the basis of sea level. Like, I'm not even like, you guys think I'm trolling. Like, so what is sea level?
We think it's stupid. We don't
look up the definition of mean sea level. Look it up.
I'm asking you. Why did I come here if I was just going to look it up?
Bitch, you're dumb. You're too stupid to have this conversation with us. Sit down, shut up. Put yourself on mute.
I'm not going to put myself on mute.
How can you not? Are you too stupid to find your... Go on mute, you stupid idiot.
If I'm so stupid and ignorant, then you should take pride in
stupid and ignorant.
edifying
We
me.
already know. We already know how stupid you are. You told us about how you measured your height of your drone because you were all so smart with your military drone. Then when it gets down to a flat Earth reference, suddenly you're all high-pitched and you don't know what's going on. That's shit for brains. You're in the company of people who do know what's
dumb and
going
ignorant, then you should take pride in edifying me and providing my edification.
Yeah, this is you trolling shit for brains. Yeah, you think that you're being smart by flapping your gums straight through the top of me telling you off again. Yeah, that's why you're on
my
mute.
gums are pretty tight, man.
And they're not flapping while I'm talking. You
Don't
can't
talk
quite
about my
believe you're
gums.
measuring the flat Earth, yeah, with sea level. You thought you were being smart. You weren't. Then you got told off for it.
I admit I'm ignorant. I don't know.
Yeah,
about
yeah,
the
you
flat
are.
Earth.
Stuttery, ignorant tosspot. Shut up, then.
So help me.
No, stick yourself on mute, you dumbass. Don't be a retard. Then you won't get accused of being dropped on your freaking head while you open your freaking gums while I'm telling you off for being stupid. I've asked, are you dropped on your head? What's going on?
I don't know. You know, my mom never told me.
Shut up! Stick yourself on mute, you utter retard. You have nothing to offer here, other than your idiocy that you're flapping through the top of me telling you off. Don't need to hear you questioning your own ignorance and how stuttery you are. We know. You've been told off and told to put yourself on mute now, dumbass, so we don't have to take charge of you like a little toddler who can't control himself. So take control of yourself with your own mute button, shut yourself up so we don't have to do it for you. You have nothing to offer.
I'm bad at that.
Yeah, because obviously having been told to shut up, he's now talking through the top of me, pointing out he's most possibly the dumbest person here today, but he still thinks that means he's got to flap his freaking gums through the top of me. He's doing it right now. Idiot! Shut yourself up. Have some self-control, you stupid little boy. Good lad. Good lad. We'll talk to somebody else who's got an idiot ball belief. Not you with your height above sea level that you got told off for using. Yeah, any other idiots want to use a flat earth measurement, you'll get the same treatment. It's told off. If you don't like being told off, yeah, you'll be shut up and told off. If you feel you've got to spew your pain through the top of me telling you, don't use our measurements, yeah, someone will take charge of you, because I've got absolute justification in this debate to tell you not to use my stuff. I'm saying Earth's flat because it's a giant globe. You'd have an objection to that if I started pointing out how curvy the Earth measurements were, therefore it's flat. I'm sure you'd have objected pretty quickly. So we don't allow you to do that. Oh, look how flat I measured Earth with sea level, therefore I saw a freaking curve from my drone. That's idiotic shite that required an Earth to be measured flat, didn't it? Chuckles ain't chuckling no more, though, is he? He thought it was dead funny. Oh, I've got drone. Oh, you got made to look stupid by me. My name's Nathan Oakley, the one making you look like a clown and demanding the respect I deserve for knowing better than you. All you can do is flap your gums through the top of me while you get told off. That's what you've got. Your height proved my point, didn't it? Your drone proved my argument, didn't it? I won with the shitty standards that you laid down here. You think you're doing well by telling me how your drone proved the flat Earth? No, sir. No, Chuckles. No. That's me winning as a flat earther. I've proved Earth's flat here today. Before I've even started my live show, I've taken your dumbass words and turned them into a flat Earth proof. Good start, huh?
Yeah, get fucked, Master Chief.
Yeah, well, the globers do that, innit? When they try and explain curvature measurements of Earth, then they just tell us how it's measured flat using horizontal east lines and elevation angles of sea level.
He didn't have a curve measurement. The only measurement he had was his height above sea level. Curve measure. I thought I saw a curve. It was in the camera. I saw a curve.
It's flat. The earth is very flat. I've seen it's flat, pussy.
Idiots whispering.
Is that all they got? Really? Come on, guys.
Yeah, what is this?
Actually explaining how Earth's measured flat. They're telling us it's flat.
What is this?
They're actually flat.
What is this? Smackdown?
He jumped into that sea level real quick, didn't he?
Neil, go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, so the joke is ruined. Whatever.
Just sick of it. I'm sick of them telling me how flat they measure Earth to go on to assert that they've saw a horizon axiomatically level ending, and they're going to call that Earth curve because they saw it on telly on your video monitor. Oh really? What measurements? Oh, a flat Earth, you say? Really? No, you don't get to do that. Not anymore. Stop it. Leave you on a ball all you like. That's fine. I don't care. Leave anything. I don't give a crap. Just don't use my measurements. If I'm going to take all the shit and ridicule for being a flat earther, I'm going to retain my measurements of a flat earth. You don't get to flipping use them.
He's so precious with his little helicopter. So precious.
And
1 second, Endless. Go ahead, John. And Endless.
I was in Discord yesterday, and Omni was in there. And I told him if I could show him that his definition of sea level was incorrect, and the measurements he was appealing to used a flat plane, that he would leave flat Earth and never come back. Never come back to this topic. He ran away immediately. Why is that?
Because they need flat Earth to assert they're on a ball. That's why.
The globe is measured flat, and the Greeks all knew that.
It's all very adorable with their little computer-controlled helicopters talking about elevations above the horizontal plane. Oh, sweet. Good boy. You're doing your best.
Laugh it up.
He didn't waste no time, did he, that guy? Got to sea level immediately.
Good morning, guys.
By he got there, you mean I took him there?
Morning, Shockley.
Yeah, you were setting him up, and boy, that was funny. But he jumped right on it. Yeah, from sea level.
That chuckle is a chuckle of
role-playing
contemplation. I can't quite freaking believe what's happening. Is it me, or am I being told by a flat earther how I just measured Earth flat? And did the word sea level just come out of my mouth on a surface that never level, that I'm alleging I saw? Yeah, that's what's happening. That's why they chuckle like that. I've heard that chuckle many a time.
It's a psychological dilemma.
The psychological dilemma. By that you mean the chuckle of cognitive dissonance? Yeah, correct.
Do you guys do any other RP?
Doing every what, Nate? Sorry?
Do you guys do any other RP, or is this mostly it?
Hey, RP?
Role-playing?
What role-playing we're doing? I'm not doing any role-playing.
You know what's role-playing? That the ground is role-playing as a flat, stationary plane. That's the only role-playing we're doing here, buddy. But you guys think that flat, stationary ground is actually a curvy water ball.
I do have a serious question, though.
Role-playing here?
So, for something like the Civil War, how do you guys believe that a civil war happened, or the Trail of Tears?
We're in a flat Earth
I asked
forum.
a similar question the other day. I asked a similar question, but people got upset because I brought up the Holocaust.
We got you. We don't need the context for your question that we heard. We're in a flat Earth forum. That's measured flat.
But now applying the same logic to something like the Civil War, how do you prove that the Civil War?
We could, but we're not going to. We're not in a civil war forum. We're in a flat Earth forum, and Earth's measured flat here. And you've just suggested that us telling you, not asking, debating, or contemplating this fact, telling you Earth's measured flat is somehow your call to ask us about a Civil War question. Second time's a charm, dickhead. Earth's measured flat. you will require it to be so for you to believe you're on a flipping ball.
The general population just accepts that the Earth is a globe, right? You'd agree with that? Most people just accept
that's
the
called
Earth is a globe.
Do you know what that's called? That's called an appeal. That's called.
Are you going to blabber through me, Nathan? Are you going to keep yammering through me? Are you going to keep yammering through me and blabbering through my conversation?
Dickhead. That's called an appeal to consensus fallacy. You retard. Can't shut his gums after he's used his fallacy. You feel by flapping your gums indefinitely after an appeal to consensus fallacy that you're going to win? No, I can talk louder than you. And not only that, the moderators know damn well that you've used a fallacy. They're not stupid. They heard your appeal to fallacy and then heard you flapping your gums through the top of me, trying to identify it with you not shutting up. Now that makes you a retard, Nate. Like really stupid. Hey, dum-dum. That's called an appeal to consensus. Do you want to address me, Nate, you retard?
All right, Nate, listen to me. What I'm getting at here is that you kind of just accept
appeal to consensus.
Are you going to blabber for me?
Retard.
Are you going to blabber for me, or are you going to let me finish, pal? Are you?
I'm going to call you a retard because you used an appeal to consensus fallacy.
All right. So Nathan Oakley is now avoiding the conversation. Let it
no,
be
you're
known.
not going to address the appeal to consensus fallacy, you retard. Well, you'll just be shut down by the moderating team then. They just won't tolerate this shit. Either you accept it, that's to say you accept your retard nature by using an appeal to consensus, or you'll be shut up, because I'm not going to move away from it, you fucktard. You're a retard. You used an appeal to consensus. Now you're telling me about me by using my name. No, your name's Nate. No, flapping your gums through me won't work, Nate. You're a retard, Nate. You used an appeal to consensus. Do you want to acknowledge that, you shit for brains,
You
dickhead?
just use an ad hominem. You just use an ad hominem and you keep
No, not an ad hominem. This man is a shit for brains retard because, as evidenced by his appeal to consensus fallacy, that we're not moving past, it seems. He's just flapping his freaking gum straight through the top of me. Someone else is making a load of noise through the top of me now. Because no, it's not an ad hom. No, you are a demonstrable retard based on 3 minutes ago using an appeal to consensus fallacy that you're yet to acknowledge, making you a dumbo.
Yeah, seeing as that I'm on the moderating side today, quite clearly, you were asking him if he would agree that the majority of the world had a belief system, the globe. And that's why he's pointing out, well, if you would have stopped at that question, that would have been an appeal to consensus. So do you acknowledge that, yes or no? You're off mute. Do you acknowledge that, yes or no?
I acknowledge what? Sorry, I just keep getting muted in here and talked over.
Get rid of him. Wanker. Wanker. You used an appeal to consensus fallacy. That makes you a wanker. That doesn't mean I'm ad homing you. It means I'm highlighting the fallacy you used. You couldn't listen to me pointing it out or the moderator pointing out. Apparently you wanted to moan about being muted. Now fuck off, you spastic, retard, dumbass motherfucker. You're a stupid idiot. You can't comprehend us telling you you used an appeal to consensus fallacy after using an appeal to consensus fallacy. You can't comprehend it after you were shut up because you couldn't shut yourself up because you got no self-control and a moderator pointed out you needed to moan about being muted. No, you're a retard. Thick as shit, mate. I can be heard, and this will make it to my recording and to the audience and to the rest of Discord. You're flapping of your fucking gums while I tell you off for being a spastic because you used an appeal to consensus fallacy. That'll definitely make it to an audience. Your fuckwittery won't. You'll be shut up like the dumb shit that you are, because we couldn't give a shit about your bleating about being shut up when you use an appeal to consensus fallacy. Babbling and babbling as we object to your shitheadery. No, mate. No, you just get excluded. Yeah, your fun time dickheadery is over because of your spastic nature. Now, you couldn't accept it. You couldn't have the humility to face up to how stupid you were. You claimed I'd used an ad hom. Oh, retard! You're a retard because you used a fallacy, not an ad hom. Your failure and lack of humility to acknowledge your own stupidity. Demonstrable in the use of fallacy, known as appeal to consensus. The one you used about 5 minutes ago. So shit for brains, you're now excluded. You're not worthy to talk to us, so piss off.
Is your tantrum over? Great.
Every single munition fired during the Civil War, the arc they traced will be in reference to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, look up Fort Pulaski. That would probably be a really good reference for that claim.
About the Civil War being true. The point I was simply making is that you guys use an appeal to consensus for a lot of other things, so why does this not apply to the Earth?
Every single munition fired during the American Civil War, the arc they trace will be in reference to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, look up Fort Pulaski for that.
Oh, what about it?
Hey, you know what? I don't give a fuck, man. Hey, Nathan, stop being a fucking dickhead, mate.
Your host, Nathan Opie, and if you are new to this channel,
why do you trust this
already?
Hey, Nathan,
subscribe,
Nathan,
bell notification icon, and join
blah 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 blah.
Nathan Opie 1980 channel member, and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate.
Hey, Nathan, can you just be alright, man?
Alongside each of these shows while they are live, there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box.
Oh, fuck you, man.
He's doing the intro to his show. Shut up.
Who cares, man? Sounds like a dickhead, mate.
If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And
don't swear, but you can.
Rejoin the stream using stock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome.
Whenever you want, you can swear. Yeah.
Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience.
You can do
the intro to his
share the show.
Yeah, great.
Facebook.
Yeah, awesome.
We are joined by Neil, Adam, One Deck, Chocolate Saying, and a whole bunch of people in the politics matter 24/7. So, welcome one and all.
Let's get.
Cocksucker.
Yeah, continuing the theme, as was the case last time we were in politics last week. Don't use our stuff.
So then, are you saying that you're a Glober then?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I was saying, if I think I heard right, you were saying, what do you say to your friend who is saying, well, how do you disprove a 1,000,000-mile radius sphere that it can't be the 3959, right? Something like that.
Yeah, you got it for the most part.
So, I mean, if he's saying it can't be the 3959, the whole model's shit, dude. All the orbits, everything, the satellites, everything that you know, the whole heliocentric model is based upon, all their calculations, everything. If that radius is incorrect, it's you got to start from scratch, basically. I mean,
yeah, that's exactly what I told him. But then he said that his friend or whatever would say, shoot, I'm sorry, I'm playing a game right now. I'm trying to think. He said, yeah, he would say that you can't prove the Earth by the sky.
What does that have to do with the radius? I'm confused. What does that have to
be? The guy said that he didn't get to the whole space thing with his friend. So I don't know. Apparently, he doesn't even know if he believes in space or not.
Okay, so he wants to hold on to this fear, but the narrative isn't correct, but it's kind of correct. Is that the vibe?
Well, no, it's a complete religious view that essentially the Earth is extremely large sphere as opposed to being a flat plane, because it's being so flat and we see too far.
Yeah.
So it's just a religious, death grip on a globe. The guy said whether there was a kind of like it sounded like a kind of an empty claim where, it's a globe because it would naturally go into a globe shape by some just I don't know, religious belief thing, declaration.
Good. Oh. It's the first thing you learn, man. It really is. I know it's like beating a dead horse at this point, but I mean, it's literally the first thing they put in everybody's minds. So by the time you do have critical thinking in your own minds, and where you start to question things, it's already been way established. It isn't even questionable at this point, It's
yeah. There's a whole entire system that's set up around it to prop it up.
They take us out of our houses, away from our parents for 8 hours a day, starting at like 5 years old until we're 18. And that's it's everybody's whole development. You know what I mean? It's essentially they are raising everybody's kids.
It starts before you're 5. It starts before you're 5. Like the little hanging things in your crib, planets and the stars, and Sesame Street, and all the other kind of kids programs. It starts. I mean, at borderline the moment you're born, it starts. Like my friend's got a kid, and they bought him pajamas. What have the pajamas got on them? Space dinosaurs, literally little T-Rexes wearing astronaut helmets.
It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's so
we went to a planetarium today with her. She's homeschooled, so they go. She goes to a church once a week where they do a school session, and sit in the classrooms and all that stuff. But they went to a what's it called, field trip to a planetarium, and my wife said that it was all about like Theo and how the moon was created and stuff when the Earth like got hit and split into two or whatever, and then one of the moms had said, "Well, that's just a theory," and then the lady, I guess, was like, "No, that's science, and we put out a theory and you have to disprove it. That's science." I guess they're really snarky.
Yeah, it really is. There's a bad stigma with questioning the scientific community, as quote unquote. You know what I mean? It's in everything science now. Almost is how they have it. So it's like you question anything, it's fucking, oh my god, ridiculous.
Yeah. My Michael Chuck, he worked at the shipyard for his whole career, so he's got all sorts of like pieces of like submarines and battleships and hunks of steel and different odds and ends. And he's got a lot of really cool books in his study, and he's also got some things from like NASA and like the space shuttles and shit like that. And he was in there showing them to me, and I was just like shaking my head like, oh, I can't flat smack him. He's so far into it, dude. There's no hope for him.
It's really a pick and choose. I wanted to tell everybody at first, like fucking 6 years ago, but like now it's just I won't even bring it up unless there's like an opening for me to point out some ridiculous shit about the claimed whatever it is, or unless somebody, asks about it, or just because I'm all set with saving everybody, man. People are just, you listen to this channel even like once or twice a week and you can hear it, like the condescension, and they don't even know it. They don't even know what they're sticking up for. And oh my God, drives me nuts. But
yeah, it's a religion.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
Yeah, they feel like driven to to educate us dumb flat earthers. It's like, you're all gloating.
You see, this is, and it's like, dude, we know the fucking story, dude. You don't even know your story, fucking. We know your story, dude. And they act like they think, I don't know, they just think that we didn't go to school or some shit or whatever it is, and it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah,
What
I'm trying to
realize.
Mechanics.
Sorry, I didn't talk over your friend.
Go ahead.
I was about to kind of back up what he was saying. That what they don't realise is that the people here, generally speaking, know far more about the heliocentric model than the people who are arguing for the heliocentric model. It's not that they don't know the claims. It's not that they don't know the story. It's not that they don't know the supposed reality. They know it inside and out. They just reject it.
Yep. Absolutely know it better. 100%, dude. And we all, I mean, I'd say a majority of the people that flat earthers, they, that's how you got into it, was starting to look at the model and starting to look at what the hell are these flat earthers talking about, dude? Let me see what's going on. And then you start looking and it's just like, oh, so if this is this, then this would do this. And it's just like, what the fuck? This isn't real. What is this? Crazy.
I don't know anybody who kind of got into this topic wanting it to be true. Everybody I know who started looking into this topic came into it with the attitude of, these guys are freaks. These guys clearly never went to school. And I'm just going to look into it real quick to shut them up. I'm just going to look into it real quick because proving the globe is a 5-second job. It is literally a 5-second job. It's that easy. Like, that's the attitude, right? I don't know anybody who came into this with the attitude of, I want this to be true, or I hope it's true. Nobody thought that. Everybody thought it was just ridiculous. The most, because that's what you get taught. It is the most ridiculous thing.
And that's why it's like, I know, like, when you hear them, like I was saying, the condescension in their voice is like, you understand that because it's all a thought that we originally had first, and learn about it, and it's just like, well, no, this is why, and it's like, all right, well, tell me how you know this, dude. Let me Google it and show you. Like, what the fuck? They don't even know, It's hilarious. Every time they do that on this channel, I'm just dying. Like, oh my God, let me Google it.
I always try and walk people to just kind of admitting and accepting that some of the things they know, they don't actually know. And that then doesn't mean that they have to concede, okay, the guys over at 24/7 are right about everything. But I just think it's intellectually honest as a starting point to have to kind of accept, well, actually, these things that I thought I knew, do I actually know them? Or did I just hear it one time as a child and just went with it? Like when you're a kid, you get told Father Christmas is real. And you're like, well, yeah, of course it's real. Why would all these people be telling me about Father Christmas if Father Christmas isn't real? You just go with it, don't you? You don't question it.
It's the best example too, dude, is the Santa Claus shit. It really is. It really is, man. It really is.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie about Santa?
Yeah. That couldn't have. They couldn't lie about that. Everybody would have to like.
Wait. You think my mum, my dad, my teachers, my uncle, the postman, you think they're all in on it? And you think they're all in on this lie about Santa? Get out, come on. You Santa deniers are some crazy motherfuckers, man.
Yeah.
I saw him at the mall. Come on.
Well, exactly. Yeah, like
photos.
Let me guess. Easter Bunny's not real too. You guys are fucking crazy, man.
I sat on his lap.
Oh man, too funny. Too funny. Luckily, I learned very, very young. Like, I confronted my mother about. I was like, "Mom," I was like, "I saw the Tooth Fairy. She looks just like you," and she couldn't. Oh man, she basically told me about the Tooth Fairy, and I was just like, "So wait a minute." I don't know how old I was. I was like 5 or some shit, fucking 4, 5, and I was like, "What about the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus?" And she's like, "Nope." Like, wow. And it was kind of good that I was so young, like at a point where, you know, an age where you don't remember, you know, most of your, I don't know, most of my memories start when I was like 8, really, that I can look back and fully, you know what I mean, play through my head and shit. But luckily, I was young enough to where the whole questioning, why'd you lie shit wasn't even really a thing at that point. Really.
I think it was about 7 or 8, and I said, "Santa's not real, is he, Mum?" She's like, "Nah." It was just as easy as that. And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." I guess.
I got in a fight with my ex-girlfriend because, you know, we were talking about Christmas and the whole same thing, the whole idea of it. And I was like, "Nah, my kids, I'm not doing Santa Claus shit with my kids. I'm gonna, you know, tell them to be, you know, grateful. Daddy works hard. You need to be good for daddy and mommy. You know what I mean? Like, we can celebrate Christmas and all that shit, but the whole Santa Claus lying to him shit, I'm not gonna do that." And she fucking bugged out.
I think it's quite. I think it. Maybe I just think too much, but I think it's quite sinister. I think when you explain to kids about Santa, even ignoring things like wordplay and it's red instead of green, and that's the devil, and even if we just ignore all of that, it sets your kids up from a very kind of like early age. It's almost like this rug pull moment. You're teaching them that there's magic, and you know there's magical reindeers and there's magic men, and then you just do this complete.
Tell them not to lie, and then you're like,
yeah, you're telling them not to lie, and then
the line to you though.
Age that you know your parents can't be trusted. You know it teaches them about, you know, being dishonest, but then also it's the rug pull element as well. You spend the first, call it 8 years of a child's life building them up that there's magic and there's wonder in the world, and then you just complete rug pull from underneath them. There's no magic, kid.
Yeah,
and I think it's harmful.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, that's why I'm glad I was a little bit younger at your age, because even like learning, like, you know, there was those kids at school that were like, after you already knew, but a lot of kids didn't. They're like, Santa's not real and shit, like those little dickheads at school. And I mean, only dickheads because they're trying to spoil, you know what I mean? Like, parents should be telling them that, not some kid at school. But you gotta think that's probably how a lot of kids found out. Was some asshole kid was telling everybody Santa wasn't real and that they're dumb, you know? Bad stigma.
I don't even think they're necessarily. I think some kids are definitely doing it to be arseholes. Like when they're a bit older, like a 15-year-old telling a 6-year-old there's no Santa, like he's definitely doing it to be an arsehole. But if you're 8 years old, you've just found out there's no Santa. Like, you want to go and talk to people. Like, it's the biggest conspiracy of our time, right? As a kid, that is. So you're 8 years old. You know, you've had your suspicions. Next thing you know, it's just been blown wide open, and you feel like you're the Manchurian Candidate. You're just like this one guy blown the case wide open, like there's no Santa, and you just want to go and tell people.
The whole 3rd grade.
Yeah.
I think like if it like after I figured it out and I confronted my mother about it, if I'd have come across like I can just imagine it. I can't remember any instances, but I can imagine that if I'd have come across anyone that was still like my age and believing in it, I'd be like, how haven't you figured it out yet? Like what the fuck? You dumb cunt.
Exactly. Yeah.
The whole thing is very obviously well intentioned. I just think it's well intentioned, but that doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah. Like the bigger picture, like you said, like you building them up with magic, lying to them, and then you have to end up telling them you've been lying to them. And given how old they are, where they're at mentally, how developed their brain is, that could fuck a kid up, you know what I mean, with their parents. And I'm lucky, I didn't, wasn't able to have that kind of thought process when I did, but I don't know.
I was fuming. I was absolutely fuming when I found out, because I'm old enough for when you got your ass beat as a kid.
Yeah,
like physical violence towards children wasn't really frowned upon back then. So, like in my house, if you lied, you got your hands slapped. And my mum wore hella rings. Do you know what I mean? Like typical kind of like chav mum, just wearing just stupid amounts of rings. So when she slaps the back of your hand, my fucking lord, you felt that. Like you really felt it. Yeah. And then you get raised that basically one of the worst things you can ever do is lie. Like if you ever lie, you get your ass beat. Yeah. And then I'm like, well, let's talk about the big red man, mum. Yeah, let's talk about Santa in this house where lies aren't tolerated. Let's get into that, shall we? Just
Yep, don't lie, don't tattle, bar of soap, belt. I got the belt. I'm like one of the last generations, man. You got the belt. And now it's like, I think, I forgot what comedian it was, but he's like, I think we should bring back beating our kids publicly. Or I forgot how he said it, but it was like,
whoa. No, yeah, I don't know about that.
No, I forget how he said
Just imagine what you're saying, raised by ghosts.
Yeah, bring back eugenics. Right, guys?
You go to your mum and you're like, now, mum, I've got something to confess to you. But before that, remember how you lied to me about Santa, right?
Yeah, like honestly, I was genuinely like
holding over
fuming, absolutely fuming. Like in my house, if you lied, you caught hands. If you said a bad word, this didn't apply to the adults, just so we're clear. I'm not saying justice was equally administrated, but if you said a bad word, like you had washing up liquid in your mouth, and I don't just mean like a little token amount either. It was strict, man.
Yeah, a bit of chili sauce.
No, just fairy washing up liquid, apple blossom. Still tastes horrible in your mouth though. Teeth were clean though. Swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, I remember getting a flogging. I got a couple of floggings. Got a flogging for going down a storm water drain thing, like a big aqueduct thing. Look, me and my mate thought we were taking a shortcut. Yeah, me and my mate thought we were taking a shortcut, and then next minute, grandparents and my mother are like grabbing me out of there, like they found us and grabbed me out of there, and I got a walloping for that, and I never went back down the stormwater drain again.
It's an interesting debate because I feel like the people who are maybe a bit older or from certain backgrounds or cultures, they look back at times where they did a certain thing, and then in response, they got a slapped hand, a slap round the back of the head, whatever it was, and they'd look at it and they'd say, well, did me no harm. And obviously there's extremes, but then I look at kids these days. He says, I'm not even 40 yet. You look at children these days and you think, well, where's the risk? Like if you're a kid and you think I can do whatever, say whatever, and I know for a fact nothing will happen to me. There will be no consequences. And I feel like that is equally extreme as to, full blown ass beating, because that's obviously too far, right? And I think there'd be people who would look back at their childhood and think, yeah, like that was too far, and I wouldn't do that to my kids. But then, is it not equally extreme to teach a young child like there is no such thing as consequence? You can do whatever you want, because in the real world, once you're not a kid anymore, like if I go outside and I start running my mouth, right. I start running my mouth in the street, I start pushing somebody, I'm going to get laid out.
Yeah, you walked into the wrong saloon.
Yeah, like this in real life. In real life, in the real world, because with the kids sometimes, there's issues at school, and my wife's always more like tell the teacher, and I'm more like, if somebody won't leave you alone, make them. Because in the real world, that's how it works. Like, you can't tell the teacher if you're getting mugged. If you're raising a family and you've got children to protect, like what you call the police, and 6 hours later they rock up. Like there are. I'm not saying you go looking for trouble. Nobody should ever go looking to throw the first punch. But there are things in this life,
I've got a question about flat Earth. If you shoot a bullet and it drops, that means that the Earth is round because the bullet is following the curvature of the Earth.
What?
Yep.
This guy's a genius. This guy's a genius. Let him cook.
Wait, so are we firing the bullet up straight into the air or horizontally?
No, you shoot them at like your ex-wife, but not straight at her, and it just misses her, and it just starts dropping.
Bro, don't talk about shooting towards people. No, but bro, what would you expect the bullet to do on a flat Earth? Not drop.
I keep going.
Well, you would just go straight. You would keep going until it hits something, right?
It'd hit the ice wall and crack it, and then the white wall.
Exactly. Why? Because on the flat Earth, you shoot, the bullets would keep going until it stops something.
Why?
Something in the way.
It would hit the ice wall, and then the ice walkers would get us, and the dragon.
It would hit the ice wall. That's right. Because that's right.
You've been watching too much Game of Thrones.
Why would it do that?
Because the Earth is flat, so the bullet would go straight and wouldn't stop.
Why wouldn't it stop?
Because the Earth is flat.
What's that got to do with the bullet not stopping?
Basic to me, man.
What's that got to do with the bullet not suffering from loss of momentum and falling through the more less dense medium it's in?
There's no gravity on a flat Earth. It doesn't exist.
No,
and
what? That doesn't mean things don't do what we observe them do. What are you talking about?
Right. If in Star Wars, if the stormtroopers were the police of the galaxy and they could never shoot a single target because of the worst aims in the world, okay, I rest my case. The Earth is round.
Seriously, have the worst.
Oh, dude, nice mic drop, dude. Nice, own them.
You have the worst logic.
Confusion with it, at least. It's more than you can say for most.
I would say that one went right over their heads, but they don't even believe the Earth is round.
No, things aren't going to act any differently just because the Earth is flat. It is flat. We observe it flat. We measure it flat. And we use it as flat. That doesn't mean things aren't going to work the way they would if the way that you think they should work on a ball, right? Things are just going to continue to do the things that we observe them do, like bullets dropping. Like bullets dropping doesn't dictate whether the Earth is curving or if it's planar. That's ridiculous. The geometry of the surface dictates what it is.
Oh, yeah. So what are your credentials
What's
What?
that
You
got to
have
do
no
with anything?
degree? You talking out of your
No,
ass?
I don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Why would I need one?
Shut the
Why would I
fuck
need a degree? Why would I need a degree?
Well, he's appealing to a degree because he doesn't have an argument.
If he did have a degree, would you believe him that the Earth isn't a ball? Like, if his reply was, I have a degree in physics, would you say, okay, fair enough, I concede?
Of course he wouldn't.
Well, let's see. He probably left anyway. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still there. Retromine, still there.
I mean, the thing he brings up about the stormtroopers is a pretty good argument, to be fair. I've got a lot of thinking to do.
Well, they're clearly inbred clones.
The thing about those stormtroopers, they all look the same to me.
Inbred clones' lives matter. So what?
Okay. Give us another example.
Keep cooking, brother. You've got us invested.
Well, otherwise would be eugenics. I mean, surely you guys don't believe in eugenics, do you? That's a bad word.
Wait, so there's eugenics, there's inbreeding, and there's nothing in between. I just want to make sure I understand your where you're coming from on this. There's no sensible halfway point between the two.
Let's be specific. We're talking about Star Wars here. The clones, perfect, okay? Zero drawbacks for them being inbred, okay? First off.
Wait, are we talking about the stormtroopers here?
Of course, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the stormtroopers can't hit the barn door, so clearly their inbreeding has affected their balance, their eyesight.
They get tricked really easily by a Jedi.
Low IQ, yeah, exactly. So we've got low IQ, blind, no sense of balance. These poor guys got it rough, man. I don't know if perfect is the word I'd use to describe them. You know?
Man, that's because you never read the books, man.
I actually haven't.
Yeah, it's all that stuff. All that stuff you're talking about. It's all in the books, man. It's all the books, dude. I've already read the books, so I already know.
So in the books, do they miss a lot less shots than they do in the movies?
Yeah, they hit their shots. They do.
Okay. So it's probably a pretty short book then, isn't it? If Princess Leia gets shot within the first 10 minutes of Star Wars 1.
Man, you got no idea what you're talking about. Man, I don't even think you watched the movie.
It was a long time ago, admittedly, since the.
Do you have a degree in Star
I know
Wars?
what's up. I know what's going on. You guys think I'm an idiot, but bro,
You're
I'm on
not
top
a
of it.
filmographer. You're not a film critic. You don't have a degree.
This guy doesn't even know what he's talking about.
I'm not particularly a big Star Wars fan, in all honesty. They were okay.
Yeah, Star Trek ended up being a lot better, but I didn't like Star Trek when I was younger. But now, even after becoming a flat earther, it took me a little while to get past the space stuff, but
It's science fiction. I still enjoy science fiction. You can enjoy science fiction for what it is.
Well,
it's science fiction, and that's okay.
With Star Wars, if you want to have a laugh, press pause when you've got a stormtrooper looking straight at you, flip it upside down and have a look at his head. Seriously, you can't unsee that shit.
Well, wouldn't it already be upside down for you anyway, because you're in Australia?
No.
Let's see.
Why would it be upside down in Australia?
Because you're on the bottom, right? You're on the bottom of the ball, so all the TVs are upside down.
No ball.
And when you shower, obviously the water is rather
the water
than
jumps
so for
up
me,
out of the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Like the water kind of goes in reverse, doesn't it? Because you're upside down in Australia on the bottom of a ball.
Well, nah. But anyways, yeah. Get a picture of a stormtrooper, flip it upside down, have a laugh. They look cute. Like, you seriously wouldn't shoot one, because you'd be too busy laughing at them.
The first meme I had ever seen was 2006 and 2007. It was a guy in a stormtrooper outfit, like humping the air. First meme I had ever seen. You guys don't remember that one. Only old heads remember that one.
2007, and you classed as an old head. My goodness.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think you realise it's people here aren't exactly spring onions, spring chickens maybe rather than spring onions.
Maybe they still got it on Discord. Let me find it.